All right, here we go. We're streaming live, covering severe weather right now, and we're actually live on two platforms right now, TikTok and YouTube. But we'll be talking basically the same thing on both. We're tracking severe weather out there. What I am looking at right now, of course, are strong, becoming severe storms in the area of, well, we'll call it western Missouri, but this extends into Iowa as well. One of the things that we're watching, of course, is the potential for tornadoes, especially as we get later on. What's up, Storm Chaser? And that potential for tornadoes is going to get more significant later on in the evening. Now, if we take a look at our live radar here, I'll say there's one area that I'm watching closest, and you can kind of see this out here north of Springfield, Missouri. There's no tornado warning, and there's not even that much rotation yet, but at this stage of the game, because these storms haven't really tapped into that higher level rotation, we're really kind of trying to pick out these dominant storm cells. And one of those dominant storm cells I'm looking at is right here. I just want to change that circle color to white. Right here. And what you're seeing is where you have those purple colors showing up, those red colors. That's where you have a pretty strong storm cell. And this, I believe, if anything is going to be tornado warned at any point soon, this is as good a candidate as really anything else that we'll see. We have a 30% chance for tornadoes as we go into our day tomorrow. That's going to be our highest storm threat, of course. Answering questions both on YouTube and on TikTok right now. So storms. I see one comment. Storms are all hooked right now. Does that mean they're rotating? They are rotating to some degree. Every one of these storms has a mesocyclone at this moment, and what that means is that they're rotating in at least the mid-levels, but as we get later on, I expect that rotation is going to become more significant in the lower levels too, and that's really what we need for these tornadoes to occur. So, we're waiting for that to happen, but right now they're all producing strong damaging wind gusts. You can kind of see that actually we have these severe storm warnings across a good chunk of Missouri, and even if we zoom out, you can see them all the way out there into Iowa too. So severe storms are pretty widespread right now. Tomorrow is certainly going to be a day. Put that in chat too. Tomorrow is certainly going to be a day with the highest tornado threat. Right now we're looking at the damaging wind risk and the tornado threat. Right now we can take a look at Oklahoma as well. Seeing a question about that, of course. Most of these storms are going to stay north, but we actually do have, the very edge of these storms. If we look a little farther south, gets kind of into not quite into Oklahoma, but into the northwestern corner of Arkansas, and you can see that right here. This is also a spot where we could see tornadoes on the very southern end, so we'll be looking at this, and certainly you guys, I've seen some comments from people in Michigan too. You're all good out there. It is going to be all right. Is that reported trees uprooted right now in Oklahoma, or is that in Arkansas? From wind damage. That makes sense. Yeah, so wind damage is a big part of this. We could see gusts up to 80 miles per hour, and that's going to be a big threat for a huge portion of the area, because that's not a tornado. That's going to be more widespread, and when you have those wind gusts that are up to 80, they're able to do as much damage as a weak tornado. So it's no surprise, of course, that we're going to be talking about some of these bigger threats aside from simply tornadoes here. Again, severe storm warnings exist all the way into Iowa, which we can take a look at right now too, just to give you an idea of how widespread this is right now. The storms in Iowa are more clustered, but these should find themselves coming into a better, organized state as we get later into the evening here. Actually, we got one pretty big storm near Des Moines, and it's not. There's no tornado tag on it, but you can see that one dominant cell out by Des Moines right now. It's one to keep a close eye on as that continues to move to the north. Let's see. Razlab says, oh boy, yeah, I bet it's been busy out there in West Texas. We have a lot of wind even behind this system too. So out there in Texas, there's a huge fire threat. I'm sure you guys know that if you're out there, but we really do have to keep a close eye on the fire risk even behind these storms. One of the things that is being warned for right now is the potential of dry thunderstorms behind these storms. And what a dry thunderstorm is, it's really interesting. You can actually get thunderstorms that don't produce rain, or at least if they do, it's very light, but they still produce lightning and stuff like that. Thanks, Storm Chaser. And when they are producing lightning, they have the ability to spark wildfires, even though, they're not menacing in the fact they're dumping tons of rain. And that's really the threat right there, is that, when you have a thunderstorm, even if there's lightning, you've got a lot of rain to keep it from spreading immediately. But oftentimes in the desert Southwest, we see these dry thunderstorms, and it's kind of rare for them to occur, as far east as, Kansas or Missouri. But in this situation, we actually have that potential. So that's something else that I'll be keeping an eye on for you guys here. We'll switch our radar back to Missouri, as I mentioned a moment ago. You can see that out closer to Springfield. Some of those storm cells really, even since we just got on here a few minutes ago, becoming a bit more menacing. By the way, let me know where you guys are watching from so we can give you some more, more personal updates here, help you out a little bit more. I see a question about Troy, Missouri, and basically if you're anywhere in Missouri, Troy included, that's on the eastern half of the state, you can see these storms are making progress eastwards, and that's where we're going to have some of the bigger threats as we get later into the night. Well, not even night, this evening. Virginia is going to be all good until Sunday, I can say that. Ohio is going to be all right until tonight and tomorrow. Late tonight there could be some storms. I don't expect they're going to be that big in Ohio tonight, but we do have the potential for some stronger storms perhaps tomorrow in Ohio, though that severe threat's largely going to stay to the south. St. Louis is a place that is going to see some of the bigger storms. I have family in St. Louis, so I'll be watching that very closely. But St. Louis is a spot where we do have to keep an eye on the potential for severe weather. And, of course, that may be high-end potential tonight, too. In fact, St. Louis, all things considered, is one of the worst places to be this evening. So if you're out there, you got to make sure you got plans. If there's a severe storm warning or tornado warning where you are, you got to make sure you know where to go and you have a way to get warnings. That's sort of the key here, is making sure that you're taking care of yourself. I mean, there's one thing to be able to get warnings, but again, you need to have that plan. If there is a tornado warning, then what you do. And the place you want to go, of course, the lowest floor of your house, a basement if you have one, or at best get to an interior room. Northwest Indiana, we're looking at a storm threat that's going to be largely late tonight. That threat is still notable in Indiana. We're talking about the risk for tornadoes. We're talking about the risk for a damaging wind especially, and that's going to be as we get into the later evening hours. So something to watch out there for sure. And this threat is pretty widespread. We're looking at storms right now in eastern Missouri, but they're moving fast. They're going to cover a lot of ground, and we are just getting started too. I mean, I haven't seen any tornado warnings yet, and there certainly will be tornado warnings tonight. I would be absolutely shocked if we had anything less than a dozen. So it is going to be picking up, and we are certainly, like I said, going to be looking at a long night and a very long day tomorrow. Seeing some questions on TikTok about Indiana, about Alabama. Alabama's bigger day will be tomorrow. And here from Sarah, Cape Girardeau. I was looking at just the general, southeastern portion of Missouri earlier, and the threat out there is interesting because you may get a round of storms closer to, like the Boot Heel out there. You may get some storms that are going to be big in the late evening tonight. Damaging winds, tornadoes are possible, but there's also a chance that you end up staying dry. That's one of the biggest question marks right there. What will happen if you don't get storms in the first part of tonight is that you will end up getting storms in the early morning tomorrow. So you got to be aware basically from sunset to sunrise. And the potential for tornadoes and damaging wind is very apparent. So just make sure you're staying safe and make sure you have a way to get warnings given that threat's going to be overnight. One big thing for everyone watching, whether you're watching on TikTok here or on YouTube, make sure that your emergency alerts are turned on your phone. You can find that in settings, and then leave your ringer on at night, when you have situations like this, so that if there is a warning, it'll wake you up. And that's one of my bigger concerns with threats like this that are at nighttime, because people, go to sleep. And of course, you're going to go to sleep. You got to make sure you got a way to stay aware. And if there is a warning that comes out, that's a good way to make sure that, something can wake you up. Let's see. Looking at some of the questions here on TikTok, we got more questions about St. Louis. And if you guys on YouTube are in the St. Louis area, of course, I said earlier, that's one of our bigger storm threats. St. Louis is in a spot where we're going to have the storms really reaching their peak intensity as they move eastwards. I'll be looking at the potential for some, not just damaging wind gusts, but there could be strong tornadoes out there as well. Let's see where else people are looking at. So if you're even in the St. Louis vicinity, yeah. No EF6s, though. Thanks, Cal. But yeah, St. Louis is in a spot where we're really looking at what will be one of the higher end possibilities in terms of, tornado outbreaks for this region, and that says a lot about the strength these storms have. Is that we're talking about something that could be as big as we've seen in years. Yeah, it is funny we get the same name. Let's see. Virginia. A lot of questions about Virginia here. A lot of Virginia. I don't believe Virginia is going to face anything too bad. There is a level 2 risk right now for, what is that, Sunday. I expect that's going to stay a level 2 risk in Virginia. I actually would not be surprised if it gets upgraded in the southeast, closer to the Carolinas and Georgia. But what I'll say about Virginia is that the threat out there is mostly going to end up being a damaging wind threat. So you're not, there is a chance for a tornado, but it's more so wind out there in Virginia. Chicago is a spot where you could see some bigger storms later tonight. That's the place that I'll be looking at for damaging wind for sure, and the potential for tornadoes as well. So, that's a spot to at least be alert. By the way, whether you're watching here on YouTube or on TikTok, I'm streaming on both right now. Be sure to follow. I am a meteorologist, so I do know what I'm talking about. I have a degree in this stuff. I work on TV as a meteorologist, so consider following. I'll keep you updated. That's right. Yeah, a lot of you guys who are watching on TikTok right now know I love covering severe weather. Like I said, if you're watching on TikTok, follow on TikTok, but be sure to check me out on YouTube also. We've been doing a lot more regular updates. This has been different. Last year, and for those of you guys watching on YouTube, last year we were doing a lot of coverage on TikTok, solely TikTok, but now we're doing a lot on both. So if you want more regular updates, I got more in-depth stuff here on YouTube, but we're streaming on both, making sure people are alert and aware everywhere with these storms ongoing. So let's see. Missouri right now, just some damaging wind as we take a look at the weather at this moment. So if you are just tuning in here, we're looking at storms in Missouri, but these storms do extend into Iowa as well. I'll give you a little update on the radar, and Iowa's actually got just as many severe storms as Missouri does right now. You can see they're a bit more clustered up there. We're going to shift it to Iowa on here too. And one of the things with Iowa storms is that, they're not as organized, and they probably will not be as organized as the storms in Missouri tonight. Although we're going to wait and see just how these evolve, because some of these individual storm cells, you can see them out ahead towards the top of your screen. Some of these individual storm cells certainly have the potential to produce tornadoes and are in more or less a better environment to do so, because they're not fighting for resources like that rain and those storms to the south. So we're keeping a close eye on those. Moving through the Des Moines area, closer to Fort Dodge. You see those out there on the top of your screen? That's what we're looking at right now. Good question. If Omaha's done with the rain. Yeah, you know what? In Omaha, so places like Omaha, Kansas City, that storm threat, that rain threat seems to be dying down because the front has moved through. You got dry air coming in on the backside. But for Omaha, you do got to keep an eye on that wildfire threat, actually. Let's see. We got someone in Des Moines, and okay, you got the severe thunderstorm warning. Let me know what you see out there. Looks like that storm just passed through West Des Moines. Actually, that was a pretty strong one. And I can see you got more severe storms moving into Des Moines right now too. That makes sense that it's windy though. I would expect a lot more of that to come in probably about 20 more minutes. So some live reports from Des Moines right there. Always appreciate that. Salem, Virginia, you're going to be all right out there. Sunday, it's just going to be a bit breezy, Yeah, the discrete cells certainly have that look. And for those of you guys on TikTok, too, who are hearing me talk about discrete cells, got that comment here from YouTube. What we're talking about are these cells that are out ahead of the main line. I'll circle them for you here so you can see what I'm talking about. I was talking about these before. If anything's going to produce right now, it's most likely to be something discrete. In fact, that cell that went through West Des Moines and is moving near Perry, Iowa, that right now has one of the more menacing looks. So we do need to keep a close eye on that, because they are able to basically take advantage of the resources without needing to fight for them, if you know what I mean. So we're really looking at what is a perhaps locally higher potential for tornadoes where you're seeing those discrete cells right now. But certainly, we have linear storms in Missouri too, and those can be bad as well. Chattanooga, Tennessee, Saturday night. Great question. All of Tennessee on Saturday is going to be messy. We have the potential for tornadoes across the entire state. Damaging wind is just as big a threat though in Tennessee. So out there, I really want you to pay attention if you're in Chattanooga. Basically, if you're in Middle Tennessee or Western Tennessee, the risk is going to be something you need to keep a close eye on for the entire second half of Saturday. And, make sure you got a plan. Make sure you got a way to get warnings. If there is a tornado warning where you are, you got to you got to have a way to get those warnings, and you got to know where to go. You got to have a safe place, whether it's your basement, lowest floor of your house, interior room, or a storm shelter. You just got to think about where that place is going to be. That goes for really anybody facing these storms. You really got to have a plan. And honestly, if you have a plan in place, the chances that you'll be okay are actually reasonably high. You can never guarantee that with weather, but if you have a plan, you know where to go, you're getting warnings, odds are very much in your favor that you will be okay. So that's the most important thing you can do. And I was saying before too, we're switching back to these Missouri storms, by the way. That was what I was saying before too, is that if you have the ability to plan ahead, there's a lot of resources out there, whether it's a shelter or streaming, people like me, or you can get emergency alerts on your phone to stay ahead of things. That's the key. It's really all about messaging now, because the storms are going to happen. So you just gotta be smart and take care of yourself. Let's see. Springfield, Illinois. That's a threat that's going to get bigger. Excuse me. I did the morning show on TV today, so I'm a little tired. I'm going to slur some of my words. That's a threat out there in Illinois that's going to increase after dark. Certainly a tornado threat and a damaging wind threat. 2 and 1. This line of storms out here is actually going to get to Illinois a little bit later on. And then let's see, Missouri. I see that question about Iowa too. Iowa, you have about 3 more hours where you have that severe storm threat. Tornadoes and wind are all possible. Milwaukee is possible too, to see some severe storms. Milwaukee, I expect that threat's going to increase a little bit later on, because you're more to the north and east. There's Iowa for you. Again, you can see that threat's going to be slowing down a little bit later, but certainly still a reasonably high threat right now. Like I said, if you guys are on TikTok, I'm also streaming on YouTube, and I have regular weather updates on there, so you may want to check that out. And if you're here on YouTube, of course, we're tracking these storms, waiting for there to be a tornado warning to dive a little closer into. Right now, just a bunch of severe storm warnings out there. We are certainly looking at strong storms at that. A lot of damaging wind, a lot of lightning. That lightning telling us that storms are staying active. Those updrafts are active and strong, so that's going to maintain these storms for a while. Paducah will have a threat later on. Let's see. No, I don't believe, tomorrow's threat's really big out there. And with tomorrow, the threat is going to be pretty significant, regardless of morning convection. It's a rare case where there is just such a lot of energy out there. Utah's all good. Let's see. Let me see some of these questions. I see Hickson or Harrison in Tennessee. To be honest, both places are facing about the same threat out there in Tennessee. So whichever place you have a safer place to be is the right place to be. If you got a safer shelter in one of those places, that's the best move. Let's see here. So we're taking a look right now. I'll switch back to, we're looking at Iowa, where you can see storms right now are progressing across the state. Some of those individual storm cells, those discrete cells, are moving north of Des Moines now. We're looking at those just for the potential at any kind of tornado development later on. They're not fighting for resources like some of those other storm cells were, so we don't have to worry as much about, the wind threat's equal, but we don't have to worry as much about, the amount of storms. But when they're on their own like that, you have the ability to create tornadoes a little more easily out of that. So we got to keep a close eye on that. Elliott. Let me take a look where Elliott is here. Let me know which part of the state you are in if you're in Elliott, Iowa. Because most of the storms right now, as you can see, are in the south central portion of Iowa, and these storms are going to be continuing basically over the next 3 or so hours moving through the state. Iowa City, that threat increases a bit later on, and so we're looking at what will be a threat that gets bigger tonight. St. Louis, same thing. St. Louis could have a pretty big tornado threat later tonight as well. So let's see. Just trying to get some new information here. Still got a bunch of severe storms, though, producing damaging wind. We're going to switch back to Missouri. And I was saying that before, too. Wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour are what these storms are warned for, which will do just as much damage as an EF0 tornado, for example. Let's see. Yes, and I will be live later tonight. Like I said, I'm kind of multitasking right now. I'm live on YouTube and TikTok, so I'm trying to field questions on both sides. I'm just going to do this for a little while here. I'll probably take a break in the middle, honestly, eat some dinner, and then I'm going to come back and we'll be live again. But if you're watching here on TikTok, guys, consider following because, yeah, we'll be live later. I'm also a meteorologist, and I do this for a living. Well, I'm a meteorologist for a living, at least, so you're getting real information. I'm streaming actually from Boston, which is where I work. But consider following. And by the way, like I said, if you're on TikTok as well, you can find me on YouTube at Tucker Weather, and I put a lot of my really in-depth weather forecasts on there. So if you're looking for forecasts that are kind of covering the weather for a week in advance or more, or really diving in depth into these storm threats, at Tucker Weather on YouTube will be a really good resource for you guys. Last year I did a lot of my content on TikTok, and now I'm sort of spreading out a bit more. So, and also if you're ever interested, I'll be doing more lives on YouTube as well, more regular lives. So you can find me in both places, but I'll be here for you guys. And if you guys have any questions too, wherever you're watching from, you can find me at Tucker Weather on Instagram. And if you have any questions and I'm not getting to them here, you can always DM me there and I'll answer you. And yeah, Storm Chaser Tucker's a great name. So St. Louis, you can kind of see on the map now if I zoom out just a little bit. These storms are right now to the east of St. Louis, to the west of St. Louis, of course, producing damaging wind almost for sure, but we don't have any tornado warnings yet. I haven't seen any significant rotation signatures, but we do have some storms that are really becoming more dominant. We got a storm that'll be moving into Jefferson City soon that is becoming more dominant, and it's one of the types of storms I was talking about. You can kind of see those red colors a bit brighter out there. And when you have those darker red colors, even those pink colors, that tells you there is, it's a dominant storm. It's going to be able to wrest control of some of those resources. So that's a big piece of what we're watching. Looking for those dominant updrafts to take over and perhaps produce tornadoes later on. Severe storms do not have to have lightning. Actually, the definition for a severe storm is something that's producing wind gusts of 58 miles per hour or more, hail of in a quarter inch diameter or more, or a tornado. And you can have a tornado when you don't actually have lightning. That's not super common, but it happens. It definitely happens. Why does the sky turn green during a supercell? So that's an interesting phenomenon where within storms, when you have so much water and ice crystals in it, storms kind of take on a bluish color. So in the evening, what ends up happening is you get those yellowy oranges mixing with those greenish blues in the cloud, and you create a really sort of lime pea green color, and that becomes a very weird look. But you get that in the evening when it's really just the orangish sunlight shining through the I guess you could call it relatively blue colored storm. So yeah, really interesting phenomena, and actually one too that I'm sure some people will see tonight, given how much moisture are in these storms. They're not super thick, so the sun won't be blocked out. But that is why storms turn green sometimes in the evening at night. It's an interesting one for sure. Let's see. It will not be snowing in Illinois. I can say that. Let's see. I don't expect it will be snowing in Illinois. There have been tornadoes with snow on the ground. It's pretty rare, but it's happened before. Illinois, anywhere in Illinois, you really do need to watch out for the potential for tornadoes. St. Louis, the same deal. That tornado potential is certainly out there. Let's see. Just look at some more of these comments. Hail in Illinois, there's definitely a chance, although hail is a much lesser concern than wind and tornadoes. If some of your apps are going to say things like that. Some apps I've heard are saying, you got a slight chance for severe weather, or you get possible severe weather, but a slight chance for storms. If there's even a 5% chance of a severe storm, your app's going to tell you that there will be severe weather, even if if there's a 95% chance you're going to be fine. That's one of the challenges with apps. That's why it's good to have a meteorologist. That's why people like me are needed here, because your app is only going to give you some information. It's not really going to give you the whole story. And so that's why you really need somebody to help break down the information. And your app, while it's not technically incorrect, is going to say something like that. If you have a slight chance for storms, and even one could be severe, like I said, it's going to trigger the algorithm in a certain way. For those of you guys who are just jumping on, yeah, happy to help. Oh, I got you, Brianna. For those of you guys who are just jumping on, by the way, consider following. I am a meteorologist. I work on TV in Boston, actually, and I've been a meteorologist, for my entire career. I got my degree in meteorology, so consider following here. For those of you guys on TikTok, I got a lot of YouTube content these days. We're doing a lot more on YouTube, actually. We're doing streams. I've got in-depth updates. So consider following and finding me on at Tucker Weather on YouTube as well. My following isn't massive on there, so if you have any questions, I will easily see them and answer all of them. Bolivar, Missouri. All right, I'll take a look at that. That's a spot where we're looking at the potential for strong storms at the least. Severe weather is pretty likely. I would say your wind threat is greatest out there, but you do need to be on alert for the tornado threat too. And basically, the farther east you are in Missouri, the greater the chance is for tornadoes. So the tornado threat will be ramping up as we get later into the evening here. We're just looking at a line of severe storms. Let me just see. Give me 1 second while I look for some more data. We're going to go back up to Iowa. We just got a couple more severe storm warnings, so I want to show you that. Storms are a bit more clustered out here. Not as organized, but that does not mean they're any less severe. In fact, you have some of those individual discrete storm cells, as we call them, out ahead of the line. I'm going to take a closer look at one of these right here, actually, just to see if we have any rotation, which we're taking a look at right now. Again, still haven't seen any tornado warnings yet, but this storm near Scranton and Churton, Iowa, let's at least keep an eye on that guy right there. Actually, we'll take a look at our, you're looking at the velocity, by the way, guys. So that's why the radar looks a little different. This is where we can see the winds. And we're looking for those red and green colors to be side by side. We call that a couplet. Still not a ton of rotation in our Missouri storms, but as we take a look towards Iowa, there may be some weak rotation. It certainly is at least some weak rotation in those storms just north of Des Moines. So we're going to keep an especially close eye on those as we go through the next couple of hours here and just monitor to see if anything ends up at least getting tornado warned. And the fact that they're discrete says to me that they have a little more potential. So that's one of the things we're looking at right here. Yeah, I got some buddies in Des Moines also, actually. Columbus, Ohio. Luckily, that threat's pretty low in Columbus for severe weather tomorrow. It's mainly going to stay south. Oklahoma, the threat is also largely staying out of Oklahoma. Oklahoma should be good at this point. The threat in Oklahoma is going to be fire weather, really. The potential for fire weather in Oklahoma is certainly a bigger concern for me than anything else out there. Just because Oklahoma is in a spot where now there's a lot of dry air coming in on the backside. I'm still looking at these discrete cells in Iowa, by the way. I'm looking at a couple different radars right now, and what I can say is they're definitely, if something's going to be tornado warned, I do believe it's likely to be one of those before anything else, just based on what I'm seeing right now. So, just to say that. Let's see what else you guys want to... Just looking for more comments. Like I said, I'm streaming right now both on YouTube and on TikTok. And if you're watching on TikTok, be sure to find me on YouTube at Tucker Weather. On YouTube, I post all my regular weather updates, and I am doing a lot more in-depth regular updates on YouTube. But I will be live here on TikTok very often as well. So, we do live coverage as many places as possible. But consider following. I am a meteorologist. You're going to get good weather information here. If you guys have any questions that I haven't gotten to, you can find me at Tucker Weather on Instagram as well. Just shoot me a message, shoot me a DM. I'll be sure to get back to you there too. Help you out. If I am mixing up my words once in a while, it's probably because I'm streaming in two places, but also I did the morning show today, so I got up at like wicked early, and I'm a little tired. But nonetheless, we will be covering these storms as this threat ramps up tonight. I will be taking a break at some point, by the way, so you'll also want to follow or turn on notifications or something, because I will be taking a little break before we begin to see storms really fire up a bit later on, because the guys got to eat as well. Let me see some of these questions you guys are asking. A lot of questions about Missouri, so I'll do a general update for Missouri here, and we're going to zoom out and take a look at radar for the central part of the state, but this covers our entire state. Let's center that for you guys. All right, we got Missouri getting called up now. The good news, I see a question about meteorology. I do not have a master's in meteorology. I just have my bachelor. Actually, if I was going to get a master's degree, by the way, before this is right, I'll get to the Missouri in a second. But just to answer this question, if I was going to get a master's degree personally, I would be getting it in probably business, because I, as a meteorologist, I feel that my bachelor's degree it covers everything I want to do. I feel very confident in my ability to forecast weather, understand weather, but there's a lot of meteorology jobs that exist outside of broadcasting, and a lot of people don't know about them. But a lot of them are in fact, business, and so I would definitely get more of a business. I get my MBA probably if I was going to go back to school. We'll get to Kentucky here in a second. I want to say, though, Missouri, for you guys asking, we have this line of storms that is pretty apparent, obviously, across almost the central part of the state now. I'll highlight it for you guys just to make our graphic here look fancy. If you are to the west of our storms, extending from Springfield into Columbia, into Kirksville even, if you're to the west of that, we're looking at the threat which is beginning to decrease because the front's moved through. And now that the front is moving through, it's going to be more stable on the back end. You don't have as much to worry about. However, if you're basically in the eastern half of Missouri, where those storms have not made it through yet, that's where the threat is going to be increasing significantly over the next few hours. So you really do need to be on high alert, and that will be a much bigger tornado threat as well as we get into those next several hours. So we're not just looking at the wind threat, but this will evolve and become a tornado threat. I'd say especially between, and we're talking central time here, especially between about 6 and 9 o'clock central is when that threat will be greatest, especially in the eastern portion of Missouri. If you are in that place I just mentioned, I got family in St. Louis too, actually. St. Louis, I do have particular concern about the whole St. Louis area. That's not to say you're cooked in St. Louis, but what I want to say about St. Louis is that this is one of the bigger tornado threats we've seen in the past few years. I'm not ready to say it's the biggest in the past few years, but it's one of the biggest. And so for that reason, it's really important to have a plan, to make sure you have a way to get warnings, especially because these storms are going to be coming after dark. So you got to make sure you stay aware. This is a threat that will continue after dark. It's not one of those that's going to die out, so to speak, once the sun sets. And St. Louis, the biggest concern I have is a tornado. And I would be very surprised if the St. Louis Metro went without seeing a tornado. I very much expect there to be at least a tornado, if not a few, in that area. Damaging wind, though, will impact the entire St. Louis Metro, so that's going to be the more widespread threat. Let's see. I saw a question about Kentucky, too. Kentucky, the threat is greatest tomorrow in the afternoon and evening, but the threat is primarily for wind out there. There is a low tornado threat in Kentucky, but the threat is going to be much greater in Tennessee and farther south. So there you have that. For those of you guys watching on TikTok, happy to have you back here. If you guys were here last year, we covered severe weather a bunch. For those of you guys on YouTube, because I'm streaming in 2 different places right now, happy to have you here on YouTube. And those of you guys here on TikTok as well, be sure to check me out at Tucker Weather on YouTube. I will be here on TikTok. You'll get all the information you need from me on TikTok, and I'm looking at our stream. We're going to continue this. But if you want more detailed weather information, go on over to at Tucker Weather on YouTube as well. Follow me there, and I'm also streaming on there. And by the way, if you're asking questions and I'm not getting to them, if you hop on my YouTube live stream, I will see them a lot easier. So that's a little hack for you guys. I'm just telling you now. I'm trying to get to all your questions. I'm just saying I'll see them a lot easier if you send them to me on YouTube. I do see that question about Hannibal, though. Hannibal is also in a spot where that tornado threat is very high, actually, as we get later into the evening. The damaging wind threat is high out there as well. Princeton, Indiana. I actually used to work at Fox 59 in Indianapolis, if you know where that is. The threat is going to decrease as we get into Indiana later tonight. But there is still going to be the concern for damaging wind, and I do expect there will also be a low to medium range tornado threat. So less than what we're seeing here in Missouri. But your biggest concern with being in Indiana is that threat is going to come after dark. It's going to come overnight. So you really need to make sure that you have something that can wake you up if a warning's issued. So one of the things, and I want to talk about this again too, for everyone who's on here, this is important for everybody who's in the severe weather threat. You should have your emergency alerts turned on your phone. You can go into settings and find them. This is important because if you're in a spot there's going to be severe storms, even tornadoes after dark, and you're going to sleep, you need something that's going to wake you up. So what you should do is go into settings, turn on emergency alerts, and make sure your ringer is on at night so that if there's a warning, your phone's going to make a noise. If there's a tornado warning, that triggers the alert system on your phone, and that is what will hopefully, possibly save your life, if you're asleep and there's a tornado headed for you. Hopefully it doesn't come to that, but, you never really know. And last year covering storms, I don't know if she's on right now, but I know I had somebody on here who actually was hit by a tornado when we were covering them, or at least not when, but later that night. And so, it happens, and it's very unlikely, but that is something you really need to be thinking about. Nebraska, luckily, the tornado threat is pretty low, but there is one storm, actually, that is out here by Columbus, Nebraska. I'll actually take a look at that, too, for you. You can see that it's kind of randomly floating around out there. You see that in eastern Nebraska. The chance for tornadoes and storms in Nebraska is lower, but there is some stuff out there. Oh, thanks for the translation there, Brianna. That is super helpful out here on YouTube right now watching. Yeah, well, okay, basically, I kind of get it, but yeah, sandstorms are like dust storms that develop in the desert. Yeah, that works. Let's see. So yeah, if you're in far western Indiana, that is one of the places where the tornado threat remains high. In my opinion, we're not going to actually, I feel confident in saying the tornado threat will not be quite as high out there as it will be in Missouri and in Illinois. But there is still that low to medium end tornado threat. If you're like right in the border of Indiana and Illinois, that's where your threat is going to be certainly still in that medium range, we'll call it. Damaging wind is a big threat too. Let's see. I see a question. I'll read it aloud for those of you guys on TikTok. How the dust could play a bit more into these cells intruding. I see. So the dust actually. So the dust in this case, and I'll get to that question about Omaha. I'm seeing a lot of questions about Omaha, which we'll get to. So dust in this case should not play a very significant role in limiting severe storms, nor should it play a big role in strengthening them either. The dust basically is a visualization of where our boundaries are on the surface. The dust will tell you, it'll mark where the dry line is, but the dust is not going to race ahead of the dry line. It's really going to mark where the edge of that air mass is. If dust gets ingested into a storm, and it does all the time, if anything, it might provide some more aerosols for droplets to develop onto. But that is a great question. Though ultimately the dust should not really have much of an influence on the storms. Like I said, it really just tells you more about where those boundaries are. I saw some questions about, let's see, what was it, Omaha, Nebraska. Omaha, we got some storms in the vicinity right now. You can see Omaha is on the edge of your screen to the right there. And in Omaha, we had some storms pass through earlier, but the front's already actually getting through Omaha, so I'm a lot less concerned about storms out there right now. But we're certainly going to keep an eye on actually the potential for some fire weather out there as well. Seeing more questions about St. Louis, too. We're going to take a look back here at Missouri now. Still no tornado warnings, guys, but you know what? That's not a surprise. We expected that. This is starting off as a damaging wind threat, and then these storms are going to be able to tap into more of that tornado potential later. So we're taking a look now at Missouri. You can see our line of storms out here right now, and certainly a strong line of storms at that. These are making their way towards St. Louis, which will be on the very edge of your screen if you're on TikTok. And here on YouTube, we're looking at those storms, right now that are moving, again, across the central part of the state. And you can see St. Louis on the right side of your screen there. St. Louis is in a spot where we do have a pretty significant risk for severe weather. Tornadoes are certainly a pretty high concern, considering that we have a very conductive environment for these tornadoes, and not just tornadoes, but damaging wind. The damaging wind is one of those things that can be just as bad as a tornado. You can have wind gusts that are just as strong as weak tornadoes. The timing for St. Louis is going to be closer to, let's see, it's 5:44 Central out there right now. So I would be on alert basically between 8 and 9 o'clock, especially local time. And we'll continue to watch this as we go through the evening here. Lincoln, Illinois. Anywhere you are in Illinois, that threat's going to be pretty significant after dark. And there is a significant tornado threat in Illinois. Same with the damaging wind threat out there too. You really do need to be, careful and make sure you have a safe place to go. Actually, I can pull up our severe weather outlook. At least if you're watching here on YouTube, we can pull it up. And that's our current severe weather outlook right now. The tornado threat, of course, pretty significant here, especially in the south and central portion of Illinois. The wind threat across Illinois is quite significant as well. The tornado threat slightly decreases as you move eastwards across the state. But the overall threat, you still have a very big moderate risk out there. I'll switch back to radar out here too. As I mentioned a moment ago, for these of you guys watching on YouTube and TikTok, I'm streaming in 2 places right now, so I'm doing my best to get to your questions. Sorry if it takes me a minute. I will also mention, too, though, that if you are really need to ask a question, I haven't got to you yet, you can find me at Tucker Weather on Instagram. You can send me a DM there. I'll do my best to get to all you guys. Just, be sure to follow me. That'd be very helpful for the time I'm putting into this. But if you are watching on TikTok, by the way, and you have a question that you need to have answered right now, if you go on over to YouTube at Tucker Weather, it'll be a lot easier for me to see your questions there, just because there's a lot less of you on there right now, to be honest. So, and wherever you're watching from right now, whether you're on YouTube or TikTok, be sure to follow. I am a meteorologist. I storm chase as well. I've covered tornado outbreaks on TV before. I work in Boston now, but I've covered tornado outbreaks in Indiana especially. So you're going to get good weather information here. So like I said, if you're on YouTube, consider subscribing. If you're here on TikTok, consider following. I will be going live for a while and throughout the entire severe weather season. This is just the start, but I promise you, you're going to get good weather information here. Information you can trust. I'm not going to hype things up. Those of you guys who have been following for a while, you know what I'm about. I really want to. I enjoy doing this. It is partially for me. I'll be honest. I do enjoy talking severe weather, but it makes me feel good to hopefully help you guys as well, and that's an even bigger reason why I do this. All right, so some more questions here. I see a question about Memphis on YouTube, which I will get to in just a moment. I'm going to catch up on some previous questions, including, let's see, Brianna asked, will the wind die down after the storms pass? It will take a good 24 hours after these storms pass for the wind to die down, but it will eventually die down. Storm Chaser, I'll be your mentor, Storm Chaser. I'd love to be a mentor for any of you guys. If there's any budding meteorologists in the chats here, I'm happy to be a mentor. Seriously, if you're whether you're in college or high school even, you're just asking questions about what classes to take, I'll help you out with that. If anyone out here is a meteorologist too, hello, fellow meteorologists. I know sometimes we get them on TikTok. Let's see. Yes, there is a high risk. I should address that. Thanks for bringing that up, Brianna. There is a high risk for severe weather tomorrow, by the way, guys. Then I'm going to get to more of your Missouri questions. The high risk for tomorrow is quite rare. We get about 1 or 2 high risks each year. But here's the thing with the high risk tomorrow, and I'm going to pull it up for you guys, at least if you're on YouTube as well. On TikTok, you'll just have to listen to me. The high risk tomorrow is going to be in the southeastern U.S. We will be streaming and covering that as well as we get into the daytime tomorrow. The high risk tomorrow, you can see outlined in pink if you're watching here on YouTube. It is only the 3rd time ever the Storm Prediction Center has issued a high risk. Actually, I'll pull it up on my iPad as well. It's only the 3rd time ever the Storm Prediction Center has issued a high risk a day in advance. That says a lot about the level of severe weather that we're expecting. I have this open on TikTok and on YouTube for you guys so you can see what the heck I'm talking about. It is that area outlined in pink. You can see places like Mississippi and Alabama included in that high risk, and that moderate risk encompasses most of the southeastern U.S. Atlanta is included in that moderate risk. This is where we have a pretty high chance for a tornado outbreak. In fact, I would be surprised if there was not a tornado outbreak in the southeast tomorrow. So I cannot underplay how significant this threat will be. You do, if you're in this area, need to take this very seriously. We did a lot of live streaming for storms out here last year, and there was not a single day last year that I remember a risk this high. So if you live out there, you know friends or family out there, make sure they're aware of this. They have a plan. Like I said, this will be for your Saturday. The risk for today, however, is across more so the Mississippi River Valley, but really from the coastline all the way up. Seeing some questions on YouTube now. I'm going to get to you guys can listen here on TikTok. Then I'll get to your questions, so give me just a minute. Springfield, Missouri. I'm going to switch you back to radar out there now. And in Springfield, Missouri, the storms are certainly right on top of you right now. I'm going to switch us to radar again on TikTok as well. So here are our storms. One of the things that we're going to be looking for is the potential for tornadoes. And while I don't see any tornado potential, at least no significant potential right now, you are seeing a lot of those bright red colors, and there is a lot of wind ongoing. And if we take a closer look at Springfield, you can see very specifically we have those bright red colors right over the city. Wind gusts out there are being warned at least for 70 miles per hour, and that's certainly strong enough to do damage, easily strong enough to do damage. You can actually see it moving into the metro right now. So that is a serious threat. You're not cooked if you're in Springfield, but you better be inside. No tornado, but this can still do damage. It can partially tear shingles off of roofs, stuff like that. Warrenton, Missouri, and for those of you guys in Missouri, I'm happy to answer your questions right now too. I'll say this right now. We're going to zoom back out, and I'll say that if you are west of these storms, you can see them right now stretching from Springfield into Columbia. If you're west of those places, you know, I am less concerned about severe weather at this point because that threat is decreasing with the front having moved through. But if you are to the east of these storms, that's where our storm threat is going to continue to increase as we get later into tonight. I know there's a feature out there. It kind of looks like a hook on radar. I did just look at the velocity. I did not see any rotation, but these storms are definitely spinning a little bit in the mid-levels of the atmosphere. What's occurring right now basically is the mesocyclone is going to cause you to create these hooks. And the mesocyclone is rotation in the middle of the atmosphere, more or less. So what we have is, I'm going to switch to our velocity at least here for you guys on, well, actually we'll switch to it on YouTube as well and TikTok. But what we have here is our wind velocity. What we're looking for are these red and green colors side by side. Certainly there is a bit of rotation out here near Battlefield, it appears. That is south of Springfield. I'm not seeing any significant rotation right now, but we're looking for something right in here. This cell certainly is rotating, though, I'll say that. And we can also go back to our regular reflectivity here. And there is a bit of a hook. You know what? So this is something worth watching, guys. And that's a good call by Storm Chaser out there on YouTube. This is something that we need to keep a close eye on. This storm near Battlefield, moving into Springfield. This is the first one that's, you know, it doesn't have that look yet, but it has that look that's making me say, all right, this is getting a little iffy. So that is what we're watching for, potential tornado development. And this, if it were to develop into a tornado, we would be looking at impacts to the eastern side of Springfield, Missouri. Could impact places like Stratford, out towards Marshfield as well. So those are places where you definitely need to be watching this closely right now. Again, we're talking about the southeastern portion of Missouri where storms are certainly exhibiting some stronger rotation, and we are going to be watching that in particular as we go through the next several hours here. Want to remind you guys, if you're just tuning in, by the way, I'm seeing a bunch of you guys jump in on TikTok and on YouTube, so welcome in here, guys. I'm going to answer all your questions as best I can, including Illinois. And I just want to remind you, too, that you know, I am a meteorologist. You are getting good weather information from me here. I don't hype. I don't make things up. I'm just going to do my best to give you the best information, keep you safe. If you're watching on TikTok and you have questions that you really need me to answer now, if you find me at Tucker Weather on YouTube, there's a lot less people on there, so I'll see your questions easier. If you're watching here on YouTube, be sure to subscribe. Check out some of my videos outlining this threat in detail. We've been doing a lot more detailed coverage on YouTube recently, so that's a good resource for you guys in addition to TikTok. But be sure to follow because, again, you're going to get good weather information. Like I said, I'm a meteorologist. I'm not some random guy on the internet. Subscribe, at least, if you're on YouTube. If you're on TikTok, follow. We'll make sure we keep you safe with these lives. And if you have any questions I'm not getting to on either stream, you can always find me at Tucker Weather on Instagram, and I'm happy to answer your questions there. But let's get to those questions now. I'm seeing St. Louis, and I'm seeing a lot of questions about Illinois in particular. So we'll talk about what's ahead here, and I'll open up on YouTube our Storm Prediction Center Outlook. You're going to see a moderate risk for severe weather into Illinois. That threat is greatest for tornadoes and wind. So if you guys are in Illinois, that threat's going to be greater later on tonight, and it's certainly going to increase, or it will be higher, rather, if you're in the southern portion of the state. At least that's where the tornado threat is highest. It'll take some time for the storms to get there. They're not there yet, but they are on their way in right now. For St. Louis, what we're looking at is the risk for tornadoes and damaging winds. St. Louis is one of the places where I believe the threat is, very particularly high. I'll say that. You definitely need a plan if you are in St. Louis. Rolla, Missouri, I'm seeing your question out there as well. Rolla, which I will circle out here on YouTube at least, and I can circle it here on TikTok as well. That's a spot, actually, before today, somebody asked, if there is going to be a tornado, where do you think the greatest chance for it would be? And I said Rolla. So you know my thoughts just based off of that. There is a certain tornado risk there, and it is definitely one to... Oh, we just got a tornado warning, guys, actually. It just came out for that storm we were talking about by Springfield. So how about that? We got you with that warning. That was at least 5 minutes before it was just warned by the National Weather Service. So let's jump into that now. That's why it pays to follow a meteorologist here. And the meteorologists of the National Weather Service are excellent too. I mean, they're right to call this, but also if you find a good streamer like myself, you're going to stay ahead of these storms, just like we did right here. It hasn't even updated on radar scope yet, but there's our storm right by Battlefield that we were talking about. There's the tornado warning. Just got put up for those of you guys on TikTok and on YouTube here. We're taking a look at it. I did see, let's see. Oh, thanks, Brianna, by the way, for that. But I did see we have some rotation in here. I'm going to pull up our velocity image so you can see that rotation with me, and it's just like we were talking about before. We're looking for those red and green colors side by side, and you can see them here. I'll say the rotation isn't particularly strong, but it is certainly there, and we've been looking at that hook-like feature, which I can circle for you too here. It's on the bottom end of the storm, and when you get that hook-like feature, that tells you that there is rotation within the storm. And certainly when we have those red and green colors within that area I circled, there is your rotation. If there was a tornado in this, it would likely be right about here. Actually, you know what? Let me get you a little closer. It would be right about here. Let me circle you a little closer on TikTok as well. That's where it would be, just to the east of Battlefield. And that is a radar update that we did not want to see, actually. Radar is updating right now on YouTube and about to update on TikTok. Let me just make sure we don't have any debris in here because that is an interesting look. I'm not seeing debris, luckily, putting this in motion. Not seeing debris right now, but the newest radar scans suggest perhaps some stronger rotation. It looks like what you'd see when you're looking for a debris ball, but I do not believe it to be that. And as I update radar here on TikTok, you're seeing that extra piece on the end here. That looks like convection, not debris, but certainly this is a tornado warning. Like I said, we were talking about this about 5 minutes before it actually got warned, so we're keeping you up to date ahead of these. And this storm right now is moving to the northeast. So if you know where Springfield, Missouri is, this is going to be passing through the eastern portion of Springfield, impacting areas like Mumford. We're looking at Stratford as well. No-go, if I pronounced that correctly. Passing to looks like it may pass just to the east of Fairgrove. This is in Missouri, of course. I'm circling our area where we're seeing the rotation. Our storm moving northeast, like I said. And this is our first tornado warning so far, and certainly, yeah, you're right. That's a good point. Raz, a commenter on YouTube, brings up this storm is very close to radar, so that tells us that the radar is sampling it much closer to the ground. And when you have a notable couplet close to the ground, when you can tell there's rotation close to the ground, it just suggests there's a better chance for a tornado. Because oftentimes our radar hits these storms really high up in the sky, and you know the storm's going to rotate a bit better where there's less friction up there. but you don't know for sure if it's rotating close to the ground. In this case, it is close to the radar. We can say it is rotating close to the ground without a doubt here. So pretty urgent update here as we have our first tornado warning ongoing now, and it is out here for southeastern Missouri. As we wait for a radar update, I am going to zoom out. I'm just going to make sure we don't have any other tornado warnings ongoing. We do not. But what I will say is we have another area of interest, and it just got severe storm warned again out here in southeastern Missouri. This is near Galena, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. And if I pronounce some town names wrong, just call me out on that. Those of you guys here on TikTok and on YouTube, wherever you're watching from. This storm out here, you can kind of see, and I'm going to switch to our reflectivity on YouTube as well. You can kind of see we have that look again, and I'm looking at this cell right here, which is, like I said, these look like some pretty small towns just to the north and east of Galena. Moving towards Highlandville, not seeing a ton of rotation, but there is certainly some. And I'm going to circle that area right by White City and Otto, where there may be something trying to develop out there. And if we switch back to our reflectivity, yeah, so if there was rotation, that looks like more inflow now that I take a closer look at this. But what we'd be looking for would be a tornado develop right around here. Essentially, what would happen is you're looking at your inflow right here. You have... You're basically looking at a tornado that would form right here. Your outflow is going like this. So your mesocyclone would be right in the middle. For those of you guys here on TikTok, I'll show you what I just showed YouTube. This is where your inflow would be. That's where your outflow would be. Your mesocyclone would be right in the middle there. So if we were to have a tornado develop, and I do not believe there is one right now, it would be right by Otto, Missouri. So a couple things to watch there. We're going to keep a close eye on the Springfield storm, though, given it is tornado warned. I'm going to put this in motion again as we wait for another radar update. Like I said, when there is a tornado warning like this is that time to head to the lowest floor of your house. You know, a basement is ideal. If you don't have one, though, you just want to get to an interior room. That's where it's important. Let's see. Yeah, don't be scared. Be prepared. That's what Ryan Hall says. Best way to prepare for this, right now, you want to think of a safe place to go. Like I said, you should be thinking of, where that place is going to be that you can take shelter. Lowest floor of your house, a basement is ideal. If you're in a one-floor house or something like that, just get to an interior room. You just want to put as much space between you and the outside as possible. And if you're in St. Louis or Illinois and you don't have storm warnings yet, you need to be thinking right now about where that place is going to be. Looks like we got a radar update. Let's inspect what we're seeing. If there is, I didn't realize Missouri State was in Springfield, to be completely honest. This storm is hammering Missouri State, likely some pretty large hail out there. We're going to switch to our wind velocity, and I'm looking at two different radars just to get the best look at this so I don't miss anything. I don't see anything right now that suggests that a tornado is occurring, but I do see some darn strong wind right now, and you can see here these pink colors showing up. That is where we have wind speeds that may be as high as, I'm using a scope on this, radar's measuring gusts, or speeds rather, and likely gusts up to or beyond 60 miles per hour. Could certainly be some downdraft activity here, driving really strong winds to the surface. So one of the things with this wind is that it can be just as damaging as a weak tornado. And that's another concern that we have with storms like this. So tornado warned for a good reason, certainly rotating, but not seeing any imminent sign of a tornado. What I will say is that, again, these storms just to the south here, though, south of Springfield, really becoming more menacing to me based on what I'm seeing on radar. As I switch back to velocity, a couple spots we need to watch for rotation. That storm that cell to the east of Highlandville doesn't look like it's rotating vigorously yet, but by Nixa and Highlandville, that's where we certainly have some dominant updrafts taking hold. One of the things that I like to look at actually is the lightning, and you're not seeing as much lightning on the Springfield storm, but you see a ton of it right now on these storms to the south. Now, what does that mean when you see lightning and you're tracking these storms? You have an active updraft, and that active updraft, that's telling us that what we're seeing is a storm that is very healthy. It's maintaining its strength. It is likely able to produce more severe weather down the line as we continue to look at its overall health, if you will. So that's a big part of what we're looking at here. When I see that lightning count high, that says to me these storms aren't going anywhere soon. So those storms right now south of Springfield as well, I certainly have concern about for future tornado warnings. Bunch of you guys just jumping in on TikTok, and a bunch of you guys just jumping in on out here on YouTube as well. If you, I'm answering these questions on YouTube because I'm seeing them a bit clearer, but I'll answer your questions on TikTok too. Jeff City, Missouri, great question. Jefferson City is in a spot where we are about to see some of those storms reach that area. I will say the storms by Jeff City right now, I'm looking at more of a damaging wind threat than tornado threat at the moment. But that could change, so we're going to need to keep a close eye on that. Our greatest tornado producing potential right now, though, is south and around Springfield, Missouri. But here's Jeff City for you. You can see that line of storms working its way in. By the way, guys, if you've just tuned in recently on YouTube or here on TikTok, be sure to follow. I mentioned this before, but happy to have you here. Hopefully we're able to keep you safe, give you some information that's helpful. I am a meteorologist, so you're going to get good weather information here. I don't hype things up. I just want to do my best to keep you guys safe, give you the best. And so consider following here on YouTube and on TikTok. And if you're watching on TikTok, you can find me at Tucker Weather on YouTube, where we are also streaming right now. And if you hop onto YouTube, you can also get more in-depth and regular weather updates. My handle is at Tucker Weather everywhere, so you know where to find me no matter where you're watching from. Let's take a look. I saw a question about Kansas. You're okay in Kansas. That threat has decreased out there, but there is a fire weather risk in Kansas. We're using, for those of you guys asking, by the way, we're using both Radar Scope and Radar Omega to track these storms right now. I see Evan's question. Central Illinois, there is a medium to medium high chance for a tornado. That is where we're expecting some of the stronger storms to be as we get later into the evening tonight. So we do need to keep a very keen eye on that. And the concern with Illinois is that a lot of these storms are going to come after dark. So if any of you guys are in Illinois or have family in Illinois, make sure they are aware that, you know, this isn't one of those threats that's just going to die down after the sun sets. This is going to continue. And actually, you know what? I'll pull up our threat map again. This threat will continue as we head into those overnight hours. And I'll open up again, like I said, our risk map. You can see Illinois, our threat for tornadoes is greatest in the southern part of the state. But we certainly have a damaging wind threat which extends through the entire state, which is why that moderate risk is present throughout. And we will be watching that threat as we get later into the night as well. Those of you guys still asking, we are using Radar Scope if you're watching on TikTok, and we're using Radar Omega if you're watching on YouTube. I'm just letting you know which ones I'm using. I'm not endorsing either of them. I'm just saying that is conveniently what I have right now. But if you're interested, that is what we're working on at this moment. I want to take a look at our Springfield tornado warned storm again because it didn't look as great last time I looked at it in that there wasn't as clear rotation. I'm still not seeing super clear rotation out there, which is a good thing. But there is a lot of strong wind, and you can see that in the pink colors showing up to the east of Springfield. That is wind that is certainly strong enough to be doing damage out there. So, you know, it might not be a tornado, but it is a powerful storm. And we're continuing to watch this storm to the south by Highlandville. I mean, my goodness, that is producing a lot of lightning now, too. I'm going to take a look at that in terms of rotation. And there is perhaps a little bit of rotation perhaps embedded in here. There's just not a lot at the moment. I know the National Weather Service is watching this. It's just sort of a chunk right now. It needs to get itself more organized. But what we're going to look for is a hook to pop out of the bottom here. And if that occurs, then we will have a much more serious conversation about its tornado producing potential. But I am seeing signs of potential tornado development south of Springfield. And that is something that we do need to keep a close eye on. So give me 1 second here while I gather more weather information. Just waiting to see what other reports we have coming in. If you guys are seeing anything for yourself, please feel free to share with me too. I'm hearing sirens are going off in Springfield. That's good. Springfield, of course, has that tornado warning. That's a good thing. That's what we want to hear. Chances for a tornado in Kentucky are actually pretty low, but you do need to be aware tomorrow as there is still, nonetheless, a chance out there. Hail in Nixa. Thank you for that report. We got a report from TikTok of hail in Nixa. Not surprised. If you can let me know how big it is, that'd actually be helpful too. I'm guessing we're seeing about quarter-size hail out there, though. These storms to the south of Springfield certainly showing more of that hook-like shape. Doesn't look like anything is immediate in terms of tornado producing. I do want to take a look at this storm near, what is that, Shell Knob? Shell knob, we're not looking at anything imminent here, but there is at least, and I'll zoom in here on YouTube for you guys too, there is another hook, and certainly we are getting into a more active phase. Like I said, as we get later tonight, we're going to see more tornado potential. So nothing significant here, but there is some rotation embedded in that shell knob storm in the very far southeastern portion of Missouri. Just something that we'll need to keep an eye on, of course. Storm still progressing northwards through Iowa as well, so I haven't forgot about you guys. I keep periodically checking Iowa. I just don't see any immediate tornado threat out there. Damaging wind for sure. Tornado threat not so much. Ozark, Missouri, looks like we have some big-time hail perhaps moving in. Could be 2-inch hail. You can see those purple colors moving into Ozark, so that is where we need to keep an eye on the hail threat as well. Certainly, looks like a pretty big one. That's good that it's just, I'm hearing a report here from YouTube guys, those of you guys watching on TikTok, of some spring and wind in Springfield. Thanks TSC for that one. That's good. We want to keep it just wind. The Springfield storm, like I said, not looking as promising from a tornado producing perspective, which is a good thing, as it did earlier. And if we open up our velocity again, so that Springfield storm, it looks like it's becoming outflow dominant now. So if you're in that Springfield tornado warning, you should stay in your safe place, but I do not see an imminent tornado threat now, not like we were looking at earlier. You can see, by the way, if we take a look at Iowa, I'm showing this on TikTok. I'm keeping YouTube on Missouri right now, but Iowa, less organized cluster of storms now. That tornado threat in Iowa does not look as significant just based on what I'm seeing. Looks like it's going to be more so just damaging wind out there. Tornado threat out here in Missouri, though, far more impressive. And I expect we're going to see a lot more activity emerge here pretty soon. All right. Now I can kind of catch my breath here. Let me see some of these questions coming in on TikTok. And for TikTok, because a lot of you guys are asking questions about Missouri, I'm just going to give you a general answer here so you have your questions answered. And what you're seeing are storms right now cutting the state in half in Missouri. If you are to the west of these storms, if it's already stormed where you are and it's done, that storm threat is now over. So if you're in western Missouri, you're okay. Central Missouri, and especially eastern Missouri, that threat is still getting going. So we have a long way to go before that threat decreases, and you really need to be on alert, especially if you're in the St. Louis area or Cape Girardeau, or if you're in southern Illinois. That's where this tornado threat is quite significant. So you need to be on alert there, especially we're talking central time here, between about we'll call it 7:30 and 11:30 p.m. for those areas, even a little bit later if you're in Illinois. That is where our severe weather threat and tornado threat will be greatest out there. Still seeing reports that there are sirens in Springfield. That makes sense given we just had that tornado warning, though I am not seeing any significant tornado producing potential at this moment. Should stay in your safe place, but that at least might make you feel more comfortable that that threat for a tornado seems to be lower at this moment. By the way, whether you guys are watching on TikTok or YouTube right now, please consider following. I am a meteorologist. I actually work on TV for a living, but I've covered tornado outbreaks on TV. I've covered them on live streams, especially on YouTube right now. My handle is @TuckerWeather for those of you guys on TikTok. I've been doing a lot more regular updates, trying to build a community on here, hopefully, we can keep you guys informed on a day-by-day basis as I do regular in-depth analysis. So that's a good resource for you guys @TuckerWeather. But if you're on TikTok as well, or if you're on YouTube, you can find my lives. Oftentimes we're live streaming here on TikTok, so consider following. Again, I can promise you you're going to get good weather information because I am a meteorologist. I'm not some random guy on the internet. I actually know what I'm talking about. And for that reason, consider following, and I'm going to do my best to give you the best information and keep you safe out here. Let's see here. We got another report. Thanks, Brittany. Saying sirens going off in Springfield. That is super helpful. We are looking at, right now, a strong line of storms producing at least damaging wind gusts across the state of Missouri. They are moving very fast. That's a good observation for sure. These storms are going to be reaching St. Louis in the next couple of hours, and in St. Louis is where we have a pretty big threat. Sirens going off in Battlefield. I appreciate that update too. We were looking at Battlefield. That's where our storm was first warned for severe weather, for a tornado rather. And we were talking about battlefield before the warning even came on. So again, that is the advantage you have when you got a meteorologist, on a live stream with you guys. Farmington, Missouri, I do expect that threat is going to be greatest in about an hour and a half to 2 hours. Farmington, for you guys, if you're not from Missouri, that is it's southeastern Missouri. And so that's in a spot where we are looking at a pretty significant tornado threat and damaging wind threat. So you do need to have a plan if you're in Farmington, if you're in St. Louis as well, or Illinois, especially southern Illinois. You need to know where to go if there is a warning where you are. That's what you absolutely have to do to keep yourself safe in this setup. If you have a plan, the odds are very much in your favor that you will be okay, but you need to have that plan. You need to be smart when we have threats that are this significant. Seeing some questions about Indiana, especially coming in on TikTok. Indiana, that threat's going to increase a little bit later on tonight. Indiana, though, it's mainly the western half of Indiana that is of greatest concern. I'll pull up our Storm Prediction Center outlook here. You can see, again, Indiana out there. The western half of the state is where we have that tornado warning and tornado threat, and it does decrease quickly moving east. We also have the damaging wind threat out there, too. Hey, thanks for being here, TSC. I hope I see you again. Thanks for coming on to the stream and commenting, too. Really appreciate you. And your updates as well, of course. What we have also, by the way, guys, is a threat that extends into the southeast beginning really late tonight or really early tomorrow morning, depending on how you want to look at it. So I'm thinking like 2, 3, 4 a.m. That's where our threat becomes more significant as we head into the early morning tomorrow. And tomorrow we will be live again covering severe storms because we have multiple days of this. It is not simply a single day of severe weather. So a lot to keep in mind here. By the way, I'm seeing a lot of questions here on TikTok that I'm not getting to, and trust me, I'm doing my best. I will get to you too, Brandon, for that conflicting information. I'm doing my best to get to all of your questions. So I will say this. If you're on TikTok and I haven't been able to answer your questions, you might as well want to hop onto YouTube here. I'll see them a lot easier. All you got to do is look up Tucker Weather on YouTube, and you will see me live, and you can ask your questions there. That would make it a lot easier for you guys. And if I'm still not seeing your questions for whatever reason, you can find me at Tucker Weather on Instagram. If you follow me there, I will be sure to answer your questions. We did this last spring as well, and that seemed to work out well. So if you have questions I'm not getting to, you can find me out there on Instagram as well at Tucker Weather. So this place is to get your information. Just pulled up our outlook for tomorrow, by the way. The concern tomorrow is a real tornado outbreak across southeastern portions of the country. Huntsville certainly has a significant tornado threat and damaging wind risk, but that tornado threat in Huntsville is going to be the primary threat tomorrow. We have a high risk that has already been issued, that area in pink. It is very rare for a high risk to be issued a full day in advance, but it has been, and that should tell you a lot about our tornado threat. Seeing some of you guys ask questions now on YouTube. Thanks for jumping onto the YouTube. I will see your questions a lot easier there. A bunch of you guys. All right, happy to have you here. Columbia, Missouri. I'm going to get back to our radar now. Columbia, Missouri, great question. We're going to take a look at radar, and we're going to start with Columbia, where we have storms moving in right now. You can see those storms entering Columbia. We do have a severe storm warning. I just opened it up. The potential for severe weather in Columbia is increasing as these storms, of course, bear down on the city. I would expect some strong wind in about 10 minutes if it's not very strong already. Gusts up to 70 miles per hour may do some small damage. You also have the potential for some hail out there too. So that hail, you're going to start to hear it ping on your roof. You know what I'm saying? Troy, Missouri, I do have greater concern about. You can see that on the right side of your screen. Troy, of course, is just to the north and west of St. Louis. And Troy is going to be one of those spots that we are going to see a higher tornado threat in addition to the damaging wind threat. Thanks for the help there, Brianna, by the way. The tornado threat in Troy is going to be more significant in about the next 60 to 90 minutes. So you do need to be ready and have a plan out there too. I'm catching up on your questions. So let's see. Marshfield, Missouri, great question. I was talking about Marshfield before. That's in a spot where we do have, did the warning get extended out there? Yes, it did. So the storm cell that passed through Springfield is about to pass through Marshfield. Remember, I was saying before, I wasn't seeing as much of the tornado threat on that Springfield storm anymore. Good news, though. Good news with that is that this is the storm that's going to pass through Marshfield. What we're looking at, though, is a damaging wind threat, especially just north of Marshfield. That's where we do have some very strong wind being measured right now. You can see those bright colors on radar. So if you're in Marshfield, you should be prepared for some strong winds that may cause some damage. Although, the tornado threat out there does not seem to be significant right now. I believe you're going to get through this just fine, though that wind can still be damaging. But if there is going to be a tornado, it does not look like it's going to be where you are, luckily. Answering more of the questions we have on our YouTube stream right now. And by the way, if you guys are on TikTok, I'm still seeing your questions too. Just I'm going to do my best to answer on both. Just get into these YouTube questions first because it's easier to read them. Let's see. What else we got here? I'm using, if you're watching on TikTok, you're looking at Radar Scope. If you're watching on YouTube, we're looking at Radar Omega for our storms and our current radar tracking. What else we got here? St. Roberts, that threat's going to increase a lot more in the next few hours as well. Tornadoes are a certain possibility, so please think of that safe place you're going to go if you're near or around St. Roberts. Let's see. Ravenden Springs, Arkansas, on the Missouri border. I appreciate that. Let me take a look at what's going on in Arkansas. I am trying to just find exactly where that is. Some of you guys too, if you have questions about specific towns, it is really helpful to give me some context about where it is, because I don't know where all of your small towns are. Okay, I just found Ravenden. Thanks for giving me that heads up that it's right in the border. So Arkansas, unless you're in the north and western portion of the state, that threat is going to remain lower. The reason it might have calmed down right now is because you have some convergence. You have winds that are actually meeting up, and when those winds meet up, they kind of cancel each other out. So that threat is going to increase later tonight out there, but not right now. So don't panic. Just make sure you have a plan and you're staying aware and alert. All right, let's see. As good questions. So I'm seeing some questions. As this crosses the Mississippi River, what happens to these storms? That is a great question. The answer is that the storms, as they cross the river, are going to stay actually pretty strong here because there is so much wind energy. It's going to help to fuel the storms even after dark. It's not going to strengthen them, but the storms will be at their peak strength as they reach the river, and they just won't die down very quickly. So they will remain strong, and you should really be aware if you live anywhere along the Mississippi River, as far south as the Gulf Coast, where our threat is going to be greatest tomorrow, and as far north as in fact, the Wisconsin-Iowa border. So this is a really broad threat, and the river is not strong enough or not big enough to weaken storms on its own, unfortunately. It'd be great if it did. Just won't do that. Let's see what else we got here. I'm trying to get to all your questions. If you feel it, chase it. That's right. Catching up. Southern Illinois, that threat's going to be greatest. Goreville especially. If you're in Southern Illinois, I got a lot of people on the YouTube and on the TikTok from Illinois. That threat's going to be greatest after dark in Southern Illinois. You certainly need to be on alert for the potential of tornadoes. Damaging wind and tornadoes are both high threats in Southern Illinois, so please be on alert for that. Keep yourself safe. Have a plan. Know where to go if a warning is issued. That is the most important thing. And make sure you have a way to get warnings, of course. You have an hour drive to get to a safe place. If you want to play it safe and you're in Arkansas, really anywhere in Arkansas, it would not be a bad idea going to a safe place right now, just in advance, because these storms are likely to get pretty rough out there at some point, at least, especially if you are on the eastern side of the state. If you're in western Arkansas, you should be okay, but if you're in eastern Arkansas, that's where you may want to think about going to a safe place, just because these storms are going to get pretty strong. You can see by our outlook, we got that moderate risk. It'll at least be damaging wind, potentially tornadoes. Iowa, we've been looking at severe storms. I can tell you the storm threat in Iowa actually is not producing as significantly as I think a lot of us were concerned about. Still may be some damaging wind in Iowa, but I'm not as concerned about tornadoes out there, luckily. So good news to that end, for sure. Let's see. Northern Kentucky, that threat is not significant, but there is somewhat of a tornado threat and damaging wind threat tomorrow. Branson, Missouri. Great question. Do we have anyone from Branson out here? I know I saw some people asking about that earlier. By the way, that tornado warning has been dropped. That was by Springfield earlier. Branson, we're watching, and I'll zoom in a little closer for the potential for damaging wind. And there is some tornado potential as these storms begin to approach Branson. No imminent tornado threat, but these storms are pretty strong, and you can see this line of storms. It will reach Branson in about 30 minutes or less here. All of these storms are warned for damaging wind and hail. So Branson about to get hit. It does tell you that we are still looking at the south and western portion of Missouri, and not so much the eastern side of the state yet, but we will get to the eastern side pretty soon as we get later on tonight and the storm threat increases out there. So still a lot of time out there too. Let's see. Lamonte, Missouri. I'll take a look at for you. I'm just trying to get an idea where that is. That's a small place, isn't it? Or it's probably Lamont. I'm probably saying that really stupidly, aren't I? Lamont, Missouri. If there are storms where you are in Lamont right now, it's so small, it's not even coming up on my map. But if there are storms where you are in Lamont right now, it's just a damaging wind and hail threat. Once they're through, that storm threat will begin to decrease. And I'm seeing something on radar here, guys, that is a little peculiar to me. So I'm going to investigate it, let you know what I find. By Fordland, Missouri, there is a hook-like feature, but it does appear to be more so damaging wind than a tornado threat. So Marshfield out towards, what did I just say, Fordland, that's where we have a pretty decent chance for some damaging wind right now. And certainly there is the tornado potential as we get a bit later into the evening with any of those storms we're seeing out there. And that's going to especially increase as we get into eastern Missouri later tonight. So I'm particularly interested in looking at that. Yeah, it kind of looks like it's Boeing. I think a lot of that is actually the wind being driven. You know, it's the sign of a boundary. It's really sort of like this is where we're getting that Boeing piece. You know, you have your front driving the wind in from the west, and then you have the storms that are kind of doing their own thing here too. So you'd have some Boeing here, you'd have some Boeing here. I mean, that's where your mid-level winds are really driving that Boeing look. And, you know, probably also the reason our storms are looking a little bit more menacing than they may actually be. Minnesota, luckily, there is a severe weather threat, but you are pretty far north, so I wouldn't expect anything too bad out there. All right, trying to get some more of these TikTok questions, by the way. Rolla, Missouri, that threat's increasing over the next hour. I would expect there to be a reasonably high tornado threat by the time these storms reach Rolla, so please be on alert out there. St. Louis, there is a high chance for damaging wind and a reasonably high chance for a tornado out in St. Louis as well, at least somewhere in the metro. So make sure you're staying safe out there and do not take any risks. Just have that safe place to go. Sullivan, Missouri, let me take a look at Sullivan for you as well. And by the way, guys, I'll mention it again. For those of you who have just tuned in, and thank you to you guys who are still here, hopefully I'm able to help you out. For those of you guys who are just joining in, I am a meteorologist. I'm going to give you good weather information. This is information you can trust. I'm not some random guy on the internet. I know what I'm talking about. I've covered tornado warnings, and I'm a meteorologist. I do this for a living. This is my job. So you're going to get good info is basically what I'm trying to say here. So consider following. Like I said, you're going to get information you can trust. If you're watching on TikTok, consider following on TikTok. As I always post my weather information on there, but also if you're on TikTok, consider following on YouTube, where we are doing a lot more weather coverage. We're doing more lives on YouTube now. I have regular weather updates there. My handle is @TuckerWeather. And if you have any questions I'm not getting to, I'm seeing the people on YouTube. Hi, guys. A lot more. There's less people in the chat there, so that may be an easier place for you to ask your questions. But consider following, subscribing, all that stuff. We're going to keep you safe. And I am trying to build a community too. Being a meteorologist, if you have any weather questions, just general weather questions, I'm happy to create literally individual, like educational videos, just answering all of your questions about weather. So YouTube's a really good place if you're looking for more of that stuff. Again, @TuckerWeather so you can find me, but consider following me anywhere because I can promise you, you're going to get good weather info. And if for whatever reason I'm not seeing your questions, you can find me at Tucker Weather on Instagram as well and ask questions there too. I see one question about dew point, and I'll explain it a little bit right now. But if you ask that question on one of my videos, I'll do a longer video on that. But dew point, basically, it tells you how much moisture is in the air, plain and simple. When the temperature is higher, the dew point can be higher. But the dew point is better for reading humidity than humidity percentage. So for any of you guys who've ever wondered about that, maybe I'll make a video about that. Who knows? Let's see here. Weather for March 22nd. I will have a YouTube video out on March 22nd weather very soon. So subscribe and you'll see that. I'll keep you updated. Honestly, if you ask that question on any of my YouTube videos, after this stream, I'll go back and look at them and answer. Let's see. Chicago and surrounding areas like Rockford. Great question. If you're in the Chicago area, that severe storm threat begins to decrease as storms approach you, but we are still looking at the threat for severe weather in Chicago, especially damaging wind, but the tornado threat is still present out there too. So Chicago, excuse me, been talking for a minute. Chicago, that threat for severe weather is going to be greatest in the late hours tonight, even the early hours tomorrow. So what I want you to do is make sure emergency alerts are turned on if you're around Chicago, so that you get those warnings even if you do not. What was I about to say? Oh, even if you do not stay up, you want to have a way to get warnings and something that can wake you up. And turning emergency alerts on your phone on, and also turning on, the ringer will make sure that you wake up, hopefully, by the alarm if a warning is issued, and that's really important for you guys. Let's see. Seeing questions in the TikTok about Indiana. And by the way, I am going to actually plug in my phone so we can keep streaming on TikTok here. But Indiana, that threat increases late tonight. It is much greater in western Indiana than eastern Indiana. Again, just had to get a charger for my phone so we can keep going. Again, doing my best to keep you all updated. Seeing more questions about Kentucky. Kentucky's in a spot where the storm threat is trending lower, luckily. And that storm threat's going to be greatest tomorrow. My biggest concern with Kentucky is actually, both damaging wind and tornadoes. But you'll want to be on the lookout tomorrow if you're in Kentucky. That's where your threat will be peaking. And let's see. And yeah, Kentucky, that threat is going to be more significant during the daytime and afternoon hours out there. I'm going to move my mic just a little bit there too. Let's see. Any free apps to track storms? I actually don't know about free apps to track storms. What I'll say, as a meteorologist, the app you're seeing here, this is Radar Omega. I also use Radar Scope. They're not free, but they're the most commonly used apps. I'll say that at least for tracking storms. I believe they're both somewhere around $10 or something, around at least in that realm. Okay, I got you. Ohio, luckily that storm threat is decreasing out there in Ohio. The biggest concern is wind, but you're going to be okay in Ohio. As long as you're in a building, you'll be okay with the storms tomorrow, at least the way the forecast is looking right now. I wish you the best with that situation, of course. Moberly, Missouri, let me take a look for you. Anyone else near Moberly? We're taking a look at... I got to look at where Moberly, Missouri is. By the way, guys, it'll help me answer your questions quicker if you just give me like a part of the state where you're in. So, tell me if you're in, or tell me a big city that you're near. I see Moberly north of Columbia. That threat is increasing for severe weather right now as storms begin to move in. I am looking at, actually, you know what? Moberly, you look like you actually might be getting through this without too much trouble. Yeah, you know what? Moberly, you're going to be all right. You're getting through. You're pretty lucky if you're out there in Moberly. You're getting through this without too much trouble. Those storms, there's actually a little gap in the storms where you are. So that is very convenient out there. Otherwise, we're tracking storms right now, moving through the central portion of Missouri. These storms are going to continue to produce severe weather for a while, and they will eventually become stronger for the tornado risk. Holtz Summit, Missouri, I will take a look at here too for you. Again, I'm doing my best to get to all your questions here, guys. Like I said, if you're on TikTok, I will see your questions a lot quicker if you move on over to @TuckerWeather on YouTube. At least that's probably the best place to get up to date information. Not up to date, but to get quick information right now. Also, though, you can find me on Instagram @TuckerWeather. If you don't have any urgent questions, just follow me and then DM me on Instagram @TuckerWeather. The follow should be a very small thing for the amount of time I'm about to put in to answer all the questions. I'll say last year kind of wore me out a little bit, so at least help me out with that, and I will answer your questions there. Holt Summit, I'm seeing right now the threat for damaging wind. There is a non-zero tornado threat. I was about to say there's a storm that looks intriguing, not in Holt Summit, but south, pretty far south here, and we just got a new tornado warning. So we're going to jump to that. Holt Summit right now, they're just looking at a damaging wind threat at this minute. So you guys may remember, we were talking about Fordland earlier. Remember that that's about 5 minutes ago. We just got a tornado warning for this storm. So new tornado warning has been issued. It is just to the south of Fordland, Missouri. If you are in or near Diggins, Missouri, this is in a spot where you may be impacted by a tornado. I cannot confirm that it's on the ground right now. It is a radar-indicated warning, but certainly Diggins is not in a great spot. If there is a tornado being produced, you got to get down to that safe place right now. I will say that's I'll get to tornado warnings and watches in a moment too. I will say that the rotation on here is not particularly strong. Sorry for the ugly circle I just drew. But there is certainly some rotation in here. There is the possibility that a tornado gets spun up quickly. I do not expect this would be a particularly strong tornado out here, but you do have the potential for a tornado to form, and it would be right by Diggins, Missouri. The storm is moving to the north and east right now. The storm is right between Fordland and Seymour, if you're not familiar with Diggins, and some smaller towns that it would likely be impacting on its way to the northeast include towns like High Prairie, Duncan, New Grove, Odin, and eventually Loring, Grove Spring, Smiddle, and Durbin. Those are all towns that are in this tornado warning. If I mentioned any of your towns, you got to head to your safe spot right now. Again, it's the lowest floor of your house, a basement if you have one. You can see that hook shape on our storm right here, right by Diggins. If a tornado is occurring right now, it would be right around Diggins here. You can see that is it's a concerning look on radar. I'll say I'm not seeing as much in the way of a couplet, so my thought is that this would not be a particularly powerful tornado, but you should treat every tornado equally and take the highest level of caution that you can. So head down to that safe place, again, right by Diggins, Missouri, and if you live north and east of Diggins, that's where this threat is also quite notable. I'm going to turn down these lights a little bit too while we do this. Get pretty bright. There we go. So like I said, Diggins, Missouri is what we're looking at right now for our tornado threat in the near term at this moment. We can also take a look to the north and east, though. Like I said, I call out some small towns. It's a pretty rural area. Those are not very big towns that I called out. But if you're near Diggins or to the north and east, that's where our warning has been issued, and this will go on for another 37 minutes. That's how much longer we got in this warning. So we are going to be keeping a very close eye on that. And let me keep you guys on that warning. I'll also add, though, we have severe storms right now that are to the south of Diggins, and this is not the only storm that may produce a tornado. In fact, there are several storms extending down into the Branson area. While they're not tornado producers right now, they do have the potential to be tornado producers, and you can see that line of storms extending pretty far south there. So a lot of activity on our radar, still a lot of time to go tonight, and storms are really, honestly, just getting going. We have a lot of runway still before things begin to slow down. Give me one moment here while I look for some more weather info for you guys. I'm looking at, let's see, just looking at some more info, looking for some reports is more or less what we're going for here. So give me one moment. Give me one moment while I try to get some reports for you guys. I want to make sure you have the best and the latest information, as always. Just kind of scrolling through the web. And it seems like there are a lot of reports of wind damage right now. It's hard to say, if we're getting tornado damage at this moment. That's something that's confirmed better after the storms move out. But nonetheless, we are at least seeing reports of damage, and they are generally coming from the south and eastern portion of Missouri, which is where we're looking at these storms right now. So that should say that, these storms mean business. They're powerful. And like I said, this tornado threat is only increasing as we get later into tonight. All right, catch my breath for a second too. A reminder, by the way, guys, if you're just jumping on and if this is your first time listening to me, I am a meteorologist. I actually work on TV, but I spend a lot of my time off air doing this. I'm in my casual clothes. I actually work the morning show today. But this is where you're going to get the information from me that I'm not going to tell you on TV. This is where you get a little more science, a little more insider info. So you'll want to follow here if you aren't already, or if you're watching on YouTube, you'll want to subscribe. Certainly, if you're on TikTok, I'm streaming in 2 places right now. If you're on TikTok, be sure to check me out at Tucker Weather as well on YouTube. I'm definitely trying to build more of a community on YouTube. So we have 2 different places that I can share information. Seems like we can do more with YouTube streams, but I will always be streaming here on TikTok for you guys as well. But at Tucker Weather on YouTube, be sure to check me out there. And for those of you guys watching on YouTube, thanks for being here. If you have any weather questions ever, let me know. I'm really trying to build a community, and I'm always happy to answer all of your questions. So whether you're watching one of my weather updates, I post regular updates, YouTube updates. So, we were talking about, I posted in a video update on this storm yesterday, and I specifically said, this part of the country, southeastern Missouri, you got to be on watch. And if you were watching that, you'd know already. You would have known 24 hours ago that this is a spot where tornadoes are becoming likely. I said Rolla was my spot where I do think a tornado is most likely. And that right now, if this tornado warning keeps up, that could end up going right through Rolla. So I appreciate that if you guys appreciate this, because this is why I do it. I honestly, I love talking severe weather. I'll be honest. I am there is a selfish aspect of this because I love talking about the weather, but I really just really do want to help you guys out. Make sure you get the best information, the latest, and hopefully perhaps save someone's life if it comes to that too. Regardless, let's get back to the storms. I want to take a closer look at our tornado warned storm. We just got a radar update on this one. I was talking and waiting for this update, and I will say, as we zoom back into this, right, like I said before, this is the storm that has just passed through Diggins. It is looking more menacing now, and that is not the look that we want to see here. I will say that this is not the look that we want to see. Storm has passed through Diggins, but what we're looking at is you can see a more clear hook here on our reflectivity. But more importantly, if we open up our wind velocity, you're seeing a clearer rotation signature. And what we're getting now is, you can see pretty clearly, we have our inflow here, we have our outflow here, and right in the middle, this is where our tornado would be. And this is not far from Diggins, like I said. We can actually measure that distance. And this is also being warned for tennis ball-sized hail. But let me clear that out of the way. This tornado, relative to Diggins, would be about 5 miles to the north and east. So this is a spot where we need to keep a very close eye. I will say right now, I can't confirm there's a tornado on the ground, but there very well may be. We just got another radar update, and it looks even worse, to be completely honest. So this right now, again, I can't confirm it's a tornado on the ground, but I'll tell you, to me, this looks like a tornado occurring right now. So again, if you are in some of these small towns, Duncan, Missouri, that's a small town that is likely to be impacted by this storm. This is becoming a much more serious situation. Again, this is where our tornado would be. I know you're not seeing the green and red colors side by side, but you have our couplet. There's your dark red there. There's your orange color there. If we have a tornado, it would be right in the middle of that 8 I just drew. This is, like I said, becoming a much more serious situation. It seems reasonably likely we have a tornado on the ground right here. It's moving north and east right now, so towns like Duncan and eventually Loring, Missouri, you are right in the path of this thing. And this has really trended stronger and more tornadic very quickly. So this is evolving fast, and you really need to be taking this storm seriously at this point. Certainly concerned about, like I said, Duncan, Missouri, if you know where that is. We also have another storm I'll mention right now. I'm looking at on radar. It's near Phillipsburg and Evergreen. I believe this storm may end up getting tornado warned next. So we have a quick uptick in activity. Branson is not in the clear yet either, by the way. I do want to mention that. But we have an uptick in activity here. Phillipsburg and Evergreen, our storm out here, you're going to see there is some rotation ongoing. We do have a hook, which appears to be becoming better formed. And this is where we're looking at for the potential of another tornado. So between Phillipsburg and Evergreen, Missouri, and if you live to the north and east near Lebanon or even out towards Waynesville, we do need to be on the lookout for a potential tornado. And gosh, this storm by by Duncan, Missouri just keeps on looking more and more dangerous. There's your hook right there. Wow. Wow, guys, shoot. This actually, I'm trying to see if we got debris in here now. I'm looking at my other radar. Gosh, it's very possible there is debris in here now. You can see that hook very clearly on radar. If we open up our velocity, you're going to see it even clearer. I mean, goodness gracious. That is, to me, that looks, I mean, it's almost unmistakable that would be a tornado or at least some very strong rotation. It looks like we just got an update on the warning. That inner circle, that is where the tornado would be right now, heading straight for the town of Duncan. This is now a confirmed tornado, guys. We now have confirmation. The tornado has been confirmed. It is a radar-confirmed tornado, so that does mean that what we were looking at least on my other radar, was debris. It's pretty messy here, but basically those blue colors you're seeing inside the storm, everything right there, that is sadly debris that is being lofted into this storm. So, gosh, this is a really, really powerful storm, and I just hope anyone in the town of Duncan, it looks like a very small rural town, I hope everyone is in a safe place here. Oh my goodness, we're getting more radar updates, and this thing continues to look stronger. Honestly, this is ramped up very quickly. This is likely a strong tornado on the ground here, moving straight for the town of Duncan. Here is our couplet. You can see those. I'm going to switch back to my mouse so I can draw some clearer circles for you guys, because this is really picking up. This is moving into the town of Duncan, like I said. Get my mouse plugged in here. This is really, really ramped up. Okay, so here's what we're looking at. There's our couplet right there. You see the green colors and the orange colors right in the middle there? That is where our tornado would be. This is a tornado vortex signature. You can get couplets, but when you get those tight colors in the middle there, that is where you're able to confirm a tornado just based off of radar. So right here, that, if you ever wonder what a tornado looks like on radar, this right here, this is exactly what a tornado looks like on radar. Very scary sight. We have the town of Duncan right here. It's likely to pass just south of the town. That's a small town. I really hope everyone in there has some way to get these warnings, is safe, is underground. The next towns I'm very concerned about, Loring and Durbin. I mean, this is a tornado that is likely going to hit those two towns. Loring and Durbin, like I said, Missouri. If you know anyone who lives out there, if you live out there, even Jerktail, Missouri, Smiddle, St. George, Boyer, Odin, these are all places where this tornado is headed next. So if you live out there or you know someone out there, please make sure they're aware. And if you're out there yourself, you need to get to that safe place. You got to get underground if you can, or at least to an interior room in the lowest floor of your house. This situation becoming more dire by the minute right here. So again, we're looking at, you see that hook on radar? I mean, that is extremely impressive from a radar standpoint. This is exactly what you look for when you're looking for a tornado on the ground. I'm just making sure right now too that we don't have anything else ongoing that I'm missing. But this is a very, very powerful storm. I'm actually going to save a screen grab of this because this is certainly something that's going to be probably talked about later, this storm. So again, this began to develop in the town of Diggins. It is continuing to really pick up in power as we take a look at the evolving radar image. We just got another radar update, and I mean, this is just So right now, this tornado at this moment would likely be impacting the southern end of the town of Duncan. Like I said, it is moving to the towns of Loring, Boyer, Durbin, St. George, Jerktail, Burney Ford. Those are all places where this tornado is headed next. None of those towns are safe right now. You do need to get into a basement underground. You got to get to a safe place right now. This is a classic tornadic signature we're seeing on radar. We have a messy look, but certainly debris is within this storm. There is debris being picked up, and you have just a nasty hook on this thing too. You can see very clearly this storm hooking around, and your tornado would be right here on the south end of Duncan. Very serious situation unfolding. You have to get underground if you live in some of those small towns I mentioned as this continues to race to the northeast. Just got another radar update for you guys. This storm right now, again, if you are just jumping on, we're tracking a tornado-warned storm. It is likely a strong tornado occurring right now. It is luckily our only tornado warning, but nonetheless, this hopefully is not the start of a long-track tornado, but it is in an environment. There's a lot of clearing in front of it. It's very possible this tornado could be going on for a while. Especially given how much room there is here for that inflow. I mean, it's not occluding at all yet. So this storm could have a long way to go. And we certainly have a tornado occurring. Again, there's our tornado vortex signature. You get couplets. That's really your whole mesocyclone. Really, this is sort of the mesocyclone here. But it's that area, that circle within the circle. That is where our tornado actually is occurring. That is our tornado vortex signature. So this is a really serious situation right now. Again, this is a tornado on the ground occurring right now. Those of you guys, I'm going to say real quick, who are just jumping on right now, I am a meteorologist, so I'm not making any of this stuff up. This is information you can trust. We really are tracking a very dangerous situation. I'll zoom out a little bit so you guys can see exactly where we're looking at. We are in the south central portion of Missouri, tracking a dangerous ongoing tornado. Like I said, I am a meteorologist, so you can trust this weather information. If you're on TikTok, you can find me live streaming on YouTube as well. If you have questions, I might see them quicker on there. You can find me at Tucker Weather. Otherwise, if I'm not getting to your questions immediately, you can find me at Tucker Weather on Instagram, and I'm happy to answer your questions there. I'm just giving this storm my full attention because this is likely a strong tornado ongoing, and it's sad, but this is likely doing some damage as we speak right now. Again, our tornado at this moment moving northeast, now approaching the town of Loring. It just moved through the town of Duncan, and we just have to hope that people there were prepared. So, gosh, this is, again, a very serious situation. I'm showing you guys on TikTok that hook, and everyone on YouTube is seeing the wind velocity that I've been talking about. I'll circle a hook here for you guys on TikTok. That's where our tornado would be. And here we just got an update to our wind velocity. We can see this really is showing no sign of slowing down right now. Again, our tornado still on the ground. We saw it move from south of Duncan, and on this trajectory, it's going to pass right between or right through Loring and or Boyer. So this continues to move northeast, not showing signs of weakening, and it is continuing to really threaten, especially some of these small towns, significantly. And you just really have to hope, again, that there are people who are prepared for this, because this is happening and it does not look like it's slowing down. Storms, all right, I'm looking at some of your reports. Looks like we got storms that have started in Jefferson, Missouri. Thanks for the update. Until we get another radar update, I will be doing my best to give general updates so that everyone else can get weather information they need. I'm going to loop this. I'm going to put it on 14 frames here so we can see the storm loop. There it is. You can see pretty clearly. They turned that radar down a little bit slower, so we're getting more frames now, which will be helpful with updates, rapid refresh. So here we are, guys. There's our tornado. By the way, those of you guys who've just tuned in, be sure to follow, too, as we continue to track storms live all evening tonight. I'm going to do my best to keep you safe and prepared. And we're looking at what may end up being a long-track tornado that has since developed and is moving through the south central portion of Missouri. Elsewhere right now, we have severe storms. I'm going to give you a look at the overall threat tonight now, just so, again, everyone has an idea of what they're in for, because it's more than just this one area that we're facing severe weather. I know some of you guys, at least on TikTok, have been asking for this, but there's our severe weather threat. We're seeing these storms move into that moderate risk, the highest risk zone, and this is where we're going to see the potential for tornadoes maximized as we get later into tonight as well. Anywhere shaded in red, that's where you have the greatest damaging wind and tornado threat. You can see that includes much of Illinois, much of Missouri, and we're going to see that threat extend farther south as we move later into the evening as well. So Tennessee and Mississippi especially, we're going to see that threat quite high into the morning tomorrow. I'll say Iowa, that threat is already beginning to decrease, luckily. But Missouri, especially the St. Louis area, if there's anybody watching here from around St. Louis, you really need to be ready as these storms begin to move your direction. I mean, they've been moving your direction for a while, but really begin to approach St. Louis and should be there in the next couple of hours now. So we're really just getting started here. These storms have a lot of runway. There is going to be a lot more to come tonight. This is not just going to be an early night. This is going to continue for a while. Let me see. I got a question. I'm going to answer some of your questions, then we're going to get right back to our live tornado warning. I'm seeing questions about, let's see here. I'm trying to catch up now. St. Roberts. I think we were talking about St. Roberts, Missouri earlier. St. Roberts, Missouri. I'm going to switch back while I answer some of these questions back to our radar so you can see where this storm is positioned. You should know where the tornado is at this point after we talked about it for a bit. Hopefully you can pick it out. I'm going to just leave us on. I'm going to leave us on velocity, guys, and you can actually see right now that it's not good, but it's a little bit better. I'm going to leave us on velocity, so I'm going to answer your questions, and you can just watch radar as we get updates by about every 2 minutes here. So we're looking for that tornado is where you have that dark red and orange colors side by side. It's just one St. Robert. Sorry. Thank you for that correction on TikTok. And sorry I said that incorrectly. So I'm going to answer your questions as best I can. I'm going to leave this radar image up for you. St. Robert, Missouri. Great question. Is it going to hit St. Robert? You are pretty close to where this is. Luckily, though, as I take a closer look here, St. Robert, let's see. I'm just trying to make sure I give you good information here. I'm looking at Rolla. So if you're in St. Robert, you should be prepared for this to continue where you are. I would make sure you have a safe place to go, okay? I don't want to make you panic, but it is serious where you are. It hasn't reached you yet. You're not in a tornado warning, but I would not be surprised if this tornado is continuing at least into your vicinity if you're in St. Robert. So just make sure you have that safe place to go. Lowest floor of your house or an interior room. If you happen to be in a trailer home or something like that, you have enough time because there is not a tornado warning right now. You have enough time to get to a shelter if you have like 15 minutes. But be careful, take care of yourself. St. Robert is certainly down the line. I'm talking maybe something in the order of perhaps 30 minutes. It's still about 30 minutes away, but it's headed that direction. So please be safe. I'll be thinking of you, of course. Saw a question about Nashville for tomorrow. Nashville tomorrow, that threat does look like it'll be pretty good actually for tornadoes. So make sure you're thinking of that plan right now. What you're seeing occur at this moment, this is all the storm activity that's going to shift into the south, including the mid-south like Tennessee tomorrow. So everything we're talking about now, this applies to you. There aren't tornadoes in Nashville right now, but you do need to be ready for tornadoes to occur. And for that reason, I want you to be thinking about where the safe place is that you're going to go. I want you to be thinking about where you're going to get warnings from. I will be streaming here again tomorrow. I will be doing it in the afternoon. There will be storms in the morning. I will be working on TV in the morning. That's why I won't be streaming. But once I'm done with work, I'll be right back on here. So be aware and alert of that. And by the way, if you guys have a lot of questions that I haven't got to, I'm going to say this again. I've been posting very regularly on YouTube some in-depth severe weather breakdowns. So if you have questions, I haven't answered them. I hope you're not getting frustrated. I understand if you are, though, because there's a lot of you on this TikTok. There's quite a few of you on this YouTube. If you have questions I'm not getting to, find me at Tucker Weather on YouTube. This includes you guys who are watching on YouTube right now. Find me on YouTube at Tucker Weather. I posted a video yesterday. It will answer all of your questions. It's a very in-depth update. It's got chapters. You can skip to the part of the video that you want to watch. So consider following on YouTube or subscribing, whatever you want to call it. But also just find my latest video. It has everything you need to know. And also, I am streaming on YouTube for those of you guys who are on TikTok. So you can check out that stream on YouTube as well if you want to see your question perhaps answered a bit sooner. There's a lot less of you on YouTube right now, which makes it easier. But I'm still watching you guys on TikTok as well. And for those of you guys on TikTok too, these guys on YouTube know this, but I am a meteorologist. So you're not getting weather information from a rando. I can tell you, I've studied this. I have a degree in meteorology. I work as a meteorologist on TV, and the weather information you're getting, I can promise you, is good information. So consider following and subscribing, all that stuff. In the meantime, let's get back to our tornado warning. I've been watching it over the past few frames. You're likely seeing, too, now that it's not as pretty, I guess the word maybe you could use. Not as pretty as it once was. This still looks like a potential tornado on the ground right between Loring and Boyer. And actually, if I go back perhaps, back perhaps one frame, I'll be able to see here. Let's see. Let's go back one frame. We can get an idea. So this tornado looks as though it may have passed right directly between Loring and Boyer. At least I sure hope that's what we're looking at. In my opinion, it seems likely that it passed between Loring and Boyer. I'm hoping it didn't hit something. I'm sure this tornado was still producing damage, but we may have avoided a bad scenario in that. Rotation is weakening a bit. That's why you can't see the couplet as well. There is still certainly a hook on this, and as I switch back to our reflectivity, you're going to see that hook. It's hard to miss it here. It looks kind of chunky. That may be partially because of debris in the cloud too, though. And actually, I can open this up and take a look and see if we have debris. And that is certainly debris that is within the storm still. So part of the reason we have that ball on the end of the storm, that chunkiness I kind of referred to, as I switch to our correlation coefficient, you can see those blue colors mixed in here. Those blue colors, what that is, those blue colors you're seeing on radar, what that is the radar saying, there's something going on here. When it's measuring a sample of the atmosphere, it's able to compare what the particles look like side by side. You know, if you have all rain or all snow in a cloud, it's going to look at those particles and it's going to say, yeah, these look about the same. They're well correlated. When you have things like hail in a storm, it's going to say, that's a little off, but not super off. And that's when we get three-body scatter spikes like this. This right here is the radar saying, okay, there's some hail. You're getting some of those green colors. It knows there's nothing really fishy going on, but things don't look alike. When you have, like I circled before, when you have this blue circle, this blue donut on the correlation coefficient, on our debris tracker, that's the radar saying, wait a sec, there's something up here. We're looking at raindrops perhaps, and splinters or dust or some kind of material that shouldn't be in a cloud. These particles it's measuring are not well correlated. And that's a sign that there is debris in a storm, because a tornado may be lifting up, like I said, dust, splinters, even bugs, and debris, and that's what the radar's measuring there. That's why that is such a scary look on radar, because that more or less confirms that a tornado is occurring, and not just occurring, but doing damage too. So that is what we're seeing on radar, and that's why I do not like seeing that blue ball. That is also, though, it's reflective, that debris, and that is why you're seeing that extra sort of chunkiness in the bottom. I expect they're going to extend this tornado warning. They haven't yet. If they do, it may reach Fort Leonard Wood. I will say this storm is not looking as good as it once did. So there's no guarantee they extend it. I think they will, but we'll have to wait and see this downtrend. There's still some time before they have to do that. And it continues to move northeast. It really has not changed trajectory, too much here. I'm going to zoom out and switch back to our reflectivity. And luckily, we do not have any other tornado warnings right now. That said, we have several storms that have the potential to still produce a tornado, and we are going to be watching these very closely. So let's investigate some of these storms a little farther south. I'm just looking for anything that looks fishy to me. Luckily, I don't see anything in particular, but there is at least... Well, actually, you know what? We got this guy by Jefferson City. Let me investigate this too. So we have a storm by Jefferson City I want to talk about now, guys. I'm going to switch our radar to the St. Louis radar. And I got a note about this storm by Jefferson City. You can see we have that hook shape. There is definite rotation in this storm. Holt's Summit is right by this, by the way. I know someone asked about Holt's Summit earlier. There is rotation directly above Holt's Summit. You can see clear as day, those red and blue colors side by side. Clear as day. I mean, you can't miss it. That is our couplet right there. But here's the thing. The St. Louis radar is not very close to this. So the radar is sampling rotation higher up in the storm cloud. So what that means is that we have a mesocyclone, which you almost always need to produce a tornado. But there is certainly no guarantee right now that a tornado is being produced. It's just an indicator that this is a storm to closely watch. And I would not be surprised if this does get tornado warned. This storm by Holt's Summit, also passing by Lake Mikeytown, south of New Bloomfield. It is moving just north of Mokane, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. This is what I am watching for our next potential tornado warning. And I don't want to say likely, but you know, it's seemingly a better than 50% chance that ends up getting tornado warned. So we're going to keep an eye on that. Our storm here that has been tornado warned to the south, luckily not looking so impressive now in terms of rotation. So actually at this point, because it's lessened so quickly, I'm not convinced they'll immediately update this tornado warning. What they're probably going to do here is they're going to issue another severe storm warning with a tornado possible tag. And watch this. I would not be surprised if this storm still does end up producing a tornado down the line here. I just don't think it's going to happen at this exact second now. But certainly we have two storms to keep a close eye on at this moment. Scene reports, thanks for that report on TikTok. Sky's looking pretty green. Cedar Rapids, Iowa, damaging wind threat right there. Tornado threat actually not looking particularly high, luckily. Okay, give me one sec. I'm answering questions now since we have a quick second of downtime. If you're in Jefferson City, should you take cover? Good question. Jefferson City, no, you don't need to take cover. Actually, that area of rotation, this is a lower resolution look, but that area of rotation is actually just moved past Jefferson City. So you're okay right now. There is still some more storm activity headed your way, though. So don't let your guard down, but you don't need to take cover. You're okay right now. I do think they are going to tornado warn this storm by Holt's Summit, by the way. We're seeing that hook shape. There is a pretty robust mesocyclone in here. You can see the rotation. I've just highlighted it right there. I'm going to jump back to our velocity. Yeah, guys, I think they're going to warn this storm by Holt's Summit. The storm's actually to the east of Holt's Summit right now. It is going to be moving northeast in the direction of... It'll be passing just south of Fulton. Looks like a pretty rural area, but I will tell you, if you live north and east of Holt's Summit, I would be prepared to go to your safe place. If it was me, I would go to your safe place right now, actually. So hopefully I can give you a little early warning, and I'm updating you guys here on TikTok as well for this warning. But it's not technically a warning yet. But this storm right by Holt's Summit, like I said, I do think that this is going to be tornado warned. Personally, I would be going to my safe place. If you want to wait for the National Weather Service to issue a warning, if they do or don't, that's totally fine. But you can see I just highlighted the area where it will be passing through, and that is becoming more concerning to me. So we are going to be keeping a close tab on this one. Answering your questions now in chat. By the way, those of you guys who are on TikTok, if you ask your questions on YouTube, I will see them a lot sooner, and I will be able to answer them there at Tucker Weather. If you have questions I'm not getting to either, by the way, find me on Instagram. This goes for you guys on YouTube too. Find me on Instagram. DM me your questions. I always check Instagram after I do live streams so that I can get to anybody who I didn't previously answer. And I do my best to get to all of you guys. It's just when there's a bunch of comments in chat, it's hard to follow all of them. So if there are questions I haven't answered, just find me at Tucker Weather on Instagram, and I will be answering your questions there after this. So let's see here. Rolla, Missouri. We're still watching, Hayden. That threat hasn't reached you yet, but you are in a higher risk location. There is a severe storm warning in Rolla for half-dollar sized hail and damaging wind gusts. So be on alert for that. That hail. The hail and the wind could be equally as damaging. So that should not get to you for another 45 minutes. But we're watching Rolla for you. Chicago, the threat increases later tonight. Kansas City, you're all good. My biggest concern with Kansas City is actually the wildfire threat at this point. So if you're in Kansas City, wildfires, believe it or not, are actually following up the storm. I mentioned on my YouTube update yesterday that wildfires are actually, we have an extreme risk, which is pretty rare. But behind this, it gets very dry very quickly. It can spark fires. Storm Chaser HD. What causes the look of a tornado not moving left or right when it's coming to you? Well, if a tornado doesn't look like it's moving left or right and it's coming to you, it's probably coming right at you. So that's not a good sign. Let's see. You're supposed to drive to Florida from Florida to Indiana tomorrow. Yes, you should wait. If you're driving if you're driving anywhere in the southeastern U.S. tomorrow, you should wait. Yes, stay that extra day in Florida. I'm telling you now, it will not be worth risking a drive through the southeast. You either leave now or you leave on Sunday. Those are your options to stay safe. And honestly, I would tell you if you could do that, but I'm telling you, even I wouldn't. I mean, I might be storm chasing actually, personally, but I would not be doing that unless you want a storm chase, which you probably don't want to do. Irondale, Missouri. It's pronounced Rolla, by the way. I think I knew that. Thanks for the pronunciation there. I said Rolla 20 times tonight already. Thank you for that update. Sorry to everyone who's from Missouri. Rolla. I actually have family in St. Louis too, so that's kind of embarrassing for me right there. And by the way, guys, I do want to mention we just got a new tornado warning, so I will get to that in just a second. Let's see. I see your husband's a trucker. He's driving from Chicago to Texas. Hopefully he is driving west and then south. I wouldn't cut through St. Louis. At least if he's going to be in St. Louis, well, just make sure he has a place to stop. I wouldn't drive through these storms. This seems risky. Let's see. I'll get to Holt Summit in a second. No, our new tornado warning actually is not for Holt Summit. Like I said, I did think ultimately they were going to extend this warning. Let me just double check Holt Summit. Yeah, they have not warned Holt Summit for a tornado. This warning is actually an extension, and I'm updating you guys on TikTok too. This warning is actually an extension of our warning on the storm that passed through some of those towns we were talking about earlier. It's really rural, but this is moving in the direction of Fort Leonard Wood. It's an extension on our previously tornado warned storm. If I open up our velocity, which I will do in a moment here, I'm not seeing any significant rotation, but it is certainly still rotating. And ultimately, I believe, so what we have right now is a mesocyclone, which is present. That's why you're getting that hook-like shape in here. And with that mesocyclone present, we know it still has the ability to produce a tornado. It still has that hook shape. If a tornado forms, it could form pretty quickly. That happened with the last one. I mean, this is some pretty vigorous rotation. You can see it getting wrapped right up into the storm. So we know if there's a tornado, it's going to be right here where I just circled it. At least if you're on YouTube watching at Tucker Weather, by the way, for those of you guys on TikTok, that's where the tornado would be. I don't see any indication that we have a tornado on the ground right now, but there is the potential a tornado could be produced still. It is radar indicated. Also, we're seeing a lot of big hail in this, up to lime-sized hail, in fact. So think about a lime being hurled at you at 100 miles per hour out of the sky. Actually, don't think about that. That sounds kind of scary. That's what we're dealing with right now, in addition to this tornado threat. And in addition to that, we have a damaging wind threat with this too. And the damaging wind threat is going to be for 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. And those 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts can do as much damage as a weak tornado can do also. So you need to consider that we're not just facing a risk for tornadoes. Even if you're not impacted directly by a tornado, there can still be considerable damage where you are, because a 70-mile-per-hour wind gust, that's equivalent to an EF0 tornado, and it's in a much broader area. As I mentioned before as well, I am keeping tabs on our storm farther north. I mentioned Holt Summit. Hasn't been tornado warned. I still think there's a good chance it will end up being tornado warned at some point. It doesn't look as pretty, so to speak, as it did a little bit ago, but it is still certainly rotating, and that is certainly something we'll be keeping close tabs on. No other tornado warnings exist right now. It's really just this one storm still that continues to be warned. It'll be passing north of Plato, Missouri, by the way, and moving in the direction of Rolla, though still a little bit away. And I will be pronouncing Rolla correctly from this point onwards. Yeah, Tennessee, I'll just give you a general update on Tennessee, seeing some questions about that on the TikTok chat. I will open up so that we can cover some of you guys who are not being impacted today, because I want to prepare you guys for tomorrow too. A lot of this is tracking storms that are ongoing, but so much of this is preparation. And at this point, storms are occurring, and I really want to get the messaging out and clear as well. So we're starting with a look back at our threat tonight. And that purple, by the way, on radar, some of you guys were asking too before I get to this, that purple is likely hail mixed in with rain in a storm. But what we're looking at is our threat tonight. Anywhere you're seeing those areas shaded in red, that's a reasonably high severe weather risk. That's a moderate risk for severe weather. Tornadoes and damaging winds are expected. And then tomorrow is where our threat actually increases. And again, I'll say it, if you want some really detailed weather information, check out my latest YouTube video. I said yesterday I expected they were going to upgrade this to a high risk today. And lo and behold, that's what that pink region is indicating there. That's a high risk for severe weather. You know how many times they've issued a high risk one day in advance? Ever? A high risk one day in advance. High risk is the maximum level risk. They've only done it twice before today. This is the third high risk a full day in advance ever. And that says a lot about how impactful tomorrow will be as a severe weather day and how serious it is as a tornado outbreak day. And I genuinely expect a tornado outbreak for the southeastern U.S., especially in Mississippi and Alabama tomorrow. And that threat's going to extend as far north as Tennessee. It will be an all-day threat starting in the early hours tonight and continuing into the overnight hours Saturday night. So you really need to be careful. If you're watching this on TikTok or on YouTube here, make sure you subscribe and follow, because I will be covering these storms tomorrow live as well. And if you think today's a busy day, get ready for what's ahead tomorrow. It looks even bigger. So be sure to follow along here, because I'll be giving you updates. Like I said, I posted a TikTok update. I posted an Instagram update. I posted a very in-depth YouTube update on this threat today, tomorrow, and even Sunday. You'll want to check that out. You're going to get good information. It'll give you basically everything I could say on the stream, except more thought out and in more detail. And I will be certain to keep you updated as we continue to progress through this severe weather threat. This ultimately may end up being one of our bigger severe weather threats that we see in 2025. And that might sound premature to say in March, but it's simply not common that you see threats that are this significant. So not to underplay this at all. A lot of times, that will sound like hype, and a lot of times it would be hype, but for this type of a threat, it's certainly hard to underplay. So please be thinking about your safety tomorrow, especially in the Southeast, and any friends and family you may have out there. Make sure they're aware, because you play an important role in keeping people safe here too. Let me see here. Switching back to our radar, we still just have so guys, we got a tornado warning, and let me update our radar. There it is. All right, we have a new tornado warning, guys. A new tornado warning. Guess where it is? We're talking about it. Can someone tell me how long ago it was that we talked about that storm out by, what was that? Out by Holt's Summit. Was that about 15 minutes ago? We talked about this storm, saying it was going to be tornado warned. Well, guess what? It just became tornado warned. So at least 15 minutes, I'm pretty sure. I'll have to go back and check the tape, but probably about 15 minutes before this storm just became tornado warned. I told you this one has that look, and here it is. It officially has been tornado warned. It's a radar indicated tornado warning. You can see why right here. We have our hook, and if a tornado is occurring, it would not be in Holt Summit. This storm has since moved to the north and east, but rather it would be south of Fulton, Missouri, and continuing to move to the northeast, which will eventually take it to places like Montgomery City and New Florence, as well as Bellflower, Missouri. The distance from Fulton here is, let's see, our distance from Fulton is about 7.5 miles. So it's 7.5 miles south of Fulton. If there was a tornado, that's where it would be. Again, when I was talking about this a while ago, we knew it was rotating in the mid-levels, and it seemed like with that hook, it was able to bring some more rotation a little bit lower. It was able to gain some of those lower level characteristics. And we can still see on radar, it's not tight rotation, but it certainly is rotating. I believe this is obviously I believe this is very smart that they warned this as a tornado, and we are going to be keeping a very close eye on this as it moves northeast. So it is south of Fulton, like I said, about 7.5 miles, approaching places like Montgomery City, Bellflower, New Florence, Missouri. I do want to let you know, let me see if there's any smaller towns in here too. Yeah, so some smaller towns include Hams Prairie. If this is a tornado occurring, it would be right by Hams Prairie. Toledo, Yucatan, Williamsburg, Mineola, Danville, Reedsville. These are some of the smaller towns that may be impacted if this tornado is actually on the ground, which we can't confirm, but it very well may be. You've called out your town. You need to head down to the lowest floor of your house right now, a basement if you have one. Get to that interior room. Protect yourself. And if you have any friends or family out there, give them a call. Make sure they know this is coming because, like I said, you play a big role in keeping people safe too. I'm giving you the message. You need to pass it along to your friends and family if they're going to be impacted, and take care of yourself if you yourself are being impacted, of course. So this storm, like I said, continuing to move to the northeast right now. You can see that hook, like I mentioned, on radar. Updating this for you guys on TikTok right now. You can see there is our storm. Our rotation is where you're seeing those red and green colors meet. And that is south of Fulton, but continuing to move to the northeast right now. It's not very close to any radar sites because the Mizzou radar seems to be down, unfortunately, which is really inconvenient because that would be very helpful in this situation. But regardless, we probably will not be able to confirm this tornado because that Mizzou radar is down. So we're using St. Louis radar. We're getting an idea what the storm looks like from a little ways away. And this is basically telling us what is happening in the low to mid levels of the storm. It's not ideal, but we have to work with it. And sometimes, like I mentioned before, when you have the signal that we've been watching, that's how you know, that's how you know that you have at least the potential to produce a tornado, even if you can't confirm it. I'm seeing more questions. I'm using Radar Scope if you guys are watching on TikTok. I'm using Radar Omega if you guys are watching on YouTube. By the way, guys, I'll mention too, as we wait for a radar update, I am a meteorologist. You're going to get good weather information here. I can always promise you that. I am working on, I've been, people who are watching on TikTok know I've been doing TikTok for a while and posting videos for a long time. And if you're on YouTube, I'm just getting things going, starting to do more regular updates. So hopefully you find them helpful. Let me see. Yes, I will look up Warrenton for you. But for those of you guys who are looking for more information, again, YouTube is a good place for you to search. I'm seeing your comments a little bit quicker on there right now. Looking up Warrenton, Missouri for you. We're looking at, let's see, a threat that will be increasing in a little while. So if you are east of, let's get a reference point for you. If you're in the eastern portion of Missouri, the eastern third of Missouri, that's where this threat is going to increase more as we get into the next hour or so here. It's beginning to increase now, of course. Warrenton at this moment, I'm trying to nail that down for you, does not have any imminent threats. But with Warrenton, that threat is going to be increasing as this storm actually in particular begins to move to the north and east. And certainly with Warrenton, what I want to mention is that this is going to become a greater tornado threat as storms approach you, because these storms are tapping into an environment that is more conductive for tornadoes as we get later into tonight. So important to note that for sure. But no imminent threat at this moment. The threats, of course, at this current time are centered just south of Fulton, where we have our tornado warning. Right now, we have another tornado warning. As I mentioned before, we'll get another update on this as I switch to our Springfield radar again. This is now getting pretty close to Fort Leonard Wood, Missouri. This actually does look a little bit more menacing now. You can see that hook. And if we go to our wind velocity here, I'm going to switch you guys on TikTok to this one too. We're looking at the storm that is approaching Fort Leonard Wood. You can see that's a very clear hook here. And it looks as though, once again, we may have a tornado on the ground. Impossible to say for certain, but if I go back a few frames, you can see our radar having a hard time resolving this. But what I'm looking at right now is, again, right where you're seeing those orange and green colors meet right here. That may very well be a tornado. And if it is, it would be passing south of Fort Leonard Wood. I'm looking to see if there are any small towns. Palos, Missouri is in a bad spot. So is Big Piney, Missouri. Both likely not very populated areas, but those two locations are not in great spots if this is a tornado. I expect this warning will be extended once again, in fact, and if this warning is extended, those of you guys in Rolla may very well find yourself in a tornado warning. That may happen very soon here as this storm continues to move northeast in the direction of Rolla. So those are our two storms we're looking at closely right now. Some of those storms in the northeastern portion of Missouri that are some of those locations that are more at risk. Let's see, Bowling Green, Eolia, Ellsbury, Moscow Mills, and Troy a little bit later on. Like I said, Warrenton is going to end up being south of this tornado warn storm, but the storms to the south of it we'll have to watch closely. If you're in St. Louis, the St. Louis entire metro area, that threat is still increasing, but it has not plateaued yet. That threat is going to be ramping up in the next hour or two as storms reach the metro area. You can see now, if we zoom out a bit, they are actually across a good chunk of central Missouri now. So they've really covered some ground, and they're going to continue to move faster as we head through the remainder of this evening here. Let's see. I'll take a look at... So if you're in Jeff City, for example, you're in the midst of storms right now, but the severe threat, it's just wind. You're okay. No tornado warnings in Jefferson. You'll be okay going to Ellsbury tomorrow. Let me take a look at Sullivan as well. 30 minutes from Rolla, an hour from St. Louis. Let me get an idea of that for you. Taking a look, like I said, at central Missouri, but trying to give you some information on the towns that are up next to be impacted. So Sullivan, Missouri, let's get an idea of what you're dealing with. Okay, I see it. So Sullivan, we're also going to be watching that storm to the south that we were just talking about. It's going to be passing south of St. Robert. It may not directly impact you in Sullivan, but it is certainly headed at least in your general direction. So, we'll need to see what path it takes. If it ends up going a little bit more northeast or a little bit more due northeast, we'll need to watch. But that is something to keep a close eye on. For our storm to the north that we were talking about, that is occurring out there near Fulton. It is south of Fulton, but it does not look like it's as strong as it once was. At least the rotation certainly does not look as clean. But let me just take a look at one little artifact. Yeah, so this storm that was south of Fulton, perhaps they should have tornado warned it earlier, because at this point, it actually does not look as impressive as it once did. Still, you got to be in your safe place if you're anywhere near Montgomery City. That's where our storm is headed to. But at this point, the rotation does not look as impressive. I'm going to continue to watch that, but it is the storm to the south here that is south of Fulton that looks much, much more impressive right now. As it passes to the south of Fort Leonard Wood, it's moving through Palos, Missouri. We have Big Piney, Missouri up next, and that's a spot that is not in a great place right now, because if a tornado is being produced, it will go right through that town, it appears. No other tornado warnings in effect right now, but we still have severe storms in Iowa, some severe storms in Arkansas as well. We continue to track this tornado warning storm in Missouri. I'm trying to get some more of your questions here. Branson, Missouri right now, you are splitting the gap. Look at you in Branson. Anyone in Branson right now, you're in luck. Looks like you're going to get through this. It looks like you're going to get through this unscathed, in fact. That's great news for you guys in Branson. Actually, very lucky. So, great out there. I see Haiti. Let me look up where that is for you. Hayti, assuming it's pronounced Haiti. So this is in southeastern Missouri. If you're anywhere in southeastern Missouri, the Boot Heel, you can expect severe weather to increase as we get later into tonight and really into early tomorrow morning. That threat increases. It is a tornado risk and especially a damaging wind threat too. So make sure you are at least aware late tonight. And if you are in a place like Missouri, like the southeastern part of the state or southern Illinois, and you're going to sleep and the storms haven't got to you yet, you should make sure you have emergency alerts turned on your phone, and you need to make sure your ringer's on too, so it'll wake you up if a warning is issued and you've gone to sleep. Dittmer, that threat is increasing in the next hour or two as storms approach the St. Louis metro. Aren't quite super high out there yet. Jonesboro later tonight. It's going to be more so early tomorrow morning in Jonesboro. That's what I'm looking at for your threat, early tomorrow morning. Let's see what else we got here. Louisville's threat tomorrow is going to be greatest in the afternoon, and I'm not as concerned about Louisville as I am southern counterparts. We'll call it a low to medium risk in Louisville for tornadoes and damaging wind both. So anyone in Kentucky, that's sort of the deal. If you're north of Tennessee, that threat is notably lower. So there is at least some good news on that front. If you're in Joliet, we're looking at a threat that's going to be increasing much later tonight. That threat in Joliet, I would be prepared for basically a damaging wind risk first and a tornado risk second, but both you need to be taking seriously. They did just, all right, so remember guys, I mentioned I'm gonna update you on an updated tornado warning because this is just coming out, then I'll get to more of your questions. I mentioned a few moments ago that I believed Rolla would be in a tornado warning, and if you are looking at the screen, you will see that Rolla is now in a tornado warning. The National Weather Service going ahead and extending this warning. This is, wow, surprisingly, actually, I was not expecting this, but it is a radar-confirmed tornado. So this tornado, guys, has been confirmed. It's moving northeast at 60 miles per hour. It is speedy. You will not have much time. This is headed towards you. So this is now reaching a higher level of urgency. So our storm right here, as it passes south of Fort Leonard Wood. In Fort Leonard Wood, you're going to get a lot of wind. You're going to get large hail. The tornado, however, if it is being produced, which it has just been confirmed, is passing to the south of Fort Leonard Wood. It is moving in the direction of Rolla and likely just south of Doolittle. So this is becoming more serious. If you guys are in Rolla, we're looking at a tornado that is still a ways out, and there's no guarantee it's going to directly hit Rolla, but it is headed in the direction of Rolla. I mentioned before storm started today, that was where I believe the risk for severe weather was particularly high, and we're seeing that play out now. Some of the smaller towns in the path here. Gosh, this is not a good look at all for Big Piney, Missouri, where it is likely being impacted by a tornado as we speak. So keep those people in your thoughts right now. Hopefully they have been able to find a safe place to go. Between Spring Creek and Flat, Missouri is where this will be headed next. This looks like it's going through, of course, some kind of underpopulated areas, which is good. So the next big place it will reach is Rolla. It's still a ways out, but we can actually get an idea of how far out it is. So let's do that right now, actually. We're going to put a little tracker on this at 60 miles per hour. This would be reaching Rolla in about, we're talking about 20 to 25 minutes. So you got, we'll say 20 minutes just to keep you on your toes in Rolla. This is a confirmed tornado, by the way. It's a tornado warning, but it takes a special level of urgency because this tornado has been confirmed, and we have a very nasty hook on this thing. So make sure you are headed to your safe place right now. This storm's also producing very large hail, so even if you're not impacted by the tornado, large hail is a big concern. And this, like I said, headed towards Rolla right now. Still about 20 minutes out, so you have time to get to your safe place, but you really do need to do that as we speak at this moment. You really cannot waste time with this one. If you guys are on TikTok watching, we are keeping an eye on this overall threat. I am streaming right now on YouTube and on TikTok. So if you're on TikTok and you're not having your questions heard, if you head on over to @TuckerWeather on YouTube, I will probably see them there sooner. I'm doing my best to answer questions in both places, but you can find me @TuckerWeather on YouTube. I'll probably see your questions there sooner. I also have, if you're worried about the threat tomorrow, I'm talking about that tonight as well, but I have a very in-depth video about tomorrow's threat posted on YouTube as well. So that's a really good resource for you. And just to let you all know, there's a lot of people who have just recently jumped on. I am a meteorologist. You are going to get good weather information from me here. I have a degree in this. I work in this as my full-time profession. So consider following and subscribing, because I can promise you I will give you good weather information. I will do my best to keep you safe, and I'm always going to do my best to educate you too on weather, so that you know whether a threat is real or whether it's something that you just need to be aware of and not afraid of. So I'm going to do my best, and we're going to do our best to keep you safe and updated. But again, YouTube, for all of you guys on TikTok, that's a really good resource too, @TuckerWeather. And for all of you on TikTok, of course, I will continue live streaming and posting updates, so consider following me just for those if you just use TikTok. I'm always on there. And I post more informal stuff there too. Yes, so back to this. Hayden, yeah, I am watching closely for you, Hayden. But Rolla is in this tornado warning. Let's see. Williamsburg, I will also take a look at. Well, right now, Hayden, this is a confirmed tornado. And so I can't say if it's like a, EF 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 or anything like that. But it is something that you should be taking seriously as if it is a strong tornado. It doesn't mean it is, but you should take it seriously as if it is. And we will be watching. I'll be watching very closely on velocity to get any details if I can for you. Are you in a safe place? Make sure you're in a safe place. Yeah, this is moving 60 miles per hour to the northeast. Also for Williamsburg, I see Williamsburg is in a tornado warning. I'll give you another update on that. I mentioned before, this is our storm, by the way, guys, that was closer to Fulton. I mentioned that I did not see as much rotation on this. So if you have family in Williamsburg where there is currently a tornado warning, actually, if there was a tornado, it would have just moved through Williamsburg. The good news is, and I cannot guarantee this, but the good news is that it does not look like a tornado went through. To me, it looks like they may have sustained some damage from very strong wind, but it does not look to me like a tornado went through. The worst of it has just passed through Williamsburg, so the worst of it is out of their way now, luckily. Back to our storm that is moving in the direction of Rolla. We've been letting this loop here on our TikTok stream. I've been kind of moving around on the stream here on YouTube. I'm setting us up on TikTok so that the radar will update on the stream for you guys. You'll see it's this big red blob here. This is where the tornado would be right now. We just got an update on our radar. So right now the storm is to the east of Fort Leonard Wood. It's becoming very high precipitation. So there's a lot of rain. If you were storm chasing this, you wouldn't see it coming, basically. Here's the mesocyclone. It's getting farther away from our radar, so it's hard to say. It's hard to say for sure what the rotation looks like close to the ground, but that's likely the tornado right there. For reference, we're looking at a spot that is relative to Fort Leonard Wood, about 6 miles to the east-northeast of Fort Leonard Wood, and continuing to move in the direction of Rolla as we speak. Now, Rolla, there is still very much a chance this lifts before it gets to you, but you should head to your safe place now, and we're watching for you closely. All right, good. I'm glad. If you're in the basement, Hayden, there's a 90+% chance you're going to be okay, so hang out there. I'm watching for you. Let's see. What was I about to do? Plug into my phone so we can keep the battery alive there. That is always scary when people live in a trailer home and there's a tornado warning. Next time with a threat like this, I was talking about this actually in my video update yesterday. might not be a bad idea if they find shelter, like a shelter beforehand, just because if there was a tornado and they were there, we just obviously don't want that situation. We don't even need to think about it, but just for next time, good thing to think about. Let's see. Columbia and Springfield both are in the clear at this point, luckily. So western Missouri certainly in the clear as these storms have since moved through. And yes, Columbia is in the clear. Both places I can check off. So good news there. Switching to our debris tracker, not seeing as much debris, but certainly a lot of hail in this storm. And again, this storm continuing to move in the direction of Rolla. We are waiting for more radar updates, but we continue to keep an eye on this area here. It is a high precipitation storm, so the rain is kind of washing out any clearly defined features. And so we are just going off of our best intuition on radar right now. Let me look up Washington, Missouri. I'm seeing a lot of questions about Washington, Missouri. I'll give you an update there. Let's get an idea. So Washington, Missouri, storms are still at least an hour away. But for anybody in the St. Louis metro area, we are watching for that severe weather potential to remain high as these storms move eastwards. So we have a long ways to go with this. And certainly these storms that we're tracking right now, they do have the potential to impact places like Washington down the line. So, still waiting for new radar updates. Alton, I'll take a look at too. We're going to take a look at Alton. Let's get an idea. I'm searching some of these places too as you call them out because I roughly know where they are, but I want to make sure I don't look at the wrong place. Alton, this threat's going to come in a little bit later. The farther south and east you are, the later the threat's going to be. So you still have a few hours, but there will be a tornado threat out there. Yeah, I see O'Fallon, certainly a tornado threat, damaging wind threat. But that threat is, it's going to increase a little bit later. It's not an imminent threat, but as we get later into the evening here, I do expect that threat to trend upwards. So we're still watching closely as that is, it's still increasing. Got a couple of Farmington questions. So let's get a location on Farmington. Still watching the storm, by the way, as we continue to keep it on your screen, moving towards Rolla, but I'm taking a look at Farmington, Missouri. And that was an area I looked at earlier that certainly does have one of the higher threats for a tornado today. That threat still remains at least a couple hours out. But, come, what is it, about 8 o'clock there now, come about 10 o'clock, 10 to midnight, that's when you really need to be on alert out there in Farmington. Arnold, Missouri, we can take a look at as well. Looks like we just got a radar update, so I'll analyze that with you guys here in a second. But we're looking at Arnold now. Oh, I see that right in the middle of the St. Louis metro. Again, that's still a couple hours out before that threat really peaks. But we are looking at a certain tornado threat out there later on. All right. Whew. Catching my breath. I talk a lot, as you can tell. I notice a lot of people who stream weather, they talk and they stop talking for a while. I just keep on going. And sorry for my squiggly line. I'm using my mouse pad partially here. But here is our tornado motion to the northeast. So we open up our velocity. Good news. This storm does not look to be rotating as vigorously as it once was. So that says to me that the threat may be lower, at least temporarily. That does not mean there is not a tornado. However, this is still a concerning look right here. To be completely honest, it is difficult to say based off of radar if there is definitely a tornado coming in right now. But there is certainly the potential still. That's why this is warned. Let me see if we have anything on our debris tracker. I don't see anything on the debris tracker, but our reflectivity still suggests, and so does the velocity, that a tornado is very possible as it continues to approach Rolla. Likely about, let's get distance on this. Likely at this point about, come on, there we go. Hold on. Trying to get a measure on this for you guys, so we can get an idea how far away it is. So give me one moment. Let's do that. All right. So the storm is likely about, there we go. Sorry for the wait on that. About 15 minutes, 10 to 15 minutes away from Rolla. 10 to 15 minutes away. If there is a tornado, it's 10 to 15 minutes away. So it's on its way in. It's hard to say right now if there is certainly a tornado on the ground. It is very, very possible we do have a tornado on the ground. The one thing I don't like is that it is on a path that would take it through specifically right now the south and eastern portions of the city of Rolla. And that is what we're tracking right now, is a tornado that very well may be on the ground approaching Rolla. It looks like we're getting another radar update too. I'm continuing to keep a close eye on this. I'm circling those areas where the tornado would be. So we have the mesocyclone is this whole area out here that I just circled. If we have a tornado, it's hard to say, but it's likely to be right in here. And again, passing just to the south and east of Rolla, but still impacting the city. So that's what we're tracking right now. Again, I'm streaming on both YouTube and TikTok right now, so I'm trying to keep you both up to date. Let me just zoom out. Our storm to the north, by the way, that has been warned, is approaching Montgomery City. I just want to get an update on that too to make sure we don't have any additional tornado risk here, because I mentioned before it did not look as certain that this was rotating. Yeah, so if you're in Montgomery City, Bellflower, New Florence, Wellsville, you should head down to the basement to your safe place. But what I will tell you is that to me, what I'm seeing is a damaging wind threat and not a tornado threat. I want you to be safe. Better safe than sorry. I would hate to be the reason that I, lead you astray. So I want you to always take caution. So you should stay in the basement. But I will tell you that the threat looks like it is largely a wind threat at this point if you are out there. Circling the area where a tornado is most likely as this storm continues to move in the direction of Rolla. It looks like it will clip the south and eastern ends of the city. All right. What's up, Llama? I knew you'd find me at some point. Wow, that's some big damage in Iowa. Seeing that report of roofs ripped off buildings in Iowa. That may have been from wind, in fact. Right now, of course, if you guys are just jumping on, we're tracking an active tornado warning in Missouri headed for Rolla. That's right in the central part of the state. This is a more populated area that a potential tornado is headed towards, so it is a big deal, and we are watching this very closely. We got people in chat from Rolla. How about TikTok chat? Who in TikTok chat is in Rolla right now? I know we got one here in YouTube chat. Again, if anyone in TikTok chat wants to head to YouTube chat, you can find me at Tucker Weather. Kendall says that she is in Rolla right now. We got Mila, or I hope I said that right. Craig. All right, gosh. All right, so we got a lot of you in Rolla. So a lot of you are probably really interested in what we got going on here, and obviously for good reason. So we're going to continue to watch this very closely for you guys. We just got a radar update. This is actually trending a little bit more concerning here. Now, I'll say this too. For everyone in Rolla, again, TikTok chat, YouTube chat, are you in a safe place? Are you in a safe place? Basement, hopefully. Interior room, I hope. Because that's where you need to be right now. Let me see what I got. All right, we got yes, basement, yes, yes, yes. Okay, good. Yes, everyone, I'm very happy to hear that. Sounds like everyone's in a safe place. Okay, good. So, specifically, I'm looking at this area of rotation. I'm going to zoom in a bit more on our TikTok radar here too. This does, because we're far away from radar, it's hard to say if this is on the ground. But to me, the latest trends I just saw suggest, this does look more like a tornado ongoing. Like I said, if this does continue to move through Rolla as a tornado, it would be moving through the southeastern edge of Rolla here. So here we are. I'm looking at, I don't like that latest velocity scan. I'll say that much. Anybody in the southeastern portion of Rolla specifically, I'm looking at YouTube and TikTok chat right now. Anyone in the southeastern portion of Rolla specifically? Oh, new warning near Jefferson City. Thank you for that. I will take a look at that in a moment here. Makes sense that it may be hailing in Rolla at this point. So if you are in the southeastern portion of Rolla, it's going to get a little bit bumpy, all right? If you are in a safe place, you know, if you have any pillows or anything you can, you know, if you have anything inside you can kind of pack around you. Again, the southeastern portion of Rolla, I'm looking at where, let's see, Salem Ave intersects the highway there. I'm looking at where Pine Tree Road intersects the highway. Let's see. I'm guessing Soest Road and Forum Drive, where they intersect. Those are areas I'm concerned about, okay? So you know where that tornado is specifically sort of headed towards. If you have pillows or anything you could put around you, I would do that right now. You know, this is a concerning look. You know, if you're in a safe place, you should be okay, but there's never any guarantee. And I just want to make sure you're taking every precaution necessary. I'm watching this closely. Also looking for an updated warning near Jefferson City. I'm actually not seeing a tornado warning there. I still see our old tornado warning near Montgomery City, headed towards Bellflower. That looks like a damaging wind threat right now, so we're going to keep on focusing on our tornado, perhaps headed into Rolla. Again, I cannot confirm whether a tornado is for sure on the ground. You can see the radar is getting kind of rough. You got those purple colors or sort of pixelated colors. That's because we are far away from our radar site. Rolla's in sort of a radar hole, so I'm doing my best to get good radar data for you guys, though it's tricky. But it does look like we at least have a very rapidly rotating storm in the mid-levels or a tornado moving on the ground right now. So again, the south and eastern portion of Rolla, if you are in there, you have to be in your safe place right now. And if you have pillows or anything with you, hopefully you're in a basement or something like that, put them around you. Put as much distance between yourself and exterior walls as you can. Hang tight, okay? This is certainly not the worst thing I've ever seen on radar, but it is very serious. So stay calm, and this is likely just a few minutes away. We're going to ride this out together. I got you right here. If you're watching, we're watching it together, and I'm keeping a very close eye on our radar as we continue to get updates. Let me get an idea of how far away this is now from Rolla. At this point, I would expect with a storm moving 60, this is moving 60 miles per hour. So, it's about less than 10 minutes from Rolla. It's moving fast. When it hits, it's not going to be there very long. And again, I am still hopeful that we're looking at rotation in the mid-levels of a storm and we're not actually looking at a tornado. I am hopeful for that. This is now just a radar indicated storm. It's not radar confirmed. So there is a chance that you are going to get through this without a tornado actually occurring. But the look that we see on radar lends to the high importance of taking caution. Again, I wish I could tell you for sure if a tornado was occurring right now. I can't for sure, but regardless, there is going to be a lot of wind. It's going to be bumpy, and you should be prepared as if there is a tornado. Obviously, we have the tornado warning in effect, and for good reason, because you can see, I'm showing you right here on radar, you can see pretty clearly here on YouTube, and you guys watching on TikTok, that couplet right there. We're far away from the radar, so it's scanning the mid-levels of the storm. It's not scanning the lower levels, which is why it's hard to confirm. But we certainly do have a dangerous look here. We have a dangerous look here on our radar. So let me see if I can get a closer look at some of those areas that may be more directly impacted. I'm also going to switch to our reflectivity, just get an update. So if you're in Rolla, I'm sure you're probably hearing the wind. You're probably hearing the hail and the rain right now. That's what it's going to be like here as this storm passes by. And let me see what people are asking. Let me see. All right, zoom out for a second. You can see Rolla. I'm actually going to keep it. I'll zoom out after this storm goes past Rolla. You can see Rolla's right there. You can see our couplet for you guys there on TikTok and here on YouTube. Some of the highways, you guys can all listen to this. Some of the highways I'm looking at, County Road 5180 and 5160. That's sort of on the outskirts of town. That's in a spot where we may see the storm impact first here. Certainly, what is this highway here? basically the highway that runs through. So where the main road, you got an Aldi, a Taco Bell, you got a Delano, you know what I'm talking about? Casey's Carryout Pizza, Mark Twain Elementary School. If you're south of that, that is where the threat is greatest right now. Or if you're east of, Pine Tree Road. Looks like we just got a radar update. And we just got a new tornado warning. And I'll say this, the radar update we got suggests that this may be cutting a little bit closer through the city of Rolla. Again, I am hoping that this is just rotation higher up in the storm. It's very possible, however, that a tornado is being produced. It's impossible for me to say, so I promise you I am not trying to scare you. I need to keep you safe, though, if this is a tornado, and you need to be prepared for the worst case scenario, which would be a tornado here. It does not look like the strongest thing I've ever seen. I'm not saying this is going to be, a complete massive destruction, but it is concerning what we're seeing, and you need to be in that safe place as a result. So now it does look like, gosh, it's hard to say right now on radar, but from what I'm looking at, this may end up being most of the south and eastern portion of the city of Rolla being impacted by this potential tornado. So if you live, basically, let me see if I can get an idea what road this is. I see Bardsley Road, more or less. If you are south and east of that, or Kings Highway, that's where this threat is greatest for a potential tornado. Really hope we wouldn't be talking about anything in a populated area like this. Again, still some possibility that this ends up being upper or mid-level rotation, but this storm is really getting very close to Rolla. I wish I had a higher resolution radar scan for you guys, but maybe you've heard it in local news. Rolla is not very close to the radar site, so it is very difficult to pinpoint exactly where the tornado would be, but it is uncomfortably close to Rolla. So I'm actually going to switch our radar site to St. Louis, which might help us a little bit with this. And what I'm looking at is, that's a lot brighter for you guys, isn't it? What I'm looking at is right where that green and pink color meets, and this would be passing right. This is heading right through Rolla, to be completely honest. It is not a confirmed tornado at this point. So we're going to hope that this is some strong rotation in the mid-levels and strong wind at the surface, but this is taking a path quite directly through Rolla right now. What do you guys, if you guys are in Rolla, are you guys hearing anything? What do you guys have for me right now? Those of you guys here on TikTok and on YouTube, you guys all right? You hearing any loud rain, loud wind? I'm sure there is a lot of activity where you are. Hopefully, maybe you don't have power. Power is out. Okay, thank you for that update. If there is a tornado on the ground, it would be moving into Rolla as we speak right now. So this is where it would be moving through Rolla. Got an update here from TikTok saying the power is out, which is not surprising. I'm sure the wind is strong, the rain is heavy. I'm sure you're hearing some hail. Our latest radar update I'm just getting on my iPad here, which is right next to me. We're using that to track on TikTok. Suggests that this tornado, if it is on the ground, it would be moving right through Rolla as we speak. So Rolla, and it looks like we just got an extension on the tornado warning, by the way. It is radar indicated. So the National Weather Service is also saying that they can't confirm this because we're far away from the radar site. You're seeing those blue and green colors. Basically, I'm looking at where those pink and green colors are side by side as to where this tornado may be occurring right now. It's low resolution, but let's see. Hayden is saying it is loud there right now. Do we have any updates from TikTok on Rolla? Anyone on TikTok in Rolla have any updates right now? I know you guys are all saying you're in your safe place. That's a good thing. There was a tornado confirmed on the ground earlier. I'm wondering if this lifted up, and I'm hoping it did before reaching you guys. Bree, you're saying you saw it on the ground. Honestly, it would be hard to see because of all the rain. I'm hoping you just saw some rain, but let's see. Sirens are still going off. Getting that report here from TikTok as well. Thank you, Heather. Let's see. I'm really hoping that everything is not on the ground. I'm hoping this is just rotation in the storm, but this is a scary look. We have a potential tornado moving through Rolla, right through Rolla right now. I mean, this is not missing. This is actually, if there is a tornado, it would be directly impacting the city. You're seeing those green and pink colors side by side. That is where our tornado would be, somewhere in that vicinity. And that is, I mean, Rolla is right in the middle of that. Actually, at this point now, if this tornado is on the ground, it looks as though it is moving towards the north and eastern side of the city now, if this is in fact on the ground. So the south and western end of the city, this tornado likely, if it is on the ground, would have passed through. It's now moving north and east through the city, approaching between downtown and the airport at this point. I keep checking over TikTok, see if anyone over here on TikTok has any updates in Rolla. Let's see. I know the power's out. I know sirens are going off. That's good. The sirens are going off. Sounds like it was loud there. I still don't have any confirmation of a tornado in Rolla. We may not have a confirmation for a little bit here. But what I can say is that based on some radar updates I'm getting, this is continuing to move to the north and east. Actually, I just realized I called out the airport. That looks like it was a lightning strike. Moving towards 10th Street, I should have said, and Slot Road, if that's what that says. So here's our storm now. It is moving into the northeastern portion of Rolla. It is out of the southwestern part of the city, and there we go, continuing to see it. It's likely to pass to the east of St. James for reference. Some other areas that may be impacted include North Y, Dillon, and like I said, just to the east of St. James. Though if you're in St. James, you absolutely have to be in your safe place here too. Same with Flag Spring, Shundler, and eventually Safe, Missouri. Kind of ironic name right now. The radar looks very messy, and it's unfortunate we don't have a radar site near Rolla, but what I'm circling is the area most likely where this tornado would be. You can see that to the north and east of Rolla now, right between those two colors. That's where our tornado would most likely be, likely passing just to the east of St. James right now. Let's see. MoDOT cameras look crazy. I bet they do. Reports that the sky is purple in O'Fallon. These storms are all approaching the St. Louis metro right now, so of course we're going to see some interesting colors in the clouds as they get that way. Let's see. Yeah, one of the places we were talking about outside of Missouri, of course, Arkansas, Boot Hill, Missouri. That includes Jonesboro. You guys in southern Illinois, you're getting a precursor right now. I know these storms are not where you are at this moment, but you're getting an idea of what the storms may look like where you are later tonight. So important that you guys have those safe places thought out and you know where to go. So we continue again to track this dangerous storm as it moves through Rolla, and we are watching as a potential tornado is on the ground right now. Potential, we cannot confirm it, but there is a lot of rotation, and I'm going to switch back to our reflectivity. It's messy. This radar image is messy. It's making it really difficult, like I said, to pinpoint exactly where a tornado would be. But we do know this storm is rotating as the possible tornadic portion of the storm passes to the northeast of Rolla and continues moving northeast. Do we have anyone from Rolla still in YouTube or on TikTok? I know that you may have lost power, you may have lost internet or cell service, but if you're here, I'm just curious what you may be hearing, what you may be seeing. You should stay in your safe place still. Wait, don't get out yet. It looks as though the tornado has passed now to the northeast of the city, but give it a few more minutes. There is still a lot of wind, rain, hail, lightning. What are we seeing, anybody? Let's see. All good now from northwest Rolla. That's one report. South of Rolla, everything good south of Rolla. Okay, good. Sounds like power's out. Some people saying there was a confirmed tornado on the ground. I have not seen that yet personally, but that is good to note. Let's see. Sounds like Natalie says damage is already being reported in Rolla. Kelsey says sirens are going off again. If the sirens are going off again, that don't worry. That is not another tornado or anything like that. That is probably emergency management. I'm sure it's hectic and they're trying to manage things. If you're in Rolla, I'm just taking a quick peek at a storm to your south to make sure that doesn't impact you. Actually, here's the thing. I'm going to zoom out a little bit here now again. I know some people were asking earlier. I'm also just double checking. This is our only tornado warning right now. If you're in Rolla, there is another storm to your south that wouldn't threaten a tornado in Rolla, but may produce some large hail. So don't go far. Stay inside. Stay inside, because you can see those purple colors coming up, those pink colors if you're watching here on TikTok coming up on the backside. So it's still pretty messy. Rolla PD says, thank you so much, guys, by the way, guys, for your updates here on TikTok too. You really helped me out here. Roof ripped off a patrol car. That is big, actually. That is sounds like more than wind, actually. No power there, okay. In southeast Rolla, someone's friend. Thank you for that update. KY3 is saying confirmed tornado. Yeah, I know that there was a confirmed tornado moving towards Rolla. I'm just wondering, I don't know that it was confirmed in Rolla yet. I'm seeing some conflicting reports there. If you guys in Rolla see any damage for yourself, you can send that to me on Instagram at Tucker Weather. I don't want you to put yourself in danger. I'm not telling you to do that now. Stay safe, stay inside. But at any point, maybe tomorrow, if you see something, send it my way at Tucker Weather. Send it on Instagram. I'll see it there. I want you to stay inside right now, though. All right? The tornado threat has passed in Rolla. There is still a strong storm that is going to clip the south and eastern side of the city. And you do not want to get hailed on. I just want you to be safe here. Just give it a little bit. Storms are almost completely out. But be careful out there. We do have a tornado watch now for Illinois, by the way. Thank you for that update, JBY. Let's see here. St. Louis, this threat is still increasing. I'm happy to help, Maddox. I'm happy to help. Let me see what else we got here. I'm just trying to get some updates from you guys here on TikTok. I'm trying to get updates out to people on YouTube as well, as it's the first time I've streamed in two places at once. So it's been an experience, but I think it's working out pretty well, just based on what you guys are saying. If you guys are just jumping on, by the way, I am a meteorologist too. So this isn't just weather information coming from a random guy. I'm a meteorologist. I've tracked tornado outbreaks on TV live before, so you can trust the information you're getting here. Consider following as well. We will continue to do this live coverage on TikTok and on YouTube all spring long, all tornado season long. And like I said, you're getting good weather information from me here. There's a lot of people that are just spreading misinformation and hype. I'm not one of them. So for that reason, consider following so you know you're getting good weather information. And if you have any weather questions that I'm not answering here, you can find me on Instagram at Tucker Weather. Send me your questions there. And for those of you guys watching on TikTok, I'm doing regular in-depth weather updates on YouTube. It can be a really good resource for you guys, especially as we get into severe weather season. So do consider finding me at Tucker Weather on YouTube. Subscribe there. You can jump on the live. I'll see your questions a little quicker because I have less people watching the lives on there. But that is a good resource for you guys. And wherever I can reach you, I'm doing my best to do so. So I got you. Twitter too. Hey, I'm at Tucker Weather on Twitter. Actually, speaking of, by the way, I got to get to a new tornado warning. And yes, by the way, I don't want to ignore you Illinois folks. I hear everything you're saying. I see it. I've just been preoccupied with our tornado warnings right here. Illinois is now under a tornado watch. No surprise there, at least the southern and central parts of the state. We did just get a new tornado warning. That storm I had mentioned south of Rolla that was beginning to look more menacing, that is now tornado warned. So I'm going to give you an update. Rolla is not included in this, by the way. So do not fear if you're in Rolla, but if you are south of Rolla, this is where our new tornado warning exists. This looks like a very sparsely populated area, which is good. I'm not even seeing my weather radar pick up any towns, and it picks up some really small towns. So the fact that I'm not seeing anything there is a good sign. We can see this hook, though, on this storm that is south of Rolla right now. Get you a measurement on distance. Let's see here. Let's see, actually. This is about 13 miles south of Rolla, where a tornado would be. That large hail right now, only about 6 miles south of Rolla. Actually, just got a radar update. Luckily, the large hail I was talking about for Rolla, it does look like it's going to stay barely south. I'm thinking about 3 miles south of Rolla. Southeastern portions of Rolla could still get into some hail. If there is a tornado being produced by this second storm to the south of Rolla, it is going to pass to the south and not impact the city, but it is about 12 miles south of Rolla right now. So really, it looks like more of a threat for anyone on the roads. Lacoma, Lake Spring, Winkler, Clinton, these are towns that would be in the path of this potential second tornado. I'm looking at this on YouTube a little closer. We have a higher resolution radar. At least it's a bigger screen so we can see more. And there is an area of rotation. Similar to Rolla, though, we're pretty far from the radar site, so it's kind of hard to tell exactly where it is. Did I just hear we got another tornado warning for St. Clair? Yes, we did. Yes, we did. All right, we get another tornado warning. Because this storm is, this warning is so sparsely populated, and there's not much to see. Lacoma, Lake Spring, Seton, Clinton, and Winkler. If you are in those places, get to your safe spot now. I cannot confirm that there is a tornado occurring, but there may be. So stay in that safe place. Hang out there for at least 20 minutes, possibly longer here. Thank you for that update on TikTok. Someone just shouted out that we have a tornado warning in St. Clair, and as a matter of fact, we do. New tornado warning has been issued. You can see it's the same storm that passed through Rolla. They have extended this warning. It is still very difficult to tell where the center of rotation is, and I'm just zooming out here for those of you guys watching on YouTube just to make sure I'm not missing anything else. A couple severe storm warnings in northern Arkansas, a couple of severe storm warnings in southern Minnesota right now, but yes, this new tornado warning, it's nothing really new. We've been talking about this for a while, but the National Weather Service has extended the warning that was previously issued well before the storm went through Rolla, but this one continues to produce potentially severe, well, certainly severe weather, but a potential tornado as it moves northeast. Right now, Jake Prairie, Oak Hill, Mount Pleasant Ford, Argo, and Japan, Missouri, all the more imminent threats or risks are facing, the most imminent threats right now as this storm continues moving northeast. I do not have a clear look on radar at the rotation. I do see a lot of likely hail, however, and there's certainly some wind. This storm is also, by the way, warned for golf ball-sized hail, and we also have a severe storm warning, which is likely, includes 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So even if this were not to produce a tornado, you're still facing 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts and golf ball-sized hail. Those in and of themselves are going to do damage, especially given this hail is going to be more wind-driven. So that is what we're watching very closely right now, is this storm warning. Let me get a timer on this for you, and also let's see how fast it is going. Continuing to move about 60 miles per hour to the north and east. So we still have a very fast-moving storm right here. And some of the cities in its path include, Jake Prairie, it's reaching right now T and Japan in about the next 10 to 15 minutes, Strain in about 15 to 20, Elmont in 15 to 20, Mill Rock Ford, Champion City in about 20 minutes. That includes Spring Bluff and Rockford. Lobinger Ford and Gerald in about 20 to 25, Peters Ford in about 25, Schmidt Ford, Leslie, Noser Mill, Green Street, Port Hudson, Beaufort, all in about 25 to 30 minutes. Nyer and Jeffreysburg in about 30 minutes, and St. Clair also in about 30 minutes, though this storm may actually pass to the east of St. Clair. It is a little difficult to say for sure right now, but I'm hopeful that occurs. So these storms continue to move east. By the way, I'm going to say it now. I am working the morning show on TV tomorrow in Boston, and I will need to go to sleep at some point. I'm not saying it needs to be soon, but once these storms are outside the St. Louis metro, I am going to log off. So those of you guys in Illinois, I'm watching storms as they get into northern and central Illinois, but beyond that, I will need to log off at some point. We still got a couple hours, don't worry, but at some point I will need to sleep. By the way, we did just get another tornado warning. And if you were on earlier, you heard me talking about how the potential for tornadoes is increasing as we get later in tonight. And that's exactly what we're seeing. So I'm going to take you to that new tornado warning. This one actually not in Missouri. It is in northern Arkansas near Mountain Home. And you can see pretty clearly the hook here. I'll circle it for you just in case I have a more trained eye, so I know that might be a little easier. Natalie is right on it. Thanks so much, Natalie. New tornado. You were on it just as quick as I was. Good call on that. Let me see here. We're going to get an idea of exactly how vigorously this is rotating. But yes, Mountain Home. This is actually just barely to the east of Mountain Home this morning. I'm taking a look at our velocity, and I'm going to bring you to the velocity too on TikTok. And you're seeing, again, here is our velocity image. We're kind of far from the radar site. We've been kind of unlucky. These tornadoes are not occurring close to the radar site, but you can see the red and blue colors side by side. That, of course, is where our rotation is centered. We cannot confirm that a tornado is on the ground with this one. I don't believe, at least I certainly can't yet. It's radar indicated, but this is a tornado warning for areas between Lakeview, Arkansas, and Mountain Home, Arkansas. We just got a radar update. Again, it looks a little messy. So we're going to actually use our reflectivity here because we can see that hook a bit clearer, and that would tell us more accurately where a tornado would be occurring. It'd be right on the end of that hook. You can see to the east of Mountain Home. This storm also moving to the northeast here. Circling that hook for you guys here on YouTube as well. Let me call out some places that are in the path of this one and get an idea. Let's see how fast this one is moving. This is currently moving at 35 miles per hour to the northeast, so not quite as fast as the other one, but nonetheless, a dangerous storm. It is tornado warned, and let me get an idea of where it's headed. I'm going to assume it may be speeding up a little bit, so it seems like a pretty sparsely populated area too. Clark Ridge, it'll be there in about 15 minutes. In Gamaliel, if that is how you pronounce that, it will arrive in about 20 minutes or so there. So this is passing east of Mountain Home. Mountain Home itself will be impacted by some hail and some rain. It looks like it already has been. The tornado will be passing across the northwestern portions of Mountain Home, however. So there are some areas out there that may be impacted. This would include the airport out there, Spring Lake Estates, Fawn Park. If you're in Fawn Park, you don't have much time. You really got to get to your safe place now. Spring Lake Estates, if this is a tornado on the ground, and it may very well be, it would be over Spring Lake Estates right now. And after that, it looks like it moves into some pretty sparsely populated areas, so at least we have that. But this is a dangerous storm nonetheless. So we have a couple areas to watch now. I'm going to go back to our storm in Missouri. Still waiting for this to get a little bit closer to radar. It looks like we have perhaps a hook trying to develop, and I cannot confirm yet if that's a hook. I'm going to investigate this one. You can kind of see it as we switch to the St. Louis radar. You can kind of see it on the back end of this, but that's kind of a weird place for a hook. So let's see if the velocity matches up. Yeah, it's hard to say on this one. So because we're not close to radar and it's a very disorganized sort of looking storm, if you're in this tornado warning anywhere, I'm not going to try to make a call in case I am off by a few miles on where exactly the tornado is for this. So we just got a new tornado warning, by the way. But for this current warning, the one for St. Clair, Spring Bluff, Japan, Noser Mill, we talked about. You get to your safe place now if you aren't already. Taking a deep breath, and now moving to the north, just a little bit farther north. Warrenton is on the edge of this, but more importantly, this is our new tornado warning just north of Owensville, Missouri. So again, things getting active out here. We are looking at this area here. A lot of lightning being produced by this portion of the storm. I'm circling it for you guys now. Again, I actually took my mouse out and putting it back in so I can circle it a little better for you. But what we have here is a new tornado warning, and this would be heading, again, northeast. I am going to see some of the details on this. If there was a tornado, it would more likely be right about there in the middle of that circle. Radar indicated tornado warning. This is a tornado warning for northwestern Franklin County in east central Missouri, central Gascon, Gasconade County, and southeastern Warren County is what this warning is for. Let me open up our wind velocity, and I will be honest, I'm not able to make out much on velocity, so I'm going to keep us on our reflectivity. That's the radar that you're used to seeing. And so both of these warnings extend pretty far to the north and east. So and we just got another tornado warning, by the way, in Arkansas, so things are getting busy. This new warning, though, extends as far north and east as New Haven, Marthasville, Innsbruck. Warrenton is right on the northern edge of this tornado warning. So if you are in that warning, get to your safe place now and stay there, as this is a dangerous storm and we may be seeing a tornado. As mentioned, we have yet another tornado warning. This is also in Arkansas. It is in north central Arkansas. So I'm cutting to that now and taking you guys on YouTube to this one as well, as we track our now fourth concurrent tornado warning, actually our fifth concurrent tornado warning at this point. This one does not seem to be near many areas either. Luckily, outside of Rolla, most of these warnings have not been in very populated areas, but Searcy County, Newton County, Johnson County, Van Buren County, Pope County. Those are your counties in Arkansas that are included in this tornado warning. It's likely if there was a tornado being produced, it would be right where I have circled it, right here where that hook is. So you guys on TikTok can see too. I'm going to open up my velocity here on YouTube, and it once again is kind of messy. Because a lot of these areas are not very well populated where these storms are occurring, they are also not very close to radar. And so it's making it hard to really make a ton of sense of velocity. At least it's kind of confusing to present in this way. So we're going to watch that. Let me name some towns, though, that are going to be in the path of this. This storm, by the way, moving to the, like I said, northeast at 65 miles per hour. So this is a very fast-moving storm, which means it's going to cover a lot of ground in a short amount of time. Towns that are in the path of this include Simpson, Victor, Solo in the next 10 minutes, Raspberry, Nogo, and Tilly in the next 20, Dabney, Witt Springs, Chimes, Imo, Bear Creek, Woolham, Copeland, and Booster in the next 30, and then several other towns including Dennard, Wiley's Cove, and Noah's and Rumley in the next 30 to 40 minutes. This is that storm in Arkansas that is now tornado warned. So we have 5 concurrent tornado warnings. Looks as though this guy right here, the one that we were talking about before, south of Rolla, south of St. James, though this storm is, let me jump to radar out here. Though this storm is still tornado warned, it looks like the rotation has died down, but we have the potential for baseball-sized hail on this storm as it moves into places like Cedar Ford, Klein Ford, Keysville, Wesco. So some very large hail now being produced in these also potential tornado producers at this time. And so that's going to be a threat as we get closer to the St. Louis metro, is potential damage from baseball-sized hail. I'm going to take a look too at our storm that is moving pretty close to Japan and Elmont, as well as Bourbon, Sullivan, and Oak Grove Village in Missouri here. This storm, as I mentioned before, having a hard time making out, again, where the peak rotation is on reflectivity, but this storm we will need to watch for, again, Japan and Elmont, Spring Bluff, Oak Grove, Sullivan, and Bourbon. That is where we're a little too close for comfort with this potential tornado right now. So switching back into Missouri, that is what we are watching closely as these storms get very close to the St. Louis metro area and do threaten in the next, I mean, right now, in about the next hour, they're going to be reaching the city as well. So we're looking at, again, a lot of activity in these areas. I'm getting back to some of your questions now, so sorry for keeping you guys waiting. It's been busy with these new warnings popping up, so I'm just trying to catch back up again. I'm going to answer as many of your questions as I can. Boston weather year-round is less entertaining than the Midwest. I miss it out in the Midwest, and that's why I go storm chasing out here every year as a vacation. Okay, let's see. All right, Montgomery, Alabama tomorrow. There is a very high risk out there tomorrow for severe weather. I'll be live covering that tomorrow. You'll want to check out my latest YouTube update for some really in-depth information out there. That's at least where you'll find it the quickest. Let's see what else we got here. Troy, Missouri. that stuff should be headed your way right now. So if you're in Troy, we're looking at a tornado risk that is continuing to increase as these storms approach. Although the worst of these tornadic storms, and we just got another tornado warning, by the way, the worst of these tornadic storms may stay just south of you in Troy. So you really need to be on alert. In about the next half hour, things are going to get bumpy, but the tornado threat is higher south of you. St. Charles, you are right in the midst of where there may be tornadoes tonight. And we're watching these tornadoes move in right now as they approach the St. Louis metro area. Thank you for the appreciation, Mackenzie. Let's see. The risk in Troy, again, the threat looks like it's going to be higher to the south of you in Troy, but the wind will be pretty high. Let's see. So yeah, St. Charles certainly has a higher tornado risk right now than Troy. Just to clear things up. Hey, look, I know you guys, at least in YouTube chat, it's a stressful situation. I know. We're going to keep you updated, though. I'll keep you on top of it. So, take a deep breath. Make sure you're thinking of where that safe place is going to be. That's the most important thing, so you know where to go if there is a warning. I would be surprised right now if there is not a warning at some point in St. Charles. I believe in Troy, that risk for a warning is a little bit lower, but it's certainly still possible. We did just get a new tornado warning, by the way, so no rest for us here. Let's see. Watching rotation hook near Blua and Lennox. Yeah, I'm going to take a look there too in a moment. Good to note. So right by Cedar Ford, we were talking about this before, but we do have another tornado risk out here as we take a look towards places like Steelville in Missouri. And this is making for basically a line of tornado warnings, more or less. You can see the hook on this storm. I'll circle it. And you're going to notice that, again, it is, let me get my tools back here. You're going to notice that this is, again, moving right in the direction of Steelville and to the northeast. Eventually, it'll reach the St. Louis metro area. I'm guessing we're not going to see much on our velocity right now, but there is certainly some rotation. At least I can make out some rotation. I'm not going to show that, though, just because it'll be hard for you to make out on the screen, but I can tell you, at least from what I'm seeing, there's certainly some rotation there. So basically, this storm, let's see how fast it's moving. Radar indicated Crawford County, Franklin County, Washington County included in this warning. It's moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. I'm going to name you some towns here now. And as this thing moves northeast, I'm looking at places like Cedar Ford and Klein Ford are being impacted right now. Steelville, 10 minutes. Bird's Nest, 11. Patsy, 15 minutes. Scotia, 20. Butts, 20 also. Villander, 26. Caseyville, 35 minutes for that storm to reach those areas. So again, this is, we got 3 tornado warnings in a line right here, and these storms are approaching the St. Louis metro area, so not really an ideal situation because we are going to be encountering some damage in the St. Louis metro, whether from hail or a tornado or even just wind. It's about to get pretty bumpy as these storms get very close to St. Louis itself. It looks like the north side of St. Louis may be seeing a slightly higher risk than the south side. I'm just going to investigate one other thing here near Beaumont. And yeah, there's certainly a lot of hail mixed in here too. I can say that much. Hail, wind, and tornadoes. The trifecta. So we're going to keep a very close eye on this. Let me see if I can answer some more of your questions here too. Yeah, let's see. Niola, let's see where you are. Valley Park. Let me get an update for you in Valley Park. I'm taking a look at that for you now. If you guys are in any of these warnings that I've mentioned, by the way, now is the time to get to your safe place. The lowest floor of your house, an interior room. No tornado warning in Valley Park right now, but you should be going home and getting ready to be in that safe place because I expect there will be a tornado warning there. And you may be in some level of danger in the next 30 minutes. So be careful, be safe, find some shelter. Let me see. I'm taking a look at our TikTok chat now, too. Let's see where people are at right now. DeSoto is in a spot where we are looking at the potential for a tornado. I do not see any warnings out there in DeSoto at the moment, but that threat for a tornado in DeSoto is a real possibility. Although the threat looks a little bit greater farther north. I'll say this for those of you guys here on TikTok. I'm also streaming live here on YouTube at Tucker Weather. If I'm not getting to your questions, you may have better luck heading over to YouTube and asking your questions in the YouTube chat. That's moving a little bit slower than our TikTok chat. So at Tucker Weather on YouTube, I'm streaming there too. The TikTok chat's kind of crowded, so if you head over there, subscribe if you head over there, but also you may get your questions answered a bit quicker over on YouTube out there too. Let's see here. By the way, for anyone who's just tuning in, and for anyone who's been here for a while, thanks for sticking with the stream. But for anyone who's just tuning in, I just want to let you know we are tracking a tornado outbreak, which has begun. We are looking at Missouri and Arkansas right now, in which there are several active tornado warnings. I am a meteorologist, so I've covered tornado outbreaks before. I have a degree in meteorology, so you can trust the information I'm giving you. You can always trust the weather information I'm giving you, being a meteorologist, but also I'm simply not going to lie to you. I'm not going to hype anything, so consider following, because there's a lot of fakers out there on the internet who honestly, they talk as if they know what they're talking about, and they simply are spewing bad information. You're not going to get that here. So I promise I'm going to do my best to keep you safe. So consider following here on TikTok. Consider following on YouTube as well. Anybody on TikTok, if you're looking for regular weather updates, I post regular weather updates every 2 days at least on YouTube. And I even had this event. We had a very early warning on this weather event out on YouTube just yesterday. So at Tucker Weather there. And if you have any questions I'm not getting to, I'm doing my best to get to all of you. But you can find me at Tucker Weather on Instagram. And you can ask me your questions there. You can just follow me there, DM me, and I'll do my best to get to you there. All right. Let's see. Wisconsin will be okay, but the southern part of Wisconsin may be in for a bumpy ride, as there is going to be the potential for at least some damaging wind out there if you're in Wisconsin. So reasonable question right there. Again, right now, I'm trying to catch up on some of your questions. We've been going for almost 3.5 hours at this point. So it's been a pretty long stream, but we are really getting to one of the most intense portions of the storm. Let's see. Oh, Hayden is back. Hayden was in Rolla when the tornado hit out there, if it was a tornado. I have not seen many reports on damage in Rolla yet. I'm actually going to take a look at Rolla and see if there's any reports coming out of Rolla. For all of you guys who are on TikTok and may have been in Rolla, I'm going to take a look and see if there are any updates. By the way, if you guys use Twitter or Facebook, you can also find me there as well. I use Twitter all the time for weather, and Twitter is really helpful because if you have any storm reports or pictures, I will retweet you. I'll share them. That's a great place for me to share some of the reports you're seeing. Let's see. I am looking at some reports from Rolla. There is some video of a possible tornado that went through Rolla. It cannot be confirmed right now, but it does appear there was a tornado that got very close to Rolla or may have gone through Rolla. So I don't have any confirmation, but if any of you guys in TikTok chat or in YouTube chat have any damage reports, send them to me, and I'll pass those on to anybody who needs to see them. I'll just retweet you, put them in the public, or share them on Instagram even as well. All right. Let's see. I want to stick with our 3 tornado warnings right now as things are getting busy as we head into St. Louis. Seeing a bunch of you guys jump on, by the way, on TikTok and on YouTube. Remember to subscribe on YouTube, follow on TikTok. As I mentioned a moment ago, I am a meteorologist, and I'm going to give you the absolute best weather information that you can get. I have a lot of experience with tracking tornado outbreaks on TV, on live streams like this, and we're going to do a lot more of these. So if you stick with me here, we're going to be keeping you always ahead of the weather. And I, of course, do regular weather updates on TikTok, but especially I do my in-depth updates on YouTube here too. I'm going to give you an update on our tornado warning near Mountain Home, Arkansas. We were talking about this one previously. This threat near Mountain Home, Arkansas is, again, a tornado threat as we track this storm moving through some more quiet areas. I'm not seeing right now any significant, well, actually, you know what? There is more rotation, to be honest, from what we looked at before. And they just extended this warning, in fact. So, to be honest, I actually did not expect that this would tick up. So let's take a look actually at the latest. I want to get you up to speed. You're seeing, if we open up our velocities, some of those pink and green colors side by side here. There's your rotation, and this is moving in the direction of Bakersfield, Missouri. It may end up reaching South Fork. It is now to the north of Mountain Home, kind of out of the way of Mountain Home, but it is in that area, and we're going to continue to see potential impacts to these areas as this storm continues. We have a couple areas of rotation south of that. One of these is actually, you know what? Here's the thing. Everything in northern Arkansas is rotating right now. You can kind of see those couplets where you have those bluish colors and brighter green colors meeting the red colors. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4 separate mesocyclones in Arkansas. I'm circling these for you guys on TikTok as well. 4 different areas of rotation. So if you're in northern Arkansas, from basically Russellville, Arkansas, all the way to the border of Missouri, those are locations where we are looking at what is in the near term seemingly reasonably high tornado potential. Of course, we have this one tornado warning, which is still in effect. There really aren't many towns in here. We're looking at Victor, Smyrna, Welcome Home. That is a great name for a town. Kay, Booster, Watts, Wiley's Cove, Leslie. These areas are included in a tornado warning, but we're going to be watching northern Arkansas closely because it looks to me as though we are going to see more warnings issued. In fact, I would be issuing probably some more warnings there pretty soon myself. Of course, I don't work with the National Weather Service, but I'd like to consider severe weather tracking something that I am highly skilled in, at least to the point where I can pick up a tornado oftentimes before it's warned, and we're going to be calling out anything that looks risky before it's warned. So I'm not perfect. I'm not the National Weather Service, by the way. They are some of the best meteorologists in the world, but sometimes they're able to get ahead of them by just a little bit. Taking a look at our tornado warnings in the St. Louis area, we got another tornado warning. So we got 4. And this newest one is north of Salem, Missouri. So we're going to take a look at that in a moment. I'm just scanning some of our warnings to the north. This one that is moving into New Haven, this storm here, I'm actually going to go to our velocity image. This storm that's moving towards New Haven, there is clear rotation. This is a radar indicated storm, but if you're near New Haven, Disson, Traylor, Pinckney, Aspenhoff, Marthasville, you got to be in your safe place right now. This is actually, you know what? So this is looking more interesting to me. Right here, this is where we actually could have a tornado on the ground, and if it is, it would be passing just north of New Haven pretty soon here. Again, I'm looking at this area of rotation right here. So my concern is that we may have a tornado forming. It may be trying to get to the ground near New Haven. I am looking at what is no debris, but a certain concerning look here on our velocity image. We're going to move this a little farther south since we got 4 tornado warned storms. This one by Spring Bluff. This does not necessarily mean a tornado is on the ground, but we certainly have strong rotation here. Out by Spring Bluff, this is moving northeast also, approaching Nyer and Acre Ford, it appears. That one looks like it'll continue moving towards Union, Missouri, which is more populated. So if you're in Union, you need to be thinking about where you may go if a tornado warning is issued. I would actually already be heading to my safe place right now. We are looking at storms moving into the St. Louis metro area, by the way, for those of you guys just jumping on. I'm not seeing as significant a signal near Steelville of rotation, but we are looking at what is some perhaps stronger rotation out here north of Salem, Missouri, and you can see that couplet there. That's what you look for when a tornado may be forming, and this will be passing north of Salem and moving east-northeast. So we'll be watching this one closely too, and waiting to see if it approaches any more higher populated areas. And of course, if we do see more clarity, in some of the rotation, we will jump into these a bit more aggressively. But right now, I'm not seeing anything super significant. Although that one storm near New Haven, I am definitely interested in. And you know what? I do think that storm may be producing a tornado right now. We just got a radar update. So we're going to focus a little closer on in that New Haven storm. As I mentioned a moment ago, this is New Haven, Missouri. Let's see. It appears there's a reasonable chance this is producing a tornado, and it is moving in the direction of Traylor and, again, passing north of New Haven. So we're watching this closely, as this is going to continue to be a threat heading through the next, short term, the next 10, 15 minutes. So if I mention some of the towns you're in, make sure you're finding a safe place to be. Let's see here. If you're in St. Charles, that's a good question. If you're in St. Charles, you should be preparing to head inside. So I'd be home, and if you're at home, you should just be ready to head down to your safe place. There's no tornado warning now, but as a precaution ahead of time, I would be heading to. You don't have to be there right now, but you should just get everything you need to go down there. Union, Missouri, you're not in a tornado warning either, but Union, Missouri, I'd be doing the same thing as we continue to see a area of rotation by Spring Bluff move your direction. St. Clair, you should also be in your safe place. You are in a tornado warning right now, but I am most concerned about that potential tornado that we're tracking at this moment, and its possible track north of New Haven. New Haven, you're still too close for comfort. You do need to be in your safe place. But if a tornado is occurring, towns that it may impact include Coal City right now, Etla, Bernheimer, Pinckney, Traylor, Holstein, Concord Hill, Aspenhof, Hopewell, and Innsbruck. Those are all areas that may be impacted by a potential tornado here. And we're watching this one closely as it continues to move. Beyond this, it'll move in the direction of Wright City and Wentzville. O'Fallon certainly is down the line as well. And the other area that seems most likely for a potential tornado is by Spring Bluff. And right as I was saying that, we just got an update on our tornado warning. And this is beginning to get more menacing. So you can see that area where we have the dark blue and the red colors near each other here on that storm I was just talking about by Spring Bluff. And this does include St. Charles. So just as we were saying a moment ago, that's why I was giving you that early warning. This is why we stream here. Give you early warnings. Make sure you stay ahead of the storms. And Union as well. The tornado warning has just been extended as we have an area of rotation that just moved through Spring Bluff and is moving northeast. It will pass Union. It will continue to move to the northeast, eventually reaching places like, and this includes a lot of populated areas, Lake, St. Louis, O'Fallon, St. Peters, St. Charles, Chesterfield, Weldon Spring, Wildwood, Baldwin, Maryland Heights. These are all places in the new tornado warning. And this storm is moving pretty quickly into the St. Louis metro area. So as I was just saying a moment ago to you guys who are downstream, this is why I was saying, I should say, why you should be getting ready to head to that safe place. And now would be the time to do that. Although if you're in St. Charles, this is still about a half hour away, but it's on a path that would take it through the Union area and likely into the St. Peters or St. Charles area. And this is actually strengthening quickly now. So we are turning our attention to what may actually be a tornado on the ground. Cannot confirm it right now, but we are seeing an area of tight rotation. This is moving into the Nyer area and approaching the Union area as well. Clear as day. That is a strong rotation couplet. So this situation beginning to ramp up a bit more quickly now. Do we have anybody in chat here near Union? Is anybody in chat here near Union or Nyer for that matter? Because this is where we have the most imminent threat. Okay, we got a few people in TikTok chat. All right, TikTok chat. I haven't seen anybody in YouTube chat who's in Union or these areas yet. But if you are in Union or these places I'm talking about, now is the time to head downstairs, head to the basement, head to that interior room on the lowest floor of your house, because this is becoming more serious by the second. I'm checking really quick to see if we have any debris. And let me see here. I'm not seeing. Well, I'm just double checking. I'm not seeing debris, but I'm double checking because there is. Okay. So guys, this is very serious now. We do have debris in this storm, so this is likely to be a confirmed tornado now, heading in the direction of Union. Like I said, we have debris being spotted, and this is becoming a very, very strong couplet. So there's a lot of rotation here. You can see that bullseye. I circled it here on YouTube, and there it is for you guys in TikTok chat too. This should be a confirmed tornado now moving in the direction of Union, likely passing just to the south. So this becoming a lot more serious because, again, it is also approaching the St. Louis metro area. So this is not something to play with. You need to head to your safe place now, especially if you are in Union. This is not something you can wait on. The National Weather Service, in fact, just this second has confirmed the tornado as well. You can see that area I have highlighted, that little spot on radar. It kind of stands out. That is your debris being picked up by radar at this minute. I'm going to highlight some towns that are in the path here so we can give you an idea of who is going to be facing this threat next. But that is undoubtedly a confirmed tornado. Union, it will reach you in less than 10 minutes. Gildan House, 15. Villa Ridge, 15. Bowles and Nona and Labadie, 20. Gray Summit and Augusta, also 20 minutes. Those are areas that are in the direct path of this tornado. You cannot wait. You have to head to safety right now. And there's our couplet. That is where we're seeing the rotation. This is a serious situation and one that is evolving very quickly at this moment. We can also open up and our reflectivity, and there's no mistaking it. Actually, you know what? It's right here. This is where our tornado would be, just to the east of Nair, assuming I'm pronouncing that correctly. Union, this is very close to you. If you're in Union, this is a tornado on the ground right now. You have to head to your safe place. There is no time to waste. This is headed right your way, and it's going to be there in just minutes. So you cannot wait. This is a very serious situation, and we are looking at places like Villa Ridge, Gray Summit as well, where this storm is headed next. Certainly, this is as serious as it gets, just like we saw in Rolla. This is a confirmed tornado, and it will do damage. Do not be caught unprepared for this. Got to head to that safest place, lowest floor of your house. So again, heading into the St. Louis metro area, this is what we're looking at right now. I'm waiting to see another radar update, but there is no doubt we have a confirmed tornado on the ground. We have a very strong. This is not good for Eicher Ford, by the way. This is passing. Now that I zoom in, this is passing right into Eicher Ford, and this is a situation you just never want to see. This is almost certainly directly impacting Eicher Ford, which I'm assuming is a very small area, very small town. But it is likely about to take a direct hit from this likely tornado here. So, again, this is getting very serious very quickly, and I cannot say enough how serious this situation is becoming in a hurry. So this is what we're looking at right now. For those of you guys who are just tuning in, we've been covering severe weather for hours now. I do want to mention, again, I am a meteorologist, and I am not making this up. I'm not hyping this up. We are looking at a full-on severe weather outbreak, significant tornado threat, and a tornado that is confirmed moving in the direction of Union, Missouri at this moment. It looks like at the moment, by the way, we lost our warning boxes, at least on YouTube, but I still got them here on TikTok, so I will continue to navigate around that. And, okay, we just got a more dire update. We have another confirmed tornado. This is now crossing into Missouri, heading for South Fork, Missouri. So we're going to switch between the two here. This is a confirmed tornado moving through Bakersfield into South Fork, Missouri. So we got two right now. We're going to switch between the two. I'm going to take us south. Like I said, there are warnings back up. We have another tornado warning as well. This has been issued, just so we have this covered really quickly. This has been issued for places like Davisville, Cedar Post, Brazil, Missouri. This was the storm that's passing north of Salem. But I want to get to our storm that is now near South Fork, Missouri. We have a confirmed tornado here. We have tennis ball sized hail. The National Weather Service has tagged this one specifically, saying that the threat is particularly high for damage. I'm just waiting for my radar to load, but this is becoming a much more serious threat. Hard for me to say that we can make out debris, but the National Weather Service likely did, which is why they have gone ahead and confirmed this tornado already. So again, waiting for my radar to load here. Here we are. Yeah, so okay. So this is not a good situation near Bakersfield, Missouri. It is very possible we have a tornado in that area right now. And as I look at our radar, this is moving into South Fork and West Plains, Missouri. So if you live between Bakersfield, South Fork, and West Plains, you need to be heading to your safe place. You need to be down there right now. It's very possible that Bakersfield, Missouri was just impacted by a tornado. Leota also is way too close for comfort. We were talking about this moments ago, that potential for a tornado, and it may be materialized right now. We also still have a tornado warning in Arkansas, moving towards Leslie, Arkansas, near K, Watts as well. So make sure you are in your safe places there, and a couple of other areas of rotation out there too. I'm taking us back, though, towards Union, where we do have a confirmed tornado, and this one is getting way too close to comfort for the Union area. If you are in the southern portion of Union, take cover. Get ready to be impacted by a tornado. I do not say that lightly. It is very likely a tornado is about to hit you if you live on the south side of Union. This is a very serious situation, obviously. And this is a storm that is likely to continue moving into the St. Louis metro area. I'm going to circle the path that it is on right here. I'm looking at our debris signature at this moment on YouTube. You're looking at velocity on TikTok. Our debris ball right here gives us an idea of where it is headed and where it likely is at this moment or was. And if you live on, like I said, the south and eastern sides of Union here, so if you live like on the south side of town, I'm looking at, South Oak Street. There's a, First Baptist Church. There's a Super 8 by Main Street. Those are areas that are directly in the path of this. So if you know what I'm talking about, you know where that is. Do we have anybody in Union right now who can give us any reports on what they may be seeing or hearing at this time? Of course, please tell me you're in your safe place. You better be there right now. This is not a storm that you want to mess around with. Looking for reports here on YouTube and on TikTok. We have a report the sky is green in Union, of course. Sounds like a lot of people have friends who are there. Winds are dying down in Union. Well, they're not going to be dying down for long because this looks like a tornado on the ground right now, and it is moving into the south and eastern side of the city of Union. So we are looking at a very serious situation unfolding. Like I said, you have to head to that safe place now. If you have friends out there, give them a call right now, okay? If you have friends in Union, give them a call right now, especially if you know they live on the south and eastern side. Because this is about as serious as it gets, and you could save a life, honestly. So please consider doing that. Let's see. Joliet, Illinois, by the way, I want to get to your comments. I see you've asked a bunch of times. Sorry, I haven't got to you yet. This threat will increase in the next few hours. Primarily a wind threat, but also a low tornado threat out there too. I'm waiting to see what happens with our debris signature near Union. That is why we have a confirmed tornado. It was right by Eicher Ford not long ago. We're waiting to get an updated scan, and this is not a good look at all, okay? So we're going to break this down now. I'm breaking it down here for you guys on YouTube and on TikTok here. You can see our debris signature. It is that blue-colored spot. This is a tornado right here that is currently moving through the south side of Union. This is likely doing damage. I'm looking at roads like Crider Lane, let's see, Porterford Road. We're looking at, what would this be? There is a Kingdom Hall, a Jehovah's Witness church that is right in the path of this. East Central College, right in the path of this. Union Village Plaza. not in a good spot either. Halligan Estates, Park Place Drive. This is moving. Eventually, it will get through there and reach places like Prairie Dell Road. Pullman Mill is not in a good place at all. Guild House is not in a good spot either. This, again, is our tornado right here. That's the debris being detected on radar. That blue spot, it is continuing to move northeast. It is scraping the south and eastern side of Union, Missouri, and heading towards Pullman Mill and Gildan House at this exact moment. And we can see on velocity, here's our couplet. That's where our tornado would be. Certainly, it's very notable, and we can see, too, our hook, not as clear, but it is likely this right here. As we have rotation coming out of the storm and into the Union area. So this is a very, very serious situation unfolding right now. I can't say that enough. Union likely being impacted right now by a tornado and possibly a strong tornado too. I'm getting an update on our debris, and it looks like this tornado is actually making sometimes tornadoes, they make a rightward shift. And this one looks like it's making a rightward turn. So it is going down the highway. There is a Walmart near Union. It is hitting that Walmart right now near Rebel Road. It is continuing to move south of Pullman Mill at this point. And actually, Villa Ridge is one of the places that is at highest risk now, too. So we're seeing it take this rightward shift. And so Villa Ridge, I did think it was Gildan House just a moment ago, but this newer data suggests that Villa Ridge may be one of those places that is actually at higher risk at this time. And you're looking at the debris being picked up on radar, so we already know it has done damage. If you guys are just jumping on, we're covering an active tornado on the ground moving into the St. Louis metro area. It has just passed through the south side of Union, Missouri, and it is continuing to move in the direction of Villa Ridge. And ultimately, we have several storms that are approaching St. Louis itself. The entire metro is going to be facing the threat for tornadoes over the next couple of hours. We have a couple of warnings in Arkansas as well. My name's Tucker, by the way. I am a meteorologist. I have a degree in this. I work professionally as a meteorologist, so you're getting good weather information here. Consider following, by the way, so that you're getting your information from a trusted source, as opposed to some random people on the internet who, with all due respect, have no clue what they're talking about or saying or hyping things up. You're always going to get good information from me here. And I'm streaming in two places right now. I've got you guys covered on YouTube and on TikTok. For those of you guys who are on TikTok, I want to let you know, if you're not getting your questions answered, if you find me at Tucker Weather on YouTube, you can head over to my stream there. And there's less people in the chat, and I'll probably see your questions sooner. And I'll also just say, if there are any questions I haven't answered, you can find me on Instagram at Tucker Weather. And you can find my, I do regular weather updates on YouTube as well. So we have a full briefing out on the tornado threat tomorrow on YouTube. Again, at Tucker Weather, that will be a really helpful spot for you. But as always, I will be streaming here on TikTok whenever we get severe weather, posting my updates there too, posting updates on Instagram. I just wanted to let you guys know this is legit. You have many ways to get your information, and I am covering this as closely as possible. Still waiting for a radar update too. I like to at least say that between our radar updates before we get new information. But we're continuing to look at what is a tornado on the ground as it moves through the Union area, approaching Villa Ridge, Missouri. I'm looking at Gray Summit and Shaw Nature Reserve. Those areas are at higher risk now for potential impact from this tornado. I'm kind of underlining some of these areas that are facing our tornado potentially as it moves to the north and east. And we're waiting for an update here. Should be one any moment now, I expect, at least. As I was talking about before, our radar is indicating there is debris. You're seeing that blue bullseye within this sea of sort of reddish colors. And what that is the radar is looking at these storms, and where it's seeing a lot of raindrops, because within storms there's a lot of rain, it's saying, okay, I'm sampling this area of the storm, and I'm seeing a lot of the same drops. And that says to me that, they're well correlated. They're very similar. But where there is damage being done, and a tornado may be lifting splinters and debris and bugs and dust into the cloud, the radar's hitting it, it's sampling, and it's saying, okay, these particles are really very different. And it's giving us a low correlation return, which is how this debris tracker works. So it knows when there's debris, because it's basically saying, okay, there's something in here that does not look like the rest of what's in here, which is generally rain, and in here being the clouds. We just got an update on our radar image. It does appear our tornado is headed straight for Villa Ridge, Missouri, and this is a very scary look. Yep, we just got an update on our velocity. This is a tornado on the ground right now. And keep the people in Villa Ridge in your thoughts. I'm waiting for this update to come in on YouTube. I just got it on TikTok. We have a tight couplet just on the southeast side of Villa Ridge. It's right on the highway and heading straight for Gray Summit right now. So this is a very serious situation. You can actually see it here on YouTube. I'm circling it for you guys. That is our tornado right there. Our tornado is legitimately right now cutting straight through the southeastern side of Villa Ridge. I can see it right here. There are places like there's a Sunset Motel that is being hit right now by this tornado. And if you're in Gray Summit, you're next. It's going to be there in just a minute. And I am very concerned about a direct impact on Gray Summit as well. This is a very serious situation evolving. And there it is, our velocity image. I mean, that is, that's scary, to say the least. That is our rotation. That is where our tornado is occurring right now, right by, again, the southeast side of Villa Ridge. I will circle even exactly where the tornado is. It would be right here, moving along the highway on the southeast side of Villa Ridge. If you're in Gray Summit, you need to be in the basement or in your safe place now. This tornado is about to hit you. It looks like it may be a strong tornado. I would expect it is based on the radar returns we're getting. And you cannot play around in this situation. You have to be down there. You have no time. So Villa Ridge, it looks like we just had an impact on the southeast side of the city. And in Gray Summit, it looks as though we are about to see the impact from this tornado momentarily. And it does look to me like it's going to go straight through the center of Gray Summit. And I'm going to be honest with you guys. I'll never hype things up. This is a scary situation because this does look like a strong tornado impacting populated areas. And it kind of gives you that sick feeling. So this is not something we want to see, but we need to prepare for. So I'm gonna put a tracker out on this. I'm monitoring other areas where we may have tornadoes in rotation. Of course, we do have tornadoes. We do have one tornado that has been occurring in southern Missouri. We're going to take a look at that, but I want to stick with this storm, just given it's the highest risk storm we're facing right now. I'm expecting at this point the tornado is in Gray Summit, so I'm going to see how quickly this storm is moving. 55 miles per hour. Our storm is moving to the north and east. I'm dragging our tracker out here. I'm going to punch that in. I'm going to name off some towns that are going to be impacted next and how long you have. Hollow, 7 minutes. Melrose, 8. Fox Creek, 9. Wildwood, 10. Pond, 11. Grover, 12 minutes. Still waiting for a radar update on this tornado on the ground right now. And it is coming in right now, and it does not look good. So please, guys, we have a really bad situation unfolding right now. We're about to get this radar update in. It looks like the tornado is passing actually just barely to the north of Gray Summit, but it does look like a strong tornado. There has been debris detected. It has been confirmed by the National Weather Service. Pacific, luckily, I see you on the map there. Pacific, you look like you're going to stay just to the east of this, and you're not going to be directly impacted by the tornado. The storm itself too, you're going to be hit by some wind, some rain, some hail, but the actual tornado, luckily, it looks like it's going to stay out of your way. Thank goodness. But here we are, just waiting for our new update here on YouTube. I did just get it on my iPad on TikTok, so I can say for sure that our tornado, when we get the update, it's going to be right here on the north side of Gray Summit. But Gray Summit itself looks like it's being impacted, or at least these areas on the north west side of Gray Summit, likely right now being hit by this tornado. A very scary situation unfolding right now for sure. Putting this in motion, we can actually see the path of this tornado, and it has been reasonably long-lived at this point, and it may very well be moving straight into places like Chesterfield, Wildwood, if it does not slow down. And that is the biggest concern right now, is that it's headed for even more populated areas like that. So we have a lot happening at once here, and that is, of course, one of the bigger concerns, is that it's still heading for these populated locations. So please be safe, take cover, head to that safe place, that lowest floor right now. Still waiting for the update to come across on YouTube here. We got the update on TikTok. I'm just trying to refresh. But this storm now passing, the tornado is passing north of Gray's Summit. Let's see if we have okay, so this is a really, really, really bad look. I'm pulling this up on YouTube. I'm going to pull it up on TikTok too. We have a big debris ball, a big debris ball. It's that gray spot you're seeing near Gray's Summit. That is a sign that a tornado has moved through. There is a lot of debris in the storm, and that is that dark blue and even gray. Whenever you get that gray coloration in there, that's a sign that there is a lot of debris, and we can see very clearly this tornado just went through Purina Farms out there near Gray's Summit, and it is continuing to move just south of Labadie, if that's how you pronounce it, and that is one of the worst looks that we can see in live weather tracking. Okay, so they just issued a PDS tornado warning. Now that is serious, and you know why. We've been talking about this. You know why that is. PDS tornado warning stands for particularly dangerous situation. We typically do not get these warnings in a normal circumstance. It's only when we have a very significant tornado threat or ongoing. And it is very possible we have a strong tornado ongoing. In fact, I would be shocked if this was not a strong tornado ongoing right now, given the debris we're seeing and just how serious this is playing out in terms of what we're seeing on radar. You know, you have that significant debris ball. You have the strong rotation. I'm going to try to track the motion of this. I mean, everything's there in the making of a strong tornado, and it's moving into a really populated area too. So it passed just south of Gildan House, and now we're looking at it near Otters. So if you're in Otters or you know anyone out there, you got to be taking cover. It looks as though this may pass just to your south, but it is far too close for comfort. Again, this is a particularly dangerous situation. This is going to continue moving to the north and east. I'm going to put a tracker on this. I'm just trying to get an update on other storms too, but this is moving into an even more populated area. I'm looking at places like Chesterfield, Weldon Spring, even down the line that are obviously densely populated areas. And let's get this tracker on here. So there's your tracker. I just dropped it on. I'm going to name some towns in the path of this. Otters. Hopefully everyone's in their safe place right now. St. Albans, you're out of time. You need to get to your basement, the lowest floor of your house, an interior room. There's no time to wait on this. Petersville, you got about 5 minutes or less. Melrose, 5 minutes or less. Centaur, 10 minutes. Monarch, 11. Orville, 11. Weldon, 13 minutes. Weldon Spring, 15. Chesterfield, 15 minutes. Jacobs, 17 minutes. That's how much time you have before a likely strong tornado hits you. We're hoping it lifts. We're hoping it weakens before that happens. But this is a very dire situation and one that we were really hoping not to face tonight. And we knew it was a possibility, but we continue to see this storm move to the northeast. And I've highlighted that debris ball for you. We just got an update on our radar. It appears that Otters may have just barely been spared, at least downtown Otters. I'm sure it's a small place based on the size it is on the map. But Fiddle Creek Road there, that tornado just crossed through. Now, we're moving on to Melrose. Melrose, I'm concerned about a direct impact from this tornado in Melrose, just based on the trajectory of this, and it is just minutes away. So Melrose, you got to be in your safe place right now. Oh gosh, guys, this really doesn't look great for Melrose. I mean, this is really headed straight for that area. It looks like Melrose is a very does not look like a very populated area, but I mean, it doesn't really matter if it's not very populated. People live there, and this is just not a good look at all. So Melrose is what we're looking at now for the next impacts from this tornado. I've been tracking the debris ball. I'm looking at our velocity as well. The velocity is not showing up as clearly at this moment. Actually, you know what? I'm almost wondering if we have a satellite tornado here too. I can't confirm that, but we could actually have two tornadoes here. I don't have enough to confirm that right now, but looks like we may have two areas of rotation. We'll just need to keep tabs on that. Doesn't mean we do. I'm just something I'm kind of speaking as I see. Of course, here is our hook. Our tornado is the end of it right there. We're still tracking again that debris. It really looks like we may have two tornadoes, twin tornadoes on the ground here. It's really difficult to say for sure right now. We're going to wait and see when we get another radar scan update. But we have areas of rotation moving into Melrose. Looks like a small area, nonetheless, moving out there. And then this is going to pass awfully close to Chesterfield, which, spending a lot of time in St. Louis, having family out there, I know that's a very populated area. I got a good friend from out there. And this is a dangerous situation. So, again, this guy's, by the way, we're not just talking about tornadoes today. We're talking about tornado threats tomorrow, basically through tonight as well. It is a good reminder that, this is what happens when we have these kinds of severe weather outlooks. When you have a high amount of wind energy, a high amount of instability. We've been talking about this threat for days. Hopefully you've had time to plan. And I need to make sure that, even if you're not being impacted by this tornado, that you're thinking about these things, because there is going to be more tornadoes, and as soon as tomorrow. Good question. Is it headed towards Fenton? Let me get a look at that. Take a look at where Fenton is in relation here. I know where Fenton is, but we're talking about the difference of a mile making a difference. So Fenton looks like it's going to stay south of this one. I got family out in Sunset Hills, actually. But Fenton looks like it's going to stay south of this one. Just waiting for a radar update now. By the way, if you guys are just jumping on, we are covering a very serious situation. A tornado is on the ground, moving in the direction of St. Louis. It's currently cutting through some of the outer lying suburbs, Union, Melrose. It is approaching Chesterfield reasonably quickly right now, and we are waiting for a radar update. You're getting your information from me. I'm Tucker Antico. I'm a meteorologist. You're going to get good weather information here. I am streaming live on TikTok, streaming live on YouTube as well. @Tucker Weather is my handle. Make sure to follow here too, by the way, as we will continue to track severe weather, not just tonight, but tomorrow as well. And we're going to be giving you the best weather information that you can get. We're just tracking radar, raw here, and giving you the live data, information you can trust. And all of you guys watching on TikTok, I will be providing regular weather updates on YouTube as well. So if you are looking for more in-depth updates or even more in-depth streaming information, you can find me on YouTube in addition to TikTok. Those of you guys on YouTube, make sure to subscribe as we continue to try to keep you guys up to date and we keep you ahead of the storms as we head into tomorrow. And enough about that stuff. Let's get back to our radar now that we just got an update. This is not a good look for us. This is a tornado that has likely just moved into the very middle of Melrose, Missouri. It does not look like a very populated area. Here is where that tornado is right now. You can see that's a tornado vortex signature, that really small red and blue colors side by side. That is your wind, your rotation being picked up on radar. Let's see. This is exactly what a tornado looks like on radar, what you're seeing right here. If you want to know what a tornado looks like, you can put this in a textbook. It's all right there. It's all right there. This just went straight through Melrose. I don't know much about Melrose. I'm going to look up the population. I'm hoping it's a very, very, very small number. And I'm hoping of that small number, everyone has a safe place to go. Let's see. It doesn't even take up a spot in the map in a lot of places. So it looks like it's an unincorporated area. Looking at it on Google Maps, oh, they had a hockey bar there. I'm a big hockey guy. Gosh, I hope that lasted. It looks like it's just a small neighborhood. There's a golf course out there, which is good in a way that it's not more populated, but it's moving. We're moving into more populated areas as we get between Wildwood and Spirit of St. Louis Airport. So I know that's not the main airport, but this is continuing to move to the north and east. Like I said, let me switch back to our velocity. We can see it really clearly here. All right. So, yeah, Spirit of St. Louis Airport is going to likely be on the north side of this pretty soon here. We have our tornado on the ground, continuing to move to the northeast. Chesterfield, it's hard to say exactly if Chesterfield will be directly impacted right now. It is my thinking that Chesterfield may end up being on the the eastern side of this, but the threat out there is still pretty significant. If you know where the Spirit of St. Louis Airport is, though, that is where this is headed next. At least it may pass between there and Chesterfield. We're looking at this tornado currently on the ground, like I said. Oops, I just opened the new page. There we go. Looking at this threat, give me one sec while I get back to my radar. Okay, there we go. All right, so we're looking at this threat as it continues to move northeast. It's likely to pass between the airport and Chesterfield. So between the Chesterfield airport and right downtown. It is going into more populated areas, though. I can just tell by zooming in on these road maps. I do want to take a look outwards really quick just to make sure we don't have tunnel vision and we're missing anything. There are other tornado warnings out there. They do not seem as significant, except for, I'm just going to take a peek. We do have a confirmed tornado on the ground moving beyond West Plains and Brandsville, Missouri, by the way, in southern Missouri. And we do have a tornado warning in northern Arkansas by Mountain View. But other than that, this is certainly the most dire situation that we are tracking right now. And we're going to stick with this one. This tornado likely just moved through Melrose, and it's currently moving to the northeast, waiting for a radar update, likely to pass between the Spirit of St. Louis Airport and Chesterfield. So still tracking a very serious situation and a tornado that is most definitely on the ground right now. I keep on circling it so you know where we're looking. Let's see. I believe, yeah, we have from the National Weather Service, weather spotters have confirmed this tornado, an extremely dangerous tornado that is doing damage right now. So it is confirmed. There is no other way to put it. You have to be taking this as seriously as any kind of weather event possible, because it is imminent danger. I'm going to update our tracker here. I'll let you know where it's headed, how much time you got. Oroville in about 5 minutes. Chesterville, it's only about 10 minutes away. It is passing south of the state park. It is passing, very close to the St. Louis airport. It looks like there are a lot of communities in this area. It's not passing through any downtown areas, but basically between downtown Chesterfield and the Chesterfield airport is where this thing is trying to carve a path right now. So we're looking at a threat that's going to take us to some more populated areas, and you have to be in your safe place now. There really is no time to wait. We got about 50,000 people in the next 10 minutes who are at risk of being impacted by this tornado. That is a big number, a much bigger number than we ever want to see. I'm waiting for another radar update here. Like I said, this was the concern going into this. We have a very volatile environment. So we just got a new warning. It is still a radar confirmed tornado. There's also ping pong ball sized hail. We're just waiting for the radar update to come out here. Gosh, let's see. Yeah, so to recap, this is the same storm that produced a tornado that likely went through Rolla, and now we're looking at it moving into the St. Louis area. I'm waiting to get this radar update here. I'm waiting to see if we have any damage reports. Does anybody have damage reports? Pacific Missouri, luckily, out of the way of this. You're out of the way of this in Pacific Missouri, but you need to stay safe. You need to stay vigilant because this is not the only threat you have out there. So I'm not telling you to let your guard down. You gotta be ready and stay safe because this is not over yet. Let me update this. Let's see. I'm peeking on you guys here in the TikTok stream as well. Let's see. Another tornado warning near Viola. Thank you for that update. And by the way, we just got a radar update on this storm, and it is actually very promising. Tornadoes can sometimes live and die very quickly, and I'm hoping that's what we're seeing right here, because I'm not seeing, I'm not seeing a very strong sign of this tornado now, and that is probably the best news we could have gotten. I'm not saying this tornado is completely gone. It's getting close to the radar, so it's hard to measure. You need to be in your safe place in Chesterfield. I believe this may still be the tornado right here, actually. Let me circle that so you guys can see it here on TikTok as well. But the signature it had on radar is not as impressive as it was a short time ago. So that is a good sign for us. But there is still possibly a tornado on the ground headed to the northwest side of Chesterfield, Missouri. It is still a real possibility that is ongoing. Let's see. Okay. Those of you guys watching here on YouTube, I know I've seen a lot of you guys asking questions about the weather coming tomorrow. And sorry if I turn up my mic really loud. I've seen a lot of you guys on YouTube asking about the weather coming tomorrow, and TikTok as well. You can look at my latest YouTube video. It covers the threat tomorrow too. You'll want to check that out. If you're not already subscribed on YouTube and you like these severe weather coverages, I will be doing a lot more live coverage on YouTube. So consider subscribing, as we'll continue to keep you covered on the severe weather through the entire season. The entire season, we're going to be on top of this. I do see that new tornado warning, a couple new tornado warnings. So let's jump into those here really quickly. We have, as a whole, several tornado warnings now. I'm going to switch us back to our reflectivity. Oh, I'm actually starting to get sore. A little sore. I did a little workout yesterday, and I'm sitting up, and my neck has been killing me. Anyway, all right. This tornado warning near Potosi, north of Potosi and Mineral Point, Missouri. We have a new tornado warning that is north of Brandsville in West Plains. This is headed towards, this is continuing that storm that moved into Missouri from Arkansas. It will eventually reach Birch Tree and Winona, Missouri. Right now, it is near Fanchon and Thomasville, as well as Royal Oak and Cull. It is an observed tornado, though, so this is also something that needs to be taken very seriously right now, too. The storm we're looking at, like I said, it's in southern Missouri, moving in from Arkansas, and this is a confirmed tornado moving towards Birch Tree and Winona, currently passing through places like Cull and Rover and Thomasville especially. These are places where that threat is very high for a tornado right now. Mountain View, Arkansas, also in a tornado warning. Radar indicated, not confirmed, however. And we have two tornado warnings in Illinois at this point now, too. I'm going to take a look at these for you really quick, as these are now in the western portion of Illinois, moving actually closer to Peoria, closer and closer as we go. So these warnings are in effect here, moving near Bluff Springs, in Beardstown, as well as Apava and Lewistown, Illinois. So we have two more tornado warnings to watch here. I am not seeing anything that would suggest that they are on the ground, but we have 2 more tornado warnings, and we will be watching these closely too. Some areas, like I said, Bluff Springs and Chandlerville. You need to be in your safe place now. Apava, Lewistown, Smithfield, Cuba, Bryant as well. Also areas within a tornado warning in the west central portion of Illinois. All right, back to our storm in St. Louis. Our several storms, we have tornado warnings that exist into Sunset Hills. Sunset Hills, I have family out there, so I know that area really well. I'm not seeing necessarily a sign of a tornado on the ground right now, but there is that tornado warning. It includes Sunset Hills, Des Perez, Webster Groves, Sappington, Green Park. Fenton is included in this new tornado warning, by the way. Some of you guys might have noticed that before me. Parkdale, Murphy, Byron, Burns Mill also included in this. Wash U of St. Louis included here too. And we're still watching those potential tornadoes near Chesterfield. And we also have a tornado warning that's out there near Brussels, Rosedale, Felden, Grafton. There's a lot out there right now. Rosedale's included in this, Hardin. So we have several areas being impacted by tornadoes, but these are all moving into downtown St. Louis right now. Very, very highly populated areas facing these warnings. And gosh, yeah, I'm trying to get to both chats, guys. I see you guys on TikTok. DePere. I knew I said that wrong. DePere. Sorry for that bad pronunciation. I knew I said that wrong when I read it. We just got a new tornado warning, by the way. It is in effect now for downtown St. Louis. Downtown St. Louis included in this newer warning. And this warning, by the way, on the south end of St. Louis is becoming one of our more serious-looking threats. So this is evolving now too. That southern end storm, it looks as though it's picking up some strength. And I'm going to talk about what we're looking at near Morse Mill. If you're near Morse Mill, that is where I have high concern right now for a tornado that may be ongoing right now. Morse Mill, moving in the direction of Regina, Billows Creek, and continuing to move northeast right now in the direction of Otto, Etonia, Jefferson Heights, and Seckman as well. So we're going to get a radar update on that in a second, but that's looking a lot more serious at this moment. And downtown St. Louis, actually, you know what? Downtown St. Louis technically is not in this warning, at least. College Hill, O'Fallon, Greaterville, Kingsway East, those areas are. Sorry, downtown St. Louis, a little gap there where there is not currently a warning. But you can see here, it's actually just moved through Regina, moving in the direction of Otto and Etonia. We have a very serious looking hook and what is likely a tornado, very possibly a tornado on the ground here. I'm still waiting for updates on our wind velocity and our debris tracker, but we have very possibly a tornado on the ground right now. It just moved through Regina. It is moving towards Etonia, Seckman. Arnold is a higher populated area. And if you're in any of those places, the time is now to get to your safe spot. Oakville included in this as well. That is a nasty looking hook. You can see that on the southern end, on the bottom of your screen right there. Let's see. St. Charles and St. Petersburg. St. Charles right now, I'm looking at TikTok chat for you guys as well. I haven't been trying to ignore you. I've just been really looking closely at our radar here. Those of you guys in St. Charles, we're looking at what is likely, St. Charles is in another warning. We're looking at what is likely going to be more hail and wind in St. Charles. The tornado risk looks higher to the south, but you need to be inside in a safe place in St. Charles right now regardless. I will take a look at St. Genevieve for you guys. I'm seeing a lot of questions about St. Genevieve. Let me take a look at that. Just looking up the location of it. Okay, St. Genevieve right now. Give me one moment while I orient myself. St. Genevieve right now is not in. You're okay right now. You're okay in St. Genevieve right now. But we need to watch out for the potential for more tornadoes later this evening out there. Let me see where else we got here. Yeah, I'm sure. I'm seeing those comments you guys are putting in there. St. Charles, you are in that tornado warning. You should be downstairs in a basement right now, or at least in an interior room. Let's see. Thank you again, Natalie, for helping keep people informed in the chat here. That's super helpful. Let's see. St. Louis is, everything in St. Louis essentially is under a tornado warning right now. It's not even just one area. There are so many spots where we are looking at these tornado warnings. That one tornado warning I was mentioning before near Chesterfield, that looks as though it has just passed through. We may have had a tornado go through Chesterfield. It's difficult to say right now. But what I can say is that we still have a tornado risk, which is taking us it's right around here by Benbush. It's taking us into Bridgeton. This is going to likely pass between St. Charles and Hazelwood. It will impact places like Champ, Maryland Heights may be impacted. DePaul Health Center, Bonfils may be impacted by a potential tornado out there. And this is becoming a lot more serious on the south end of everything here too. I expect the National Weather Service, I'm actually a little surprised they haven't confirmed this yet. But I do think that this is worthy of a tornado confirmation. This storm heading into Otto and Atonia. Let's see if I guess it's hard to tell if there's debris, but I do believe we have a tornado on the ground by Otto, Atonia, Seckman, moving towards Arnold, Missouri. That's a more populated area. So, of course, a very big threat there. And, of course, we have 2 tornado warnings right now, by the way, in Illinois. We just got that tornado warning in the southern end of Missouri extended. So, Winona, Van Buren, 2 places included in this warning in south central Missouri. In Arkansas, we have Melbourne, Mount Olive that are included in a tornado warning. And as I mentioned, out in Illinois, Chandlerville in a tornado warning, along with Lewistown and Smithfield and Cuba in Illinois. But back to we're gonna keep this on St. Louis. You can see just how big that hook looks right now on the south end of everything here as this storm approaches Arnold. And this is our primary focus now, is watching what happens with this. It's trying to cross the highway by Otto. There's a couple highways that link up out there. That is where it is. The tornado would be right here. That would be it, right there. And it is headed, on a path that will take it right past Arnold or right through Arnold, Missouri. So we need to watch that very, very closely, just as closely as anything else. If you're in St. Charles, let me know. What are you hearing? I see you in YouTube chat. What are you seeing in St. Charles? Probably hearing a lot of hail and rain. Now, by the way, those of you guys on TikTok, we do have updates on YouTube right now as well, if you're interested in that, at Tucker Weather on YouTube. I'm seeing more questions on YouTube. They're a little easier to see on YouTube than on TikTok. So I promise I'm not trying to ignore you guys. It's hard to see both. Let's see. Morgan says, O'Fallon sirens went off and rain is slowing down. That makes sense. Okay, so O'Fallon, you can kind of see it on the top of the screen there, right up there. The back end of the warning has been chopped off. So if you're in O'Fallon, the warning has actually expired now, which is a good sign, of course. Same thing for Defiance, Willwood, Chesterfield, also Cottleville. That warning has expired. But now we're keeping a close eye on this menacing-looking hook, and it just got even more menacing. This is really bad for Arnold, guys, and we're getting an update on radar on the computer here in just a moment. But Arnold, not looking good. Again, like I said, this looks like a tornado on the ground. I'm surprised it hasn't been confirmed yet. We're waiting for our entire radar update to come in. There may be debris. It's hard to say. I actually don't think that's debris, but this is like I was saying, this is a very dangerous storm moving into Arnold, Missouri. Arnold, a more populated area. We are looking at, let's see, the number of people in the path of this would be at least 20,000 people in the path of this. But this is becoming pretty big here. Let's see. I'm trying to continue to multitask here, get updates on multiple storms. But Arnold, Missouri, is anyone in chat in Arnold, Missouri? TikTok or YouTube chat? Anyone in Arnold, Missouri? because that is what I am most concerned about right now. What is going on in Arnold, Missouri? Should sirens be going off in Wildwood? Great question. Let me see what we got. No, Wildwood, actually, the tornado threat has ended in Wildwood, luckily. But the tornado is, we do have a tornado that is moving into Arnold, Missouri. It seems very likely to me, at least, that there is a tornado moving in. So, Arnold, you've got to take cover. Other towns in the path of this: Flam City, Tenbrook, Byers, Spring Forest, Cliff Cave. All places that I do see the potential for a tornado, assuming this thing maintains its strength. You're looking at a kind of messy look here, but right in that square I just drew, you can see that is where the tornado would be. And you can see that on velocity. You can see it on reflectivity as it moves into Arnold, Missouri. I'm not seeing debris at the moment. I don't think. Let me see. Let me just double check that. There could be some debris showing up here. Does not look like it yet, but gosh, that is a bad look. Seckman and Spring Forest are likely being impacted by a tornado right now. Actually, this is likely in Arnold right now. That is a very scary look here on radar. I mean, gosh, guys, there's been a lot tonight now. So Seckman, Spring Forest, I hope everyone was able to heed that message, take cover, because it looks like they are being impacted by a tornado right now. Arnold, like I said, I can't say it enough. You got to be in your safe place. Tenbrook is next, Flam City after that, and then this thing crosses into Illinois and gets pretty close to Columbia, Illinois, likely between Dupo and Columbia. You know, we were tracking a tornado out here last year. I remember pretty clearly. I was live on TikTok tracking this. Like I said, is anybody in chat from Arnold? Do we have, we got Alyssa Lobster in Arnold. Hey, it looks like this tornado is actually right on top of you. Please stay safe. Please stay safe there. I'm seeing if we have any updates from the TikTok chat here as well. Anybody in TikTok chat from Arnold or in Arnold right now? Power out in Arnold. I'm seeing a report. Kirkwood, you look like you're going to get some hail, but you'll be on the north side of this. Let's see. Hailing in Arnold. You know, I'm hoping that this is not a tornado on the ground. It very well may be, and if it is, it would be passing into Arnold right at this minute, to be honest. So, this is a pretty bad situation for Arnold. Again, we're hoping it's just rotation higher up in the storm. It's possible. There is no confirmed tornado on this, but it looks bad. So just stick it through. Be careful. Stay safe. Arnold right now, you can see that hook moving into Arnold, Missouri right now. It's going to be in and out fast. In fact, I would expect right now it's probably ongoing in Arnold. It could already be out. We're just waiting for our radar update. It could already be in and out of Arnold. Oakville. I'm seeing some people talk about Oakville. I'm seeing Oakville in TikTok chat here. Oakville, let me get a read on that. It looks as though to me that this storm is going to... Oakville, you are not in a safe spot, so you do need to be in that basement right now. So Oakville, I'm going to circle it here on our YouTube as well. I'll square it, actually. Oakville right here. Arnold right here. Our tornado likely over Arnold right now and cutting into Oakville next. So Oakville, this is on your doorstep. If you are there, make sure you're in the basement. If you got any pillows or blankets, anything you can kind of wrap yourself up just in case, you should do that now. This will pass pretty quickly. It's a fast moving storm. Things are moving like 55 miles per hour, so it's not going to last long once it comes through. But that said, we are looking at what is a pretty scary tornado risk right now. While we wait for that radar update, I'm just taking a quick scan at some of our radar across the rest of the area. We've got a tornado warning in northern Arkansas still. Tornado warning in southern Missouri, 2 in Illinois. Looks like that's it for now. So we're going back down to St. Louis, and I'm tracking that storm. We now have a confirmed tornado. Like I said, I said a little while back, I was surprised they didn't confirm it. Looks like they have just gone ahead and confirmed it. And you can see here on our radar, this is likely just about to get into Oakville. Our tornado is right around here. I believe this just passed through the north side of Arnold. Let me see. It's difficult to say right now, but it does seem it's very possible. We just had a tornado pass through the north side of Arnold, Missouri. At the very least, there's a lot of hail there. Maxville may have taken more of a direct hit. Oakville is about to take a hard hit from this too. So as we get updated radar, it looks like we have a confirmed tornado moving into Oakville, Missouri. These are areas that are relatively well populated, so you have to hope that people are heeding these warnings. If you know anyone in Oakville, tell them. I mean, there's really no time, but tell them to get down to a safe place. Hopefully you've been able to help some of your friends. It's a really dangerous night. Let's see. I saw that question about St. Charles. I'm trying to check for you while we wait for another radar update. St. Charles, that threat is, it will be over in a few minutes. Hang tight there. Maryland Heights, that threat is over. If you're up towards Des Peres or Sunset Hills or Webster Grove, the threat isn't over, but it looks like more of a heavy rain, large hail, damaging wind threat than a tornado threat. Unlike what we're seeing down here near Arnold, Maxville, Lakeside, Oakville. Do we have anyone in Oakville in chat right now? You guys all right? I don't like the look that we have on radar here. There is our hook moving into Oakville. It's pretty clear that this is a likely tornado-producing storm, and that is not what you want to see right there. I mean, it's impossible to miss the hook, and if there is a tornado, this would actually be passing likely just north of Oakville, likely closer to Matisse, right between Oakville and Matisse, definitely impacting the towns. Jefferson Barracks and Melville are both places that are not in safe spots. If you know anyone in those places, hopefully they are in their safe spot. If there is a tornado here, and there very well may be, as we're looking at radar pretty close to the storm, it would likely be right around here. This is likely passing. It likely passed just north of Arnold through Maxville. It's likely passing just to the north and west of Oakville. And it is continuing to move towards Jefferson Barracks, and eventually it will cross the river near East Carondelet. So I'm expecting this is going to pass between Melville and Jefferson Barracks next. Melville and Jefferson Barracks. Or tornado is likely right in here, and it looks like it's by Vulcan, Illinois as well. That's what I'm expecting from this as we continue to track this. Watch it closely. Our tornado would be right here, sort of at the very end of that hook, and that is a significant hook. Meanwhile, looking at a lot of hail just to the north, Sunset Hills, that's a spot where there is a lot of hail occurring right now, especially. Once this tornado begins to slow down, I will give you guys an update on all of the weather coming tomorrow as well. I'll remind you too, whether you're watching on TikTok or on YouTube. On YouTube, I have posted some in-depth forecast updates that you can look at. My YouTube is @TuckerWeather if you guys are more interested in some of the more in-depth coverage. Meanwhile, for all you guys who are new right now, I am a meteorologist, so you are getting legitimate, good weather information from me. Consider following, just because there's a lot of misinformation, and we don't want people sharing bad info. Let me see. Are you okay in Arnold? Great question. Yes, at this point, the tornado threat is over in Arnold. I will say this, though, excuse me. In Arnold, there is still rain, and there's likely still some hail, but you are okay. The tornado threat has passed in Arnold now. It is more focused on Oakville. So I really hope the best and that there wasn't much damage in Arnold. Really, really hope that. But yes, the tornado threat has passed in Arnold. A couple areas the tornado threat has passed: Wildwood, Baldwin, St. John, Ferguson. The tornado threat has passed. It's some heavy rain now. We're looking at St. Peter's and O'Fallon. That tornado threat is over. Webster Groves and Sunset Hills, no tornado threat, but some large hail. Sappington, large hail, no tornado threat. Downtown St. Louis, large hail is likely. Tornado is unlikely, but still watching that potential tornado threat. We're looking at this storm, which is producing a tornado. At least it's very likely it is. And it would have just passed through Oakville and continuing on towards East Carondelet, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. I hope I am, as it moves across the river and into Illinois. So we're still looking at a powerful storm, likely producing a tornado and likely moving into Illinois at this point. Again, this is where our tornado would be, and it is crossing the river right around here, north of Dupo. If you know where that is, you can see it on the map right here. So we're still looking at a powerful storm. It is still producing a tornado, but it looks like it is going to pass south of downtown St. Louis, and it'll be close. It'll be close, but it looks like it is going to miss the downtown area, which is good just because of how densely populated downtown St. Louis is. So still waiting for updates on the radar here. But again, this is where our tornado would be right here. And there it is passing across the river. I'm expecting this is probably crossing the river right now. The radar lags real time just a little bit. There's an airport out there, CPS. I'm not sure what the actual name of the airport is, but that is likely to be impacted by this tornado as well. I got a report on TikTok, hail in East Alton, Illinois. Thank you for that. Springfield, Illinois, your threat is going to increase as we get later tonight. In Springfield, we're looking at what will be a tornado threat. And actually, that's going to increase pretty soon now that I look at it. So Springfield, over the next 2 hours, you should be especially prepared for potential impacts. Let's see. Ohio, the threat in Ohio is actually reasonably low. So don't worry too much about your threats. Just be aware and make sure you have a safe place when you're watching. All right, you're in Carondelet. I hope I'm pronouncing it correctly, Tasha. And you're welcome, Karen. Yes, the tornado threat is over in Arnold. And very smart, Mary. Good move. Good move. Stay there. That's smart. Let's see. Yeah, if you're in Carondelet, Tasha, make sure you're in a safe place. Get down to the basement. Stay there. It's Carondelet. Carondelet? Is it Carondelet? Am I saying that correctly now? Carondelet. I'm always doing my best to pronounce names, and your help is actually super helpful. Carondelet. Is that better, Tasha? Memphis tomorrow, the threat is going to be greatest in Memphis during the morning and afternoon. Again, I have an updated video. It's on YouTube. We just got an update on our radar too. Yeah, I got family in St. Louis too, actually. So I always feel like I should know these better, but nonetheless, I don't know. I grew up in Boston. I'm better with some of the some easier names. Carondelet, right? All right, let's take a look at this. Let's take a look at this updated radar image, by the way. You're seeing those blue colors show up on our radar too. Likely we have some very large hail in there. It could be some hail the size of tennis balls. I would not be shocked if people are dealing with hail damage. Downtown St. Louis, that's actually the most significant threat right now. You're seeing those purple and even blue colors. That is possibly, what did I just say? Tennis ball sized hail. Looks like our tornado may be moving into Carondelet right now. I hope I'm pronouncing it right, and I'm sorry if I'm still butchering it. This would be impacting Vulcan as well. If we take a look at our velocity, we're still waiting for an update, but it is clear there has been a couplet. So I expect that we're still seeing something very similar as this continues to move to the north and east. Not seeing any sign of debris, but we certainly have a hook. And it looks as though this storm is beginning to occlude. So when that gets really messy and gets absorbed back in by the storm, a lot of times you lose the tornado. So that is good news, although it is still moving in the direction of Cahokia. And it may go through East St. Louis. So that is now our new concern. Cahokia and East St. Louis may be directly impacted by this tornado. That is our primary threat. And of course, that is going to happen very, very soon here as it has just crossed the river. I know those are very densely populated areas as well. Oh, hey, Thank you. Appreciate being appreciated, Nari. Thank you. Hopefully, guys, hopefully this has been helpful. I'm hoping you guys have been able to, find safety and some comfort too here. If you guys are interested in more severe weather coverage, of course, we will be doing more of this tomorrow. You can tune in, of course, on TikTok or here on YouTube. I will be doing severe coverage in both places. For everyone who's watching on TikTok right now, I'd like to encourage you to move over to YouTube because it's a little easier for me to keep these weather updates coming, but I don't want to leave you guys in the dark either, so I'll be here tomorrow as well. Looks like our tornado is really getting close to Cahokia. There's so much hail right now in the St. Louis area. I expect there's going to be a decent bit of damage just from hail out here. Just seeing some of these severe storm warnings. Like I said, we have a confirmed tornado, which is still our primary concern as it moves into Cahokia. This is the last place radar scanned it. I expect it's probably right about here right now and eventually moving into East St. Louis, potentially reaching Washington Park. So following this path here, that takes it through some densely populated areas. It's hard to say exactly how strong it is. I'll say because I'm not seeing anything significant on wind velocity, I'm inclined to say that it is not super intense, but there is no way for me to confirm that, and we need to treat it as if it is intense. Obviously, I have an abundance of caution because it really could be. There's no way to say right now. I'm just saying the signature is not as significant as some others I've seen. So this is a very close path to St. Louis. Trying to get you the best path here. It is going to pass through Cahokia and East St. Louis, though. Hopefully it's being lifted off the ground right now, but we are still looking at this threat as it continues, at this moment. Major hail now. Okay, thank you for that report, Tasha. I'm not surprised. It looks like we got a probably tennis ball sized hail. Could even be a little bigger than that in some spots, but there is a lot of hail for sure coming down. Northwest Tennessee tomorrow. I'm looking at a decent tornado threat actually early in the morning out there. Early in the morning, we're looking at a tornado threat Northwest Tennessee, so we're watching for that. Okay, let's see. Like I said, as these storms move into Illinois, I will need to end our live stream at some point. Not yet, but at some point, because I will have to go to sleep. I would go all night. I do have a day job, though, and I work weekends, and I have to be at work at 6 a.m. tomorrow, Eastern Time. But we will be back here tomorrow. So, again, I'm not ending this just yet, but for those of you guys on TikTok and those of you guys here on YouTube, make sure to subscribe and follow because we'll be doing more of this coverage tomorrow. Again, I'm not ending it just yet, but I just want to tell you now before you go, when we wrap this up, to subscribe, to follow, to come back. I will be posting regular weather updates as I always do. I'll be doing live stuff. If you guys ever need anything, especially on YouTube, because my YouTube following is a little smaller right now, at Tucker Weather, by the way, for those of you guys on TikTok, check me out on YouTube. Because my YouTube following is a little smaller, I will see your questions more easily than I will on TikTok. So if you have any questions, just drop me a comment on YouTube, and I will answer each and every one of you there. Also, you can find me on Instagram at Tucker Weather. I will answer each and every one of you if you just send me a DM out there. Follow me, send me a DM. I'll answer you. I'll do my best to get to every one of you. Like I said, I will do my best because it can be kind of hard to respond to everybody at times, depending on how many people there are. But I do want to do my best, so I can promise you I will try. But I appreciate you guys being here, and hopefully this is helpful for you guys. I was saying before, I personally do enjoy tracking severe weather, so it is in a weird way enjoyment, but it's enjoyment because I know I can make a difference, and that's why I got into this career field. So hopefully that is actually making a difference here. Like I said, Cahokia, we do have that tornado threat right now. Looks like it is passing through Cahokia at this moment and into East St. Louis. That's an area, again, that is... Oh, there's our update. Okay, so actually you can see the hook, and that I'm hoping isn't a debris ball. But this is a pretty serious hook, and then that right there, that purple circle near Cahokia, that pink circle if you're watching on TikTok, that would be our tornado would be that pink spot right there. And this is moving into East St. Louis. This is concerning because we're looking at what may be a densely populated area. Ooh, that does not look great. A densely populated area being impacted by a tornado. I'm reacting to seeing the velocity right now, which isn't horrible, but it doesn't look good. There is certainly rotation, and we just got another update. But the best news I can give you is that I'm not seeing debris right now. But like I said, Cahokia does look like this tornado is in that area right now. I'm going to drag out a tracker once again here so we can keep you ahead of this. We still have a confirmed tornado. Weather spotters confirmed this tornado. That confirmation came a while ago, but it does look like we still have a tornado on the ground about to move through East St. Louis. They may need to adjust this warning box, in fact. But here are some of the places that are up next. So listen closely. Listen closely. Some of the places that are up next. Of course, Cahokia and Sauget being impacted right now. East St. Louis, within the next 5 minutes, if you're in East St. Louis or you know someone who lives there, give them a call. Tell them, hey, there's a tornado headed your way. Get somewhere safe. You know, that's going to happen very quickly here. Washington Park, Fairmont City, Exermont, State Park Place, Molenbrox, Collinsville, Pontoon Beach, and Stallings. All of those places, in order, will be impacted in about the next 15 minutes. It's about 75,000 people that may be impacted by this tornado. For those of you guys, I see that question in TikTok chat. Those of you guys who are in Oakville, the good news is that, yes, this threat has passed you. But Oakville and Arnold, you still have a severe storm coming in, and you should not, I would stay in your safe place. If you're in Arnold and Oakville, now that we have a new severe storm warning, and certainly some strong wind and large hail coming through. Places, though, like Clayton, Richmond Heights, Wash U area, Webster Groves, Pagedale, Overland, Maryland Heights, you're all clear. All those areas are clear. Ferguson, Florissant, all clear. Spanish Lake, downtown St. Louis, though, we still have what is a very big storm. I mean, this is massive right here and doing damage likely in the form of wind, hail, and by this tornado. I mean, St. Louis is literally in the middle of everything at this exact moment. You can see out here the supercell, the shape of it, which I'm outlining. Our tornado would be right around here by Cahokia. And then here you are on the outside. That is a big-time hail threat, big-time tornado potential near Cahokia. It seems like it's likely ongoing still by Cahokia, and there's a lot of wind being produced by this too. For you guys on TikTok chat, I am also highlighting this for you. I mean, you have the whole storm right there. Those pink colors, that's large hail. You got strong wind, and it looks like that tornado moving into East St. Louis. Like I said, East St. Louis, Washington Park, you got to be in your safe place. If you guys know anybody who is in these places, make sure that you are keeping them aware. Give them a call. Make sure they're safe. We hate to see these tornadoes, especially when they're going through such populated areas. This is really not a good look. So we're really hoping for the best here. How's it going there, Hayden? How is it in Rolla? Oh, gosh. You said lots of people trapped into their homes in Rolla. So I guess that means it's very likely a tornado did occur. Gosh, for those of you guys on TikTok, anyone on TikTok in Rolla as well? Do we have any Rolla people from on TikTok at this moment? I'm seeing again, it sounds like we have more confirmation of a tornado possibly. South of St. Louis is where our current tornado risk is greatest, as it seems likely a tornado is occurring. And moving into East St. Louis at this time, our storm, I'm circling for you guys on TikTok chat. I'm also highlighting this here on YouTube. Glad you're good there, Hayden, especially because that was a pretty scary looking storm. It looks like Washington Park may be getting impacted by a tornado here right now. I'm waiting for a wind velocity update. I'm looking for debris. I still don't see any debris, which is good, which says to me that this may not be a strong tornado, but it still may very well be. East St. Louis and Washington Park is where this is likely impacting, the storm is impacting likely those communities right now. East St. Louis, Washington Park. That is where I am most concerned about the tornado potential at this exact moment. It's likely we have a tornado moving through this area right now and continuing to move to the north and east, which is going to take it closer to Mullenbrox, like I said. Let me put another tracker on this thing for you. Let's get this out here. I'm kind of surprised they haven't updated this warning yet because it looks like it's going to exit the box on the north side. So Fairmont City, State Park Place, Mullenbrox, Pontoon Beach, and Stallings, all in the next 10 minutes may be impacted by this tornado. Other things going on right now. I know we do have a sizable tornado, at least was a sizable tornado, may still be. Actually, looks like it is a sizable tornado in the south central part of the state. It is a confirmed tornado. We're shifting gears now on the southern side of the state. Looking out towards Van Buren, we're really far from the radar site, but we can clearly see, if we look at this storm, here is our hook. Here's Van Buren, and this is moving into the Van Buren area. So on a separate note, guys, if anyone is near Van Buren, we are looking at what is a totally separate tornado warning, and we do have a confirmed tornado in the Van Buren area. So this is a whole nother threat, and one that is pretty serious right now. There's our radar update. Yeah, so this may be moving. This may be moving through Van Buren. Again, it's a confirmed tornado. So Van Buren, which is a reasonably populated spot. House Creek is out there as well. Actually, Van Buren looks a little smaller than I thought, to be honest. But that is where right now where we may be looking at. We are actually looking at a confirmed tornado. In fact, it is a potentially dangerous situation, a PDS warning. A confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located near Fremont or near Van Buren, moving 60 miles per hour. That is 2 minutes ago, guys, okay? So out here in Van Buren, we just got this. Like I said, I'll repeat, a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located near Fremont or near Van Buren, moving northeast at 60 miles per hour. We do not have high-resolution radar right here because we are too far from a radar site, unfortunately. But we do know that, of course, this is a very, very dangerous storm. About as dangerous as anything we've seen. Van Buren, it's moving in right now. You got less than 5 minutes. If you know anyone there, make sure they're aware of this tornado as it is likely moving in at this moment. Garwood in about 15 minutes. Rubel in about 17. Gads Hill in about 30. Vulcan in about 35 minutes. Annapolis, Missouri here in about 35 minutes as well. Sabula in about 35 to 40. Not very populated areas. Luckily. But those are places, if you know anyone who lives there or you live there, you do need to be heading to your safe place right now. This is a very dangerous situation. Clearly, they have confirmed a large tornado, and that is obviously a big problem. I'm going to go back to our St. Louis storm here. Take a look at what the latest is. It seems like our storm is occluding. The storm in downtown St. Louis is moving out. So at this point, downtown St. Louis, you're not totally in the clear yet. Well, you know what? If you're north of Maplewood, if you're north of the highway, you know, Richmond Heights, Frontenac, if you're north of that, you're all good. South of that, there could still be some hail. Otherwise, we are looking at what is just a mess of storms and hail and rain. It is really hard to say. You know, this tornado warning is still for an observed tornado. It is hard to say if we actually have a tornado on the ground right now. It's possible we do. It's possible. And I can circle where it might be right here near Washington Park. If this is a tornado on the ground still, it's moving in the direction of Glen Carbon. So if you're out by Glen Carbon, that is an area that you should be taking cover. You are in a tornado warning regardless. But for most of you guys in East St. Louis or, you know, right across the river in Illinois, it's all about the large hail, the wind, and all the heavy rain out there too. I mean, goodness gracious. Look at this. You know, Arnold looks like it was just blasted by some massive hail. Anyone still actually just south of Arnold? I mean that is a very significant radar return right there, that blue coloration. Do we have anyone in Arnold here still? Let's see. Also, I'm seeing, thanks for that report, Jennifer. I'm just seeing that videos of the tornado through Rolla. The Casey's on 10th Ave has been damaged, and it's a mess. Good to know. Hey, if any of you guys are safe and are seeing damage, but first of all are safe, send it in to me. You can send it to me on Instagram at Tucker Weather, or Twitter as well at Tucker Weather. I'd be interested to see what you're seeing. Gosh, what a busy night, guys. What a busy night. Thanks for being here, by the way, too. It's been nice having a good group on here, sending me updates. Really, that's super helpful, because then I can relay them, and it just makes everything better. And gosh, thanks for thanks for the updates and being interactive, guys. It's been actually really helpful for coverage. It doesn't always work like that. You guys have been really great on TikTok and here on YouTube as well. So if you guys are in Missouri at this point, I saw a question about Farmington. Let me check that out for you. But if you're in Missouri, I'm going to zoom out here. Oh, shoot. Hold on one second. Okay. Hey, guys, we're gonna move this south, actually. I'm going to hold that thought. We now have a tornado emergency ongoing, and that is really reserved for the highest echelon of tornadoes. So this is a really, really serious situation. Tornado emergency issued for that Van Buren storm. Remember, we were talking about that. It's really hard to say where the tornado is exactly because of the low resolution location. We're not close to any radar is what I'm saying. It looks like it may, usually they only issue tornado emergencies if they believe they're about to hit places. So it seems very possible that Van Buren may be about to be clocked by a powerful tornado here. We can see if we switch to our velocity, here, if we can get it to load now, it's really hard to see exactly in high resolution what is going on. But of course, we have a clear area of rotation near Van Buren. And certainly the National Weather Service is seeing something that in this case I'm not seeing. That's why we have them, though. And they have gone ahead and put out the tornado emergency, which means oftentimes you have a populated area like Van Buren that may be getting hit hard by a powerful tornado. Does not mean for sure that's going to happen, but that is a high concern, and that would be happening right around now. So hopefully we got to you guys. If there's anyone out there, hopefully we got that message out soon enough, just several minutes ago. Let's see. Let me take a look at Farmington while I have a chance before we get a new radar update. Again, Van Buren is where we're really looking at some very scary wording and messaging with a tornado emergency in effect. I'm taking a look at Farmington for you right now as well. And with Farmington, this threat is going to increase in the next few hours, okay? There is likely to be a tornado threat where you are, so I need you to be sure if you're in Farmington, you need to have a way to get warnings, and you need to have that safe place to go. I can't guarantee that I'll still be awake as that threat increases, but you need to have a safe place to go. You said you saw a storm chaser in Van Buren outrunning the tornado. Let me see if I can get any confirmation. Okay. Hey guys, by the way, if you have any reports of damage or pictures, you can send them to me, like I said, at Tucker Weather on Instagram. If you have any questions I haven't got to, you can find me on Instagram at Tucker Weather. Send me a DM, follow me there. I'll do my best to get back to all of you guys. If you have any pictures of damage or anything like that, you can send them to me on Twitter as well at Tucker Weather. I'm at Tucker Weather everywhere. So this Van Buren storm, one of the things that people are noting is that there is debris being picked up very, very high into the storm. That's about 15,000 feet up there. And you need a very powerful storm to lift debris 15,000 feet up. So we know there is likely almost definitely a powerful tornado ongoing in here, and it may be directly impacting Van Buren. This is the kind of tornado it seems like that could really level a town, not necessarily wipe it off the map clean, but can really do some significant damage that takes a long time to recover from. So this is a really big concern, a big threat, a big problem, obviously, and not something that we come across very often is a tornado emergency. That's really saved for some of our really bad case scenarios. So that's not to be taken lightly. I want to show you, we do have a tornado warning out here in Illinois, by the way, heading towards Mason City. That's Illinois, just to give you an update out there. We have several tornado warnings popping up in Arkansas. Actually, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 separate storms tornado warned in Arkansas. We have a PDS tornado warning in northern Arkansas right now as well, near Horseshoe Bard. So Arkansas getting in on the action here too. Bend is what I meant to say. It is actually south of Highland, Arkansas, moving towards Williford, Ravenden, and continuing eastwards. It's likely to reach Pocahontas, Arkansas. So that's a confirmed tornado. We have 2 more tornado warnings in central Arkansas. These ones are not confirmed, but Greer's Ferry. That's a mean-looking hook out there. And we also have a tornado warning near Bend, Arkansas. We have 2 more tornado warnings much farther south in Arkansas by Arkadelphia, and another one that is to the south of Hope, Arkansas. So we have tornado warnings in several locations. I mean, we really have a chain of tornado warnings across the state of Arkansas, across Missouri. It's too bad that this tornado emergency happens to be in a place where we have such bad radar coverage. So the tornado emergency, by the way, it has been cut off. It basically, Van Buren is no longer in the tornado emergency, so that's good. But we still have a tornado emergency, which is not a strong tornado, potentially a violent tornado, although it's really hard to say that this early on. Gosh, okay, more reports. This one coming in from Paige. Hey, happy to help, guys. Okay, I'll take a look at Collinsville too. Hobby Lobby and the whole strip mall where JCPenney is destroyed in Rolla. Very interesting. Not interesting in a good way though. That does sound like tornado damage then. Yeah, I bet Arnold has a bunch of hail. And then yes, tomorrow. Gosh, there's so much going on. Tomorrow we will also be facing a tornado threat. Here how about this? I do want to give you more information on tomorrow. There's just so much going on right now. So like I said, if you're interested in learning more about the severe weather threat that we are facing tomorrow, you should check out the recent video I posted. I posted it yesterday, but all the information is the same. Check out my latest YouTube video because that will give you information on everything in terms of the severe weather threat today. But if you skip ahead, you'll get to the severe weather threat we face tomorrow too. I've been saying for days I was expecting we'd see a high risk. We already do have that high risk, so you should go check out that video if you are interested in learning more about the severe weather threat tomorrow, because tomorrow's severe weather threat, believe it or not, is actually bigger than this one. It's in the southeastern U.S. I will be live again. So like I said before, if you guys are watching here on YouTube, be sure to subscribe. I'll be going live tomorrow. I'll be answering any questions you guys have, by the way. And for those of you guys who are watching on TikTok, be sure to follow. Again, for all you guys watching, I am a meteorologist. I'm going to give you the best weather information I can. It's going to be legitimate information that you can trust at the very least. And we will have more updates coming up. I'll have more updates coming up for you guys. And we'll be live both on TikTok and here on YouTube tomorrow as well. So be sure to subscribe and follow. And I'm, of course, going to be here for you guys. Do my best to keep you updated. If you have questions I haven't got to, you can find me on Instagram at Tucker Weather. And you can ask me any questions there that perhaps you need answers for that I just haven't got around to yet. So a lot of different ways to get information. And like I said, if you have any storm reports or pictures or anything like that, you can send them to me at Tucker Weather on Instagram or on Twitter as well. We're not finishing this up yet. I want to see some of these warnings through. Although, honestly, guys, tonight is only going to get more active. So we just got a new tornado warning. This is for the storm moving through Columbia, Illinois, Millstadt, and progressing towards Belleville, O'Fallon, Illinois, Mascoutah. Hopefully I pronounced that correctly. But we have several tornado warnings basically everything east of St. Louis now is under a tornado warning. We still have that tornado emergency near Van Buren, but it's moving through areas that are not very well populated. We do have a PDS tornado warning out here in northern Arkansas that we'll take another look at. We just don't have any radar sites nearby, which makes it really, really difficult to really get into that risk. Although there's a ton of lightning. We're going to switch to that storm out there in northern Arkansas here real quick. There's a ton of lightning with this guy here. We're looking at a confirmed tornado. It is near Highland, Arkansas, moving towards Williford, Arkansas next, and then Ravenden and Ravenden Springs. So if you're in either of those areas near Highland, Arkansas, of course, that is where we have a really big risk. Yeah, some of you guys are asking to see Illinois in the TikTok chat. I will show you that. I'll show you if you're by Peoria or Bloomington, Illinois, there are tornado warnings nearby, not in those areas, but Peoria and Bloomington, Illinois. We do currently have tornado warnings. And then I'm going to leave this, at least for TikTok chat for now, on those areas that are basically east of St. Louis. I mean, we have many strong storms, large hail producers, likely tornado producers. In fact, there's a lot of warnings out there now. Here on YouTube, we're jumping into some of the more active warnings in Arkansas. Remember, it had to be about 2 hours ago now. I was looking at those storms in Arkansas, and I was like, guys, like everything is rotating here. And this is the result. A line of tornado warnings through Arkansas. So nonetheless, a very active night, still ongoing and becoming more active. And I want to say this to all you guys, whether you're on TikTok or YouTube watching right now, this is a night that is going to stay very active in terms of severe weather. So what you really need to do is go into your phone settings, all right? Make sure emergency alerts are turned on. You can find them in your settings. When you go to sleep, make sure your ringer is on, okay? So that if there is a tornado warning and you go to sleep and it's issued, you will be woken up, hopefully, by the alarm on your phone that's triggered by those tornado warnings. So I want to make sure that you guys know to do that. Nocturnal tornadoes are always some of the most concerning because people are unaware, and that is a really important thing to do that will be, that could save your life. You never know. So go ahead and do that. Make sure that is all set. Let's see. Southern Indiana. I'm glad I was able to help Julie, by the way. Southern Indiana, the threat is going to be greatest in the early hours tomorrow morning, mainly a wind threat once it gets out there. Tornado threat will not be as significant out there, luckily. But mainly a wind threat once we get out there. Sirens went off in Toulon and Kewaunee, if I said that correctly, Illinois, for 80-mile-per-hour winds. Yeah, some places do that. If you get winds that reach a certain threshold, they'll sound the warnings. Honestly, 80-mile-per-hour winds, like you said you're seeing right there in Illinois, that can be just as damaging. That is just as damaging as a weak tornado. So those should be, I think I'm in favor of those being sounded. Those should be taken seriously. Great question from Lexi. How long is our lead time? How long is our lead time with tornado, warnings before a tornado hits? Generally speaking, our average lead time is around 10 to 15 minutes on average, which is pretty good, all things considered. I'll also say this, though. We have a false alarm rate of around 75%. So only 1 in 4 tornado warnings actually yields a tornado, believe it or not. So in meteorology, it's always about striking a balance between, warning what's necessary and ahead of time and not over-warning. And those are the current statistics on average that we have. The tornado emergency has been canceled, by the way, guys, in Missouri by Van Buren, but we still have, of course, an observed tornado moving towards Piedmont and Des Arc, Missouri. So if you're in either of those places, you got to be in your safe spot. We're looking through Arkansas right now too. Arkadelphia in Arkansas, I'm taking a peek at right now. It looks as though a tornado may be moving into Arkadelphia. And for other towns down the line, it's going to be south of Friendship and Donaldson, Arkansas. Important to be in a safe place if you're there right now. Even farther south, this is now into south and western Arkansas. So we're pretty far out of the way of Missouri now. Near Potmos, Bodka, New Hope, evening shade. Centerville, there is another tornado warning. There is a pretty notable hook on this one. And certainly this area of Arkansas, things are just getting going. And really the point with this now is that what we're seeing is the threat for severe weather spread a lot farther south. And we have this, if we look at this as a whole, we currently have severe weather that extends from, Wisconsin all the way down into the southern portion of Arkansas. I mean, that is a very, very wide-reaching range of severe storms and tornado warnings. And as we head into tomorrow morning, this actually would be a good opportunity to show you guys the threat for tomorrow. So I'm going to jump into that now. But basically, as we take a look at our storm threat, like I said, it extends from southern Wisconsin all the way into southwestern Arkansas. And the southern end of this the central and southern end of this is going to continue to produce as we head into tomorrow, especially across the southeastern U.S. So I'm going to go show you right now the risk levels across the region tomorrow so that you guys have at least some level of preparation for tomorrow. And here they are. We're switching gears to this. This is our severe weather outlook for tomorrow. And you can see areas shaded in yellow and orange and red. Those are your reasonably high, severe weather risk zones. We actually have a legitimate high risk tomorrow. This is just the third time ever that the Storm Prediction Center has issued a high risk a day in advance. These high risks they're not taken lightly. They are saved for the highest impact events. But that pink shading you're seeing in Mississippi and Alabama, that is a very, very big deal. There are severe weather events where, like I said, it sounds like people are hyping them. They do. This is one that is almost unhypable. It really is as bad as it sounds. So this is something that we'll be watching very closely tomorrow. And the southeastern U.S. is in for a very busy day. You know what, guys? I would love to keep going on these lives. I would love to keep going all night if I possibly could. I am telling you right now, I'm going to wrap this up in like 5 minutes. I'm really tired. I got up at what time was it? I got up at like 2-something a.m. today, Eastern time, because I did the morning news. I work on TV in Boston, and then I got to do the morning tomorrow, which is not as early a wake up. But when the morning show's over and I'm done, I will be back streaming again. So we will be covering the severe weather. I want to thank you guys for being on here, by the way. I'll take a look at Belleville for you too. Let me take a look at a couple things before I log off. But let's see. Yeah, Belleville. If you're in Belleville, Illinois, yes, there is a tornado warning right there right now. So be careful out there in Belleville. Head to your safe place for sure. So guys, a couple things. This is going to be an active night still. We're not done with severe weather. We're not done with tornadoes. The greatest threat is shifting southeast as we get into tomorrow. But we still have an active threat tonight. So I want to make sure that you are all... Yeah, and I'll do my best to get to all your questions here before I wrap things up. Actually, you know what? Here, I'm just going to kind of ignore radar here and do rapid fire, answer some of your questions on YouTube and on TikTok before I hop off, because I'm sure a lot of you guys have had questions I haven't got to. So I'm just going to do rapid fire. This will be casual. And by the way, guys, like I said, I'm just going to say it one more time. I do say it a few times, but I'm really happy. I'm so glad I was able to help you guys. That's why I do this. That really means a lot to me. It really does. I'll say this one more time. Whether you're on TikTok or YouTube, consider following or subscribing. You know now, if you haven't been on here before, you're going to get good weather information from me. If you have any questions ever, do not be a stranger. Just drop a comment on any of my videos, any of my recent videos at least, because I'll see your comments and I'm happy to respond. I will absolutely be here tomorrow and basically the entire season. Anytime that we have severe weather, I will be tracking it and keeping you updated. And so consider following here on TikTok. Consider subscribing on YouTube. You can find me elsewhere on Facebook, on Twitter, on Instagram. My handle is Tucker Weather everywhere. So yeah, hopefully I was able to help. I'm gonna do my best to answer your questions now before I log off. Thanks, Steffi Lynn. That means a lot. I'm glad I was able to help. All right, let's see. Indianapolis. And if you don't mind, guys, just you can ask about some more like broad areas like Central Indiana or Central Illinois. Cause I won't be able to look up all your individual towns at the moment. And yeah, seriously, guys, one of the things, of course, you know, for you guys who are watching, you know, the vast majority of you guys, it sounds like have made it through okay, but it's important to remember, you know, a lot of people tonight aren't making it through okay. And just make sure you're thinking of those people, you know. Yeah, everyone's your neighbor in the Midwest. Yeah, I spent a few years living in the Midwest. But, you know, especially just in general, there are a lot of people who definitely are not going to get through tonight and are not going to get through tomorrow okay. And just, you know, just make sure you're thinking of those people because this is like weather's beautiful and amazing, but it can be really sad and destructive. But, you know, at the end of the day, hopefully in some way something good comes out of it, whatever that may be. Let's see. Yeah, I hope everyone in Villa Ridge is okay too. I'm hoping, gosh, I you know, we covered at least a few tornadoes tonight. It's impossible to know. I won't even know until probably after this, you know, how big some of them were. So we'll find out, you know, pretty soon here. All right. I'll take a look at some of these locations. I see Bloomsdale, Missouri. I'm one subscriber away from 2,400 on YouTube, by the way. If anyone wants to be that person, that would be kind of cool. Let's see, Bloomsdale, Missouri. So yeah, the last several minutes of this, I'll just try to answer your weather questions. Let's see. So if you're in Bloomsdale, you should stay on alert in Bloomsdale for the next 2 hours. But I have good news. It looks like the worst of it is passing to your north and your south. A lot of you guys asking about what radars I'm using. Oh, wow. We got it. Thanks for getting me over 2,400, guys. It happened a lot faster than I thought. You guys are the best. Let's see. I'm using Radar Omega if you guys have been watching on YouTube, and I'm using Radar Scope if you guys have been watching on TikTok. By the way, this is the first time I've ever streamed on 2 places at once. I'm kind of curious. I know I wasn't able to get to all your questions. It's almost impossible for me to do so. How do you guys think this went tonight? Just out of curiosity, I'm okay if there were some things, if I made you guys frustrated because I wasn't answering all your questions. If any of you guys got feedback, I'm just kind of curious because this is early in the year. It's kind of interesting to have such a big threat early in the year like this, but I'm just curious if you guys have any feedback, like, you know, how we can continue to improve some of the stuff we're doing, especially you guys on YouTube. This is my first real YouTube live stream, and I'm still answering your questions. If you guys have any questions, those of you guys watching on YouTube, specific towns, specific places, ask me now. I will be looking up some of those specific answers for you guys. So drop something in the comments if you want. And those of you guys who haven't been commenting but have been watching, thanks for being here. I always like to make a difference, and the more you hear, the more difference I think I can make. DeSoto, by the way, I saw that question for you. In DeSoto, you're all right. You're all right. Severe thunderstorm, but the worst of it will be over in about 5 to 10 minutes. No tornado out there. Central Illinois, I see your question. I'm looking at Central Illinois. There is a tornado warning approaching Bloomington, but otherwise, Central Illinois, it looks like primarily a damaging wind threat tonight. The tornado threat is comparably lesser out there. Let's see. Perryville, Missouri. So Farmington, I was looking at Farmington. Farmington, you're actually in a good spot. Farmington's in a spot where we are looking at a threat that is going to be greater to the north and south. You're kind of splitting the gap. So stay alert for the next 2 hours, we'll say, hour and a half, we'll say. And then if nothing happens, and I don't think anything bad will, you'll be all right. Oh, awesome. I'm glad you came over to YouTube here, Lauren. I'm definitely trying to do more YouTube lives. And for those of you guys who've been watching on TikTok as well, I am trying to do more live on YouTube. and I'll probably be doing a lot more live on YouTube than well, I don't know if I'll be doing more on YouTube than TikTok, but I'll get to Indy for a second. But those of you guys on TikTok right now who also use YouTube, when I wrap up this live, consider subscribing on YouTube and checking out some of the stuff I have on there too, because I think there's a lot of good stuff that you guys will benefit from, and I hope at least, and enjoy. Indianapolis, the threat is early tomorrow morning. Mainly a damaging wind threat, a low tornado threat in Indianapolis, but non-zero. Early tomorrow morning, though. So again, do that thing where you are, you are turning on emergency alerts and setting that, setting that ringer on high so that you can hear if something comes up. By the way, guys, on YouTube, every time I look this way, I am looking at TikTok stuff. So I'm not. I assume you guys probably knew that, but. Let me just adjust this. Got a lot of comments still coming in on TikTok. You guys on YouTube, if you have any questions. Okay, yeah, good. No, Farmington happens to be in a good spot tonight, which is, thank goodness. Yeah, Farmington, I was saying, and you're in a good spot. Getting comments on YouTube and TikTok about Farmington. You guys are in a good spot there. As in, like, things don't look too bad. It looks, you're gonna hear some thunder. You're gonna see some lightning. Should be okay though. North Alabama tomorrow, the tornado threat is quite high in North Alabama. So you should really have a plan now for if there's severe weather out there. Little Rock, that threat for tornadoes is increasing right now. It will likely peak in the next couple of hours. So if you're in Little Rock, be on alert. Central Illinois, we're looking at more so... The tornado threat will slowly decrease as we go later through tonight in central Illinois. There is likely to be damaging wind through all of central Illinois, though, and that is going to continue into the early hours of tomorrow morning. Hey, thanks, Nani. I do my best with the coverage. You flatter me if that is true, but I'm doing my best. Honestly, so I work in TV right now, and I love working in TV, and I might work in TV forever, but if I didn't, I would definitely be trying to do more stuff on here. And if any of you guys happen to ever be in Boston, turn on channel 25. That's where you can see me on TV. You could stream me tomorrow if you want to see me doing my day job. Let's see. Yeah, I can move this to Jonesboro, Arkansas for you guys. Jonesboro, I know we had some questions about Jonesboro earlier tonight before storms really got out there. Jonesboro, Arkansas, since we have some questions, is in a spot where we have tornadoes moving in right now. Of course, the threat is still relatively high in the St. Louis area here, too. We actually just got another tornado warning. Festus, Missouri. Arnold's back in another tornado warning, by the way, although it looks like more of a rain and hail threat out there. But Festus, a little farther south, they'll need to be watched. It's a busy night. It is a busy night. Yeah, Fenton, Missouri. Yeah, the city of St. Louis, you are clear from tornadoes tonight. Yes. Let me just... Well, you know what? Actually, I believe you're clear, but you know what? Actually, in St. Louis, to be safe, I would watch for another hour or two because there is still some stuff that could clip you. I do think you're safe personally, but stay on alert for the next 2 hours just to be safe for me. I don't want to have you let your guard down and then something happens. So out of an abundance of caution here. Jackson County, Illinois, a lot of power outages. Hey, there must be some power outages downstream. Let's see. Just looking at where everyone else is watching from right now. Julie, you do have some good meteorologists out there. I actually know, let's see, who do I know out there right now? I know a couple meteorologists who work on TV in St. Louis. Leah Hill, I know, is a good meteorologist. She's at what? MOV? And then, gosh, there's another guy out there who he left kind of recently, but I knew a couple of them out there. Yeah, happy to help you guys, though. Let's see. Tennessee, I'm seeing a lot of questions in the TikTok chat about Tennessee. Tennessee tomorrow, the threat is going to be greatest mainly in the, well, if you're on the western side of the state or eastern side of the state, that threat's going to be greatest in the morning. And then if you're in the western side of the state, that threat is going to be greatest as we get into the evening. So it's going to be an all-day threat in Tennessee, tornado threat too. Those of you guys here on TikTok, by the way, because I am wrapping this up in just a moment, I'm just gonna flip the camera to me and set you up here. So hey guys, you haven't seen my face all day. Usually I show my face when I stream on TikTok. Oops, but I simply was not able to because I was doing this on YouTube as well. So hi guys, there. Now you can both see me, YouTube and TikTok. Here's the setup. So yes, I am a real person. Let's see here. I'm just trying to answer the last of your questions. Yeah, I got to 2.4K on YouTube. Thanks, guys. I mean, I'm glad that we were able to like make a difference and all that. Of course, like it's just nice to see that too. Because I am trying to build a community here on YouTube as well, and using what I'm good at, hopefully, to do that. Let's see here. So those of you guys, I'm doing my best to answer your questions here before I wrap things up. We'll give it like a couple more minutes. Let's see. Evansville, Indiana, that threat is going to be greatest as we get into the early hours of tomorrow morning. It is, oh, hi guys. Thanks for the stuff on TikTok. It is primarily a damaging wind threat, but there is also a tornado threat in Evansville as well, Indiana. I'm glad you think I'm very reliable. Yeah, like I said, guys, too, because I have you on here. So one of the things I want to do more of on YouTube is just some, yes, you did get another tornado warning for Arnold. I wasn't sure if you'd still be there, Karen. Go down to the lowest floor of your house, stay there for a little bit. What I will tell you, though, is that I'm kind of surprised Arnold's in this warning. If there is a tornado, it's going to be south of Arnold. It's going to be south of Arnold. It would not be in Arnold. In fact, if there was a tornado, it probably would have already passed. But you are getting more rain and hail out there for sure. Yeah, Hot Springs, Arkansas. Let me see what I got for you guys out there. I'm going to pull up my iPad here, too. Breaking out all the tools. Hope you guys like my little setup here. I'm going to turn off the TV first of all. Like I said, guys, if I haven't got to all your questions, you can always look me up on Instagram at Tucker Weather. Send me your questions there. I'll get back to you guys. Move this to the side a little bit. Hot Springs, Arkansas. Trying to look that up for you. Northern Illinois. Oh, that's annoying. Foot surgery. I'm sorry about that. Arnold's about to be in the clear now. Hot Springs, Arkansas. It looks as though out there the threat is waning. Yeah, you should be okay in Hot Springs. There is a tornado warning in Arkladelphia, but you know what? The front's past you, so if you're in Hot Springs, you're actually in the clear now. Actually, at this moment, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. We have 14 active tornado warnings. So that's what I'm saying tonight. Make sure you're staying alert, aware, and staying safe. And we'll be back here tomorrow. Tuscaloosa is in a very high risk for tornadoes tomorrow. Very high risk in Tuscaloosa. So please be very careful out there. I'll be thinking of you guys especially. Anyway, guys, I'm tired. I got to get some sleep. I've been up for a long time. I will be back here tomorrow doing more live streaming. Central Illinois, that threat is peaking right now for you guys, by the way. So give it like 3 more hours before things calm down, but they will later tonight. I'm pretty tired, guys. I love doing this. I'm glad I was able to hopefully make a difference. I'll say it one more time. You don't have to, of course, but if you're on TikTok, check me out on YouTube at Tucker Weather. Consider following on TikTok as well. If you're watching me here on YouTube, if you've enjoyed it, consider subscribing. If you guys have any questions about the threat tomorrow, you can watch my latest video on YouTube, as that really outlines stuff in detail. Thanks for being here, guys. I really appreciate all of you. God bless you guys too. And stay safe. Tonight, the severe weather is not over tonight. So again, the 2 things you have to do: make sure you have a way to get warnings, especially if you go to sleep and you know where to go if there is a tornado where you are. Keep those two things in mind. Very, very, very high chance you'll be okay. But just be careful, be safe. And as always, refer to your local meteorologists. If you don't have someone else you trust, refer to your local meteorologist for weather information. I'm saying this as a local Boston meteorologist and as a former local meteorologist in Wisconsin and Indiana. There is a lot of work that goes into knowing the local areas and local climate, and they're very valuable. So make sure you're keeping up with them and you have some way to get these warnings and stay up to date through tonight. But anyway, I will see many of you guys tomorrow. I hope I'll be here, and I will be on TikTok as well. But thanks for being here, guys. Have a great night. Stay safe, and I will see you next time. Thanks, guys. Have a good night.